Episode 501, Banquet Hall Brawl. Edwin hesitated for just a moment, and Alex took the opportunity to clock him in the middle of his chest with a forceful punch. He watched Edwin fly through the air, land several feet away with a heavy thud, and then roll to a stop. "How dare you attack me?" Edwin said with a scowl as he struggled to get up from the floor, his hands shaking with anger. Alex had humiliated him in front of Baltimore's wealthy elites, and the embarrassment he felt was crushing. In spite of the intense pain, Edwin stood up, picked up a chair, and rushed over to Alex while holding it above his head. "Don't even think about it," Louisa shouted. Her voice stopped the man in his tracks. She walked over to Edwin while taking a drag from a long cigarette, and her bright red heels clacked on the hall's polished floor. "You're not a fighter," she said. "What the hell are you doing? If you don't stop now, Alex is going to beat you into a pulp." He gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. "Do I seriously have to let this kid walk all over me?" he thought. Louisa looked at him with a warm expression and sighed. "We're all civilized people here," she said as her voice softened. "Quit acting like a brute. You'll just embarrass yourself even more." Edwin threw the chair aside, wiped the wine off his face, and retreated to the side of the hall, still seething with rage. Louisa walked toward Alex and stood in front of him. "You beat up Edwin and disturbed our guests," she said. "I can't let you leave here without reporting this to the police. Why did you pick a fight with him? Did you come here just to make trouble?" Alex stared into her eyes with a sharp gaze. "I'm not going to waste my time trying to explain myself to you," he said. "I have important business to take care of. Where's Michael?" She was slightly flustered by his stare, and she averted her eyes, but she felt her anger start to boil inside her. "What did my family ever do to you?" she asked. "Why are you looking for Michael? Let's have a little chat and sort this out like civilized people, instead of resorting to violence." He walked away from her without replying and looked around the hall for any sign of Michael. "Who do you think you are?" a young man asked as he ran over to Alex. It was the youth who had offered to help Michael earlier in the party, when various guests had started throwing out lazy ideas for how to deal with Alex. "Do you really think you can challenge Michael?" He pulled a sharp knife out of his pocket, and it gleamed in the light as he pointed it at Alex. "Michael doesn't care enough to pay any attention to you, so I get to enjoy cutting that smug look right off your face myself," the man said. Before he could move, Alex struck his arm, causing him to drop the dagger. Alex caught the dagger midair and plunged it into the man's arm. Everyone stepped back in shock as they watched Alex pull the dagger out of the man's arm, and they screamed as a stream of blood poured from his stab wound. They turned away from Alex completely, fight forgotten, and rushed to grab napkins to staunch the wound. "So the rumors were true," the man thought as he clutched his arm. "He's as vicious and dangerous as a tiger." Alex tossed the dagger aside and looked at the man with a smirk. "This Michael guy is such a wimp that he hires people to fight for him," he said. "Some big brother he is." He sat down, pulled another chair close to him, and rested his legs on it, leaning back in his seat. The whole banquet hall was silent. Everyone had retreated to the sides of the hall, and they stared at Alex as he relaxed, like nothing had happened. The people who had said that Alex wasn't worth even a moment of Michael's time didn't dare to say anything more. Although they were surprised by Alex's strength, they still couldn't bring themselves to respect him. "Is that all you've got?" Edwin shouted to Alex from the side of the hall, brushing his disheveled hair away from his eyes. "What a shame. Stabbing someone isn't very impressive, Anyone with a knife can do that. I thought you were supposed to be a skilled martial artist." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his face as something hit his mouth and broke several of his teeth. His mouth filled with blood, and he spit fragments of his teeth out. He looked over at Alex, who was still sitting in his chair in the middle of the floor. It seemed like he hadn't moved from his seat. "What the hell was that?" Edwin wondered. "Is he really so fast that I didn't see him move? That's impossible." He covered his mouth as he scrambled to gather some napkins to try to stop the bleeding and picked up the bits of teeth on the ground. Michael was still nowhere to be seen, so Louisa decided that she needed to try again. "What are you trying to accomplish here?" she asked Alex. Alex ignored her again and looked up at the second floor of the hall. "I know you're up there, Michael," he said. "Are you just going to keep standing there and watching while we fight down here? Do you think you're too good for us? Or are you just afraid to get your hands dirty?" "You sure do talk a big game for being such a savage little punk," Michael replied as he appeared on the balcony, and everyone looked up at him. "You just shanked someone like a criminal. What a loser." He walked down the stairs with a strained expression, as if he were trying to act more confident than he felt. "You should be ready to take responsibility for your actions," Alex said. "Everyone will look down on you if you don't clean up your own messes. How could you abandon your sister and guests when they needed you?" He picked up a glass of red wine and swirled it in his hand. Michael's face turned red as he realized that Alex was intent on making a laughingstock out of him. His reputation was incredibly important to him. Although he typically let his subordinates do his dirty work, he knew that he needed to stand up to Alex at that moment, or risk losing everyone's respect for good. "He managed to take down a master like Harvey on his own," he thought as he glanced at Alex. "He knows some martial arts, but just how strong is he?" He took a cigar out of his pocket and lit it with a lighter. He then inhaled deeply and blew out a puff of smoke with a condescending look on his face. "You might be a rich kid who rubs elbows with the elite, but you're still just a spineless thug," Michael scoffed. "You have made that pretty clear." "My subordinates are just like you. They don't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get things done. People like you are a dime a dozen. Do you really think you can compare to me?" Episode 502, All Style and No Skill. Michael saw Alex as little more than a foolish and reckless thug. His subordinates hadn't given him much information, but from what he had heard, he assumed Alex was just another overhyped martial artist who was all style and no skill. "Louisa is way too naive," he thought. "She really shouldn't believe everything she hears. A guy like Alex will do anything for attention, even offend the Chamber of Commerce. But I've dealt with people like him before. I don't think the masked man are with him, and I can easily take him on one-on-one." Michael grinned as Alex stood in silence. He thought that Alex was too afraid to speak or act after what he had said to him. "He's all bark and no bite," he thought. "Why is everyone so afraid of him?" "You're not impressing anyone with your knife skills," he said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "That guy you stabbed was helpless. Why not pick on someone your own size? Are you afraid that you'll show that you're a complete embarrassment to the martial arts world?" Alex furrowed his brow and appeared to sink into deep thought. He has no idea how to react, Michael thought with his self-satisfied smile. Louisa completely overestimated him. He poured a glass of expensive French wine into an ornate glass and sauntered over to Alex as he sipped it with an arrogant look on his face. The partygoers gossiped with each other as they watched the two men interact. "Michael's confidence is impressive. I can't believe he has the guts to stand up to Alex after what happened to Edwin." Alex is already wilting on the spot, and Michael didn't even have to lift a finger to intimidate him. I was feeling a bit groggy from all the wine we drank earlier, but I'm wide awake now. I don't think Alex will just stand there and let Michael chew him out. I heard he's a martial arts master. Maybe we'll get to see him show off his skills. That's just all smoke and mirrors. You can tell just by looking at Alex that there's no way he's a master. Would a master freeze up in fear like that? Michael's posturing while facing Alex won the crowd over, and they bubbled with excitement as they waited to see what he would do next. As the crowd was distracted, Michael's subordinates snuck into the hall with concealed weapons under their jackets, ready to take Alex out at Michael's command. They hadn't seen how he had fought the guards outside the party, so were unaware of his true power. After a long silence, Alex took a big sip of his wine and put the glass down. "Is that all?" he asked. Michael gulped down his wine before placing his glass down too. "I'm too lazy to call the police and report an attempted murder, but I think Louisa might already be on the case. My Uncle Stephen is on the way too, and you have no idea how powerful he is." He frowned as he stared at Alex. "You've killed that man you stabbed," he said. "Do you think you're above the law? Don't you know the punishment for attempted murder?" He pointed at Alex, and his gaze intensified. "It's life in prison for you," he shouted. "And if you somehow get a lighter sentence, then I'll have you taken care of myself. You're going to pay for what you did, and no one will care if a thug like you dies. You really should have thought things through before you stabbed someone. I'll give you a chance to turn tail and run now, but after that, you're on your own." Sirens began to wail outside as the police arrived at the hall. What a clown, Alex thought, as he watched Michael's theatrics. I can't believe anyone is buying into his act. Do they really think I'm scared of him? He leaned back in his chair with his hands laced together behind his head and chuckled. "You're the real wimp here," he said. "You're full of hot air." Louisa looked at Michael, her face etched with concern as her intuition gnawed away at her. There's more to Alex than meets the eye, she thought. Michael had better knock it off, or he's going to be in deep trouble. Michael took a puff of his cigar as the sirens howled outside, and he blew the smoke onto Alex's face. "Who are you calling a wimp?" he said. "This cigar is worth more than your monthly salary, and you still have the audacity to talk down to me. You have no idea who you're messing with. This is just the beginning. After the police arrest you, I'll make sure that you're punished so harshly that you will wish you were dead." He blew a smoke ring at Alex and flashed a confident smile. But as soon as the smoke had left his lips, Alex leaped up, closing the distance between them. He snatched the cigar from Michael's fingers, turned it in his fist, and punched Michael so the lit end of the cigar scraped across his face. Episode 503, Lock Him Up. Michael screamed wildly as he felt the cigar burn his face, and Alex snatched the dagger he had thrown aside off the ground. With a blindingly fast jab, he stabbed it through Michael's hand resting on the table beside him, nailing his hand to the table. Michael continued to howl in pain as blood seeped from his hand, and Louisa covered her mouth in shock. With his cheek covered in faint burns and a gaping stab wound in his hand, Michael was a pathetic sight to behold. He grimaced as he tried to pull out the dagger. "I can't believe that bastard just stabbed me," he thought. "I completely misread him. He wasn't afraid of me at all." Suddenly, Alex's hand flashed so fast that no one could see what he was doing, and Michael let out a yelp as Alex nailed his other hand to the table with a dinner knife. The partygoers gasped in fear, and some people almost fainted as the tablecloth under Michael's hands quickly turned red with blood. As he looked at his hands, his face grew deathly pale and contorted with a mixture of pain and shock.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Louisa shouted, trembling with anger. She pulled out a gun and aimed at Alex, pulling the trigger without hesitation. She was fast, but Alex was much faster. She didn't even have a second to react as he knocked the cigarette out of her mouth, causing her to flinch in surprise and drop the gun. The bullet hit the ceiling with a loud bang, and the crowd screamed and ran as the pistol fell onto the floor. Michael's bodyguards and hotel security brandished their pistols and pointed them at Alex as he pulled the dagger from Michael's hand and held it against his neck.
"Let him go,"
Louisa cried.
"You're completely surrounded. Don't do anything stupid."
Michael broke into a nervous sweat as he felt the cold metal of the dagger press against his neck, fully expecting Alex to slice his throat at any moment with no remorse.
"If I live through this, I'll make him regret everything he did today," he thought.
"Do you ever think about the consequences of your actions?" Michael asked, gritting his teeth. Alex's face went blank. "Are there any consequences for taking out the trash?" he replied with an icy cold gaze. "Tell me where Jonah is, or I'll have to cut the words out of you." At that moment, the banquet hall door flew open, and a dozen police officers poured into the hall, each one holding a gun by their side. "Who's threatening my nephew?" a middle-aged man asked, stepping toward Alex and Michael with an elegant woman and a man in uniform trailing behind him. Louisa looked at the group of people, and her face lit up.
"You got here just in time,"
she said, letting out a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man was Louisa's uncle, Stephen. The woman was her sister, Melanie, and the uniformed man was Deputy Director Randy Mills of Baltimore's Western District Police Bureau. Seeing the group appear in the hall, Edwin and all of Michael's men were overwhelmed with excitement. Reinforcements had arrived, and they were all ready to finish Alex off once and for all. Louisa walked over to Stephen to explain what had happened, and his face darkened as he listened. His eyebrows twitched with anger, and everyone could see that he was ready to snap. "You have some nerve messing with my family," Stephen said as he approached Alex. "I have known Michael his whole life, and I've never seen him so shaken up before." Randy also glared at Alex. That cocky kid really dug himself into a hole, and there's no one here to help him out of it, he thought. Time to teach him a lesson. Alex laughed as he saw the men staring at him. "Are you here to give Michael a ride home?" he asked. "He looks like he's going to cry. I think he needs someone to kiss his boo-boos." "You're going to regret being such an arrogant punk," Stephen said. "You'll be repaying my nephew for the rest of your life after how badly you humiliated him today." "Go ahead and try me," Alex said. Even watching Alex press the knife into Michael's throat, Stephen remained strong and calm. He turned to Randy and said, "Go cuff him. If he tries to resist arrest, take him out before he gets a chance to hurt Michael again. And if he manages to kill Michael, I'll make sure that his family never sees the light of day again." Stephen hated when anyone threatened him, and he refused to let such an arrogant young man make a fool out of his family. He gestured to Randy to move in. "Lock him up," Randy said to the group of officers behind him, and they quickly surrounded Alex. Melanie also pointed out a gun and pointed it at Alex. "Let my brother go," she said. "Don't you think you already put him through enough?" Alex looked at Stephen and laughed. "I'm just looking for Jonah so I can have a nice chat with him. And Michael here won't help me find him," he said. "There's no need to make a scene over it." "Don't play stupid with us," Melanie said. "We know what you're up to." Stephen sneered. "Why are you so obsessed with finding Jonah?" he asked. "We have a more important situation to address at the moment." I have to punish him properly, Alex replied calmly. If you don't want to tell me where he is, then I can punish you instead. Melanie's face flushed red with anger, and her finger trembled on the trigger of her gun. Do you have a death wish? She asked. Alex clutched the knife in his hand tightly and pressed it into Michael's neck just hard enough to draw a few drops of blood. Although he couldn't show his true power at that moment, and he was in the worst shape he had been in since starting his martial arts practice, he could still easily handle a few thieves. Michael shuddered as adrenaline coursed through his veins. I'm going to count to 3, Alex said. If you don't tell me where Joan is before I'm done, it's over for you. He paused for a moment and then shouted, 1. Michael gulped, and his whole body tensed with fear. You win, he said. Please don't hurt me. Jonah's in a waterside villa in Atlantic City, and he's going to leave the country tonight. He was ashamed to reveal Jonah's whereabouts, but he knew that Alex would kill him if he didn't speak up. He won't make it out if you're alive anyway, he thought. There's no way he'll be able to get to Jonah and get his revenge. Alex pulled his phone out of his pocket and started to text Jonah's location out when Melanie pulled the trigger of her gun and shot at him. But he had read her like a book, and he shifted Michael in front of him to block the shot. The bullet hit Michael's shoulder, and he winced as it pierced his flesh. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the front door of the hall and said, "Stop this at once!" Episode 504, The Woman in the Blue Dress. Everyone turned to see who had spoken, and the crowd parted like a tide to reveal a beautiful woman in a floral patterned blue dress. She wore high-heeled shoes so tall that she loomed over the partygoers and intimidated them with her presence. Her icy blue eyes swept over the crowd, and everyone looked at her with a quiet admiration, respecting her as if she were royalty. Hushed whispers spread through the crowd as she walked into the hall. Who is she? One onlooker asked another. I've never seen her around here before. I don't know, but maybe she's here to help Alex, another onlooker replied. Randy saw the woman, and his expression became stern as he realized who she was. Why is Chelsea here? And why is she dressed like that? He wondered. Why the heck didn't she just wear her uniform? Stephen also frowned as he looked at her. Why didn't you tell us you were coming? He asked. Randy has things under control already. You don't have to worry about it. Chelsea had spent much of the year in the limelight after having solved several major cases in a row. She was a rising star in the Baltimore Police Department, and she had recently been promoted to director of the Western District Branch. Randy was her subordinate, and Stephen also knew about her. Why do I need to tell you where I'm going? She scoffed. She was typically cool and collected when on duty, but at that moment, the anger that had bubbled underneath the surface threatened to overtake her. Why did you shoot Alex? She asked. He's my friend. Stephen's stomach dropped, and he turned to Michael and Louisa, who were glancing at each other with confused looks on their faces. They vaguely knew who Chelsea was, but they had no idea she was associated with Alex. How is a guy like him friends with someone like her? Stephen wondered. Chelsea clearly commanded the respect and obedience of all the officers in the room. But the Murdochs were an arrogant bunch, and not willing to let the police push them around. Alex stabbed my nephew twice, and now he's trying to cut his throat, Stephen said, waving his gun at Alex. "Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. We can shoot someone in self-defense, can't we?" Stephen was no stranger to violence, and he wasn't afraid to use his gun, even in front of so many officers, if he needed to defend his family. When Chelsea saw that Stephen wouldn't hesitate to shoot, she smiled and looked at Alex. "I'm sorry I'm late and that my staff threatened you," she said. "I'll be taking disciplinary action against them later." As she looked at Alex's face, she saw the pain in his expression from the injuries he had sustained while wrestling with Neil, and she couldn't conceal her concern. Most people didn't notice the look in her eyes, but Louisa saw it, and she immediately suspected that Chelsea's particular concern for Alex spelled trouble for her family. Alex focused entirely on Chelsea, blocking out everyone else in the hall around them. "These clowns don't know what they're doing," he said, glancing at Stephen. "That guy is particularly responsible. He's lucky that I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment." Stephen's body trembled with so much anger he could hardly stand it. "You bastard," he muttered. "I'll never let you get away with disrespecting us like this." "Watch your language," Chelsea said. "I'm in charge of this crime scene now. Randy, round up the suspects and bring them to me." "Yes, ma'am," Randy replied, and then ordered the group of officers to restrain Alex. As the officers pressed on Alex's back injuries, he winced and took a deep breath to endure the pain. "I have them right where I want them," Chelsea thought, and she winked at Alex. "Let him go," she shouted. "I'll bring him to the station myself." The officers who were holding Alex down paused for a moment before releasing him. He brushed himself off and stood up with an indifferent expression on his face, hiding any anger he might have felt. Just for a moment, a very different emotion flashed across Chelsea's face. She quickly turned away so others wouldn't see it. But Louisa noticed the change in her eyes and felt her stomach turn. She realized she wasn't the only one in that room who had feelings for Alex. Randy nodded at Stephen, who gave him a grim smile in return. "You're done for," Stephen said to Alex. "Even with your deputy friend coming to the rescue, you're not going to escape us. Randy will make sure you're properly punished." While Stephen gloated, Chelsea turned to Randy and gestured at the Murdochs. "I meant round up everyone involved here, including Stephen," she said. The crowd sat in silent awe as all of the officers were forced to obey her command. "What crime have I committed?" Stephen asked, fuming with anger. "You can't lock up an innocent man." "How dare you treat my uncle like a criminal?" Melanie said, pointing her gun at the group of officers surrounding Stephen as the air hummed with tension. Chelsea scowled as the young woman recklessly challenged her authority. "Draw your weapons," she ordered the officers. "They're resisting arrest. If they don't surrender, shoot them all." Her powerful and confident voice boomed through the hall. "Please put down your gun or we'll be forced to shoot," Randy said to Melanie. "Put down the gun now," Chelsea said. "That's an order." Melanie's eyes smoldered with anger, and she shouted, "Make me." "I won't let her humiliate us like this," she thought, as her hand clutched the gun so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Chelsea bent down, whipped out a pistol from underneath her dress, and fired at Melanie. The bullet grazed her wrist and she dropped the gun. "Take that gun away before she hurts anyone else," Chelsea told the officers. Episode 505, The Strange Chauffeur. Everyone in the hall watched as Chelsea ordered the officers to restrain the Murdochs. Her fearlessness and determination had helped her to rise to the top of the police force at a young age, and her reputation had spread all through Baltimore. She intimidated almost everyone around her, and aside from Alex, she wasn't afraid of anyone. She could tell that the Murdochs still weren't convinced that such a young officer could command an entire police force, but she paid them no mind. "Take them away," she said with a cold glare. The officers handcuffed the Murdochs and escorted them out the front door. "How will we ever get out of this mess?" Stephen wondered as he felt the handcuffs press into his wrists. "The whole police department has eyes on us now." Michael's face became downcast as he watched the officers restrain his uncle and realized that his future was as good as ruined. At that moment, Randy walked over and patted Stephen on the shoulder, and Stephen's face relaxed. Stephen was still a minor threat to Chelsea, but she didn't fear him at all, especially now that she had him in custody. She turned to Randy and said, "Make sure those cuffs are on as tightly as possible." He sighed and clicked Stephen's handcuffs to the tightest notch. "I have to follow her orders," he whispered. "Sorry about this." As the officers led the Murdochs out of the hall, the crowd gossiped loudly about the family, and Stephen grew so angry that his stomach churned as he listened to them. "Michael was shot in the shoulder and has 2 stab wounds on his hands, and these jerks still can't help but talk trash about us," he thought, as his heart broke from seeing his nephew in such rough shape. "I need to ask you something," Michael said to Chelsea. "What do you want now?" Chelsea replied coldly. Before she had arrived, she had been attending a banquet at the Hill Hotel while off duty, and she had run over when she had heard shots fired. But she hadn't expected to run into Alex in such a precarious situation, and she didn't have a good plan on how to get him out of the mess he had gotten himself into. "Why did you cuff everyone except Alex?" Michael asked, his brow sharply furrowed with rage. "Are you suggesting I don't know how to do my job?" Chelsea replied, instantly putting Michael and Stephen in their place. Alex didn't hear their quarrel at all, as he was busy focusing his internal force on healing his injuries. With everything that had happened in the past few days, healing was taking much longer than usual. Chelsea knew that bickering with criminals wouldn't solve anything, but she felt herself buckling under the pressure of saving Alex. She thought of the countless phone calls she would have to make to sort things out when she returned to the station. But she knew it was all part of the job, and she had to grin and bear it. Alex didn't let Chelsea's stress get to him, and he continued to focus on his meditation. "As long as I heal up soon, everything will be fine," he thought. The Murdochs spent the evening struggling to make themselves comfortable on the hard police station benches. Since they couldn't possibly fall asleep, they loudly complained and argued with each other. Chelsea was able to ignore them at first, but when they became too rowdy, she threw them into a cell and locked the door behind them. Meanwhile, she arranged a single room for Alex in the station, and she brought some food for him from the Hill Hotel. After working until midnight, she stopped by his room to check in on him. She had spent all her night answering phone calls and dealing with difficult people as she explained what had happened at the hotel, but she was distracted by her concern for him the whole time. She was worried that the Murdochs would send someone out to get him after he had embarrassed them so thoroughly. As a member of a powerful family herself, she knew that the Murdoch family was a force to be reckoned with, and she didn't know if Alex could fend them off on his own. She took a deep breath, then knocked on his door. "Excuse me, sir. Are you all right in there?" she asked. "Is that you, Officer Wood?" Alex replied, opening his eyes slightly as he lay in bed. "You can come in." But Chelsea cleared her throat officiously. Are there any mice in there? We try to maintain these rooms to a good standard. Belatedly, Alex realized what was going on. Chelsea was trying to check on him without being too obvious. She was also trying to make sure no one else was eavesdropping on them. "Let me look," he said, taking a moment to glance carefully out the window. He couldn't detect anything unfriendly lurking nearby. "It's comfortable enough and there's no sign of any mice," he replied with a chuckle. Alex tiptoed over and put his ear against it, listening to her as she fidgeted outside. "That's good to hear," she said, rubbing her arm nervously. "You should go to bed early so you have enough energy to get through the interrogations tomorrow. We're looking forward to your cooperation." "I'll be off to bed then," he said. But as he started to walk away, the door suddenly opened, and a keyring dropped onto the floor with a metallic clang. In a very different voice, Chelsea whispered, "If anyone asks, I've lost my keys." He listened to the sound of her footsteps retreating down the hall. He picked up the keys, saw that one was wrapped with adhesive tape with his room number written on it, and quickly picked up on her intention. "She must think I'm in danger," he thought. "I have to get out of here. But if the Murdochs are really so powerful, where can I run to?" He smiled faintly and hummed as he inserted the key into the lock, and the door creaked open. As he snuck through the unusually quiet station, he used the keys to open one door after another until he finally escaped. After exiting the building, he looked around in confusion. He was busy wondering where everyone was when a car pulled up beside him. A well-dressed young man rolled down the window and asked, "Are you Mr. Ambrose?" "What's it to you?" Alex asked, puzzled by the strange man's appearance. "Please get in the car," the man said. "A friend of yours asked me to pick you up." His voice was impatient, and he seemed to be nervous. He looked around with an alert expression, scoping the scene for any potential danger. "What friend are you talking about?" Alex said as he stood in place, completely calm, despite having just broken out of a police station. "Her name is Miss Wood," the man replied. "She told me to tell you that you can't stay in Baltimore right now, and that you should lay low at the Moon Palace or go to New York. Whatever you do, just don't come back to Baltimore. She also says that she hopes you don't forget about her and that you have a good trip." The young man opened the car door and waited for Alex to get in. Alex sighed and climbed into the car. "I don't want to run away, but I guess we're off on another adventure for now," he thought as he buckled his seatbelt. "Where to?" the driver asked as he started the car. Episode 506, It Pays to Have Powerful Friends. "Take me home," Alex told the driver. He just wanted a good night's sleep and some peace and quiet to restore his true inner power. From her office window upstairs, Chelsea watched the car pull away from the station. She heaved a long sigh of relief and closed the blinds. She had never let a suspect in a case just walk away before, much less helped one, but something wasn't adding up. She was famously known as the by-the-book officer, but she never ignored her intuition. And she had a hunch that Alex wouldn't have gone after the Murdochs without a good reason. Sometimes a predator learns the hard way that its prey can bite back to survive, she thought. You don't blame a buck for goring a wolf. And the Murdoch family was a pack of wolves. They had used their money and power to commit and cover up crime for years, but everyone was afraid to confront them. Chelsea was jarred away from her thoughts by the ring of her cell phone. When she saw the name on the caller ID, her stomach sank. Chelsea Wood speaking. I understand that you have Stephen Murdoch in custody, the voice on the line said sharply. He's a suspect in a conspiracy to commit murder, she replied. He's in holding with his family until we arrange a trial. Chelsea stood at attention and made sure she sounded respectful, but she was seething under the surface. She had already fielded almost a dozen calls about Stephen from increasingly powerful people. The Murdochs had lots of powerful friends. You need to cut them loose, the voice said. This is the end of the matter. No press, no arguments. Do you understand? But that's an order, Wood, the voice snapped. I can't just sweep this under the rug, Chelsea said firmly. I have a duty to investigate, no matter who this suspect is. She felt a stab of guilt for letting Alex go. Does that make me a hypocrite or a good cop who trusts her gut? She wondered. She comforted herself with the certainty of knowing that if Alex had broken the law, she would take him down. Their friendship wouldn't stop her from doing her job. Stephen and Michael had been treating the Western District like their personal playground for years, and Chelsea had been waiting for the chance to arrest them and put them on trial. She took her oath to serve and protect the people of Baltimore seriously. She knew that while the Murdochs thought being rich and powerful put them beyond the law's reach, Alex just had a knack for finding trouble. They were in completely different leagues. That's a direct order, and if you know it's good for you, you'll obey it, the voice said. I only obey the law, Chelsea said coldly. After a full minute of silence, the voice said, I'm under a lot of pressure here, Wood. You have got to let this case go. I'm sorry, Chelsea said. I can't do that. I see. In that case, you're suspended. Turn everything over to Mills. He's taking over the case. I hope you enjoy writing traffic tickets. The line went dead. Chelsea cursed and fought the urge to throw her phone across the room. Then she took a deep breath and began to sort out her case files. A few minutes later, Randy waited outside her office. I guess it's his office now, she thought bitterly. She knew in her heart that this was someone's way of keeping her from interrogating the Murdochs. She was shut out and might never get another shot at the family. At his apartment, Alex sat in deep meditation as he used his inner force to heal his wounds. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When he woke, he saw that the wound on his back had healed. Lying there in a ray of sunlight, he felt like a whole new man. He could never get over how profound and wonderful working with his inner energy felt, and he hoped he would never lose the feeling of awe it filled him with. A knock at the door shook Alex from his reverie, and he dragged himself out of bed. Clark stepped into the apartment, looking concerned. How's your back? He asked. A knife wound can't be treated with a Band-Aid, you know. You really should have gone to the hospital and had a doctor look at it. He spun Alex around to get a look at the wound site. Thanks for your concern, Alex said with a smile. I'd rather not tell Debbie about this right away. She'd only worry. Clark stood in awe as he looked at the spot where the wound had been. He didn't pretend to understand Alex's skills, but he felt a deep respect for them. Alex, he whispered, it's a miracle. An ordinary person with an injury like that would be laid up for a month, but you're completely healed in one day. I want to thank you for yesterday, Alex said as he got dressed. You and I have been through too much together to get all sentimental, Clark replied. Anytime you're in trouble, I'll be there to help. I should be thanking you. You saved my daughter's life, even if I don't know how. You don't ever need to thank me. Alex smiled. He had noticed that Clark was never shy about saying exactly what he thought, without a trace of malice or dishonesty, but he was a man of many secrets. Alex felt a flutter of uncertainty as he wondered how much he actually knew about Clark. His presence at the Hall House was still a mystery. Alex didn't ask anything, but his thoughts must have shown on his face. "You're wondering about Neil, aren't you?" Clark suddenly asked. "I am," Alex said. "Neil was a member of my team a long time ago, but he betrayed us." Clark's eyes went cold. He looked away from Alex and stared at nothing. "Your team? Neil?" Alex was confused. "He wasn't Neil Hall back then," Clark said. "When I met him, his name was Nicholas Hammond. He was pretty low in the pecking order. He had a gambling problem so bad that he would have sold his wife and kids for gambling money." He shook his head in disgust. After we cut him loose, he joined the Chamber of Commerce, and eventually the ghosts got hold of him. He's had more than a few second chances already. Don't waste your time mourning for him. "It's Joe I'm worried about," Alex said, frowning. "I can't believe that his father is such a monster," he thought. Episode 507, Jonah Tries to Bargain. "I have to do something about Michael," Alex said to Clark as they sat in his apartment. He was worried about Chelsea taking on the Murdoch family. "I am sure I've made a lot of trouble for the Western District Police Bureau," he thought. He then described his experience the previous night, answering Clark's occasional questions. "Michael's a clown," Clark said. "He's nothing without his father, but he thinks he's one of the big dogs. Don't worry about him. Just give me a couple of days and I'll handle him for you." His voice was low and angry. He clearly wasn't worried about the Murdoch family's power. Alex's cell phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a text from Jessup. "Rufus has eyes on Jonah." Clark's eyebrows rose with an unspoken question. "I sent Jessup and his family after Jonah while I had my hands full with the Murdochs," Alex explained with a grim smile. "Even I haven't figured out how to be two places at once, at least not yet." Jonah had been a busy man. He had managed to charter a yacht at Harbor East to sail his villa in Atlantic City, and planned to escape the country from there. He hadn't made it more than a few miles along the Patapsco River before Rufus found him. When Alex got to the waterfront, he saw that Jonah's yacht had been penned in by a handful of smaller boats and had no way out. A squad of the Cliftons had boarded the yacht, taken out several of the Chamber of Commerce's men, and secured the rest on the deck under guard. Jonah had sent people to kill Alex, so Rufus figured Alex would want to take care of them personally. "Jonah and his men disguised themselves to get past us, but we found him," Rufus said when Alex boarded the Clifton's own yacht. "They got 7 or 8 of our men, but we cleared out their ranks. Jonah's got maybe 3 people with him now, and we swept the rest of the ship to make sure they aren't hiding any other surprises for us. The coast is clear and he's unarmed." He paused and said, "What do you want to do with him? We have enough C4 to sink the ship. We could say it was a tragic boating accident." A watery grave was better than Jonah deserved, but Alex had other plans. Besides, an explosion would make too much noise. "I want to see his face," Alex said. "Let's get over there." Alex found Jonah on his knees, surrounded by unsmiling, heavily armed men. He looked at Jonah with a smile. "Were you going on a little vacation?" he asked. "We can make a deal," Jonah said. He seems flustered, Alex thought with a smirk. He must know he's finished. "Name your price," Jonah said. "Just leave me alone." "The Chamber of Commerce is done, and Michael is going to rot in jail," Alex said. his eyes twinkling with glee. "You have nothing left to bargain with." Jonah trembled with fear and rage as he watched Alex destroy everything he had built. He still wanted Alex dead, but he could see that he had misjudged his enemy and provoked the wrong person. Nevertheless, he thought he might still have a way to get out alive and back to the ghosts. "You don't have to worry about what I have left," he said. "You just have to tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen." He raised his hands and slowly stood. "Killing me won't do you any good, but letting me live could make you rich." "I don't want your money," Alex said. "I just want to watch you die." "Please be reasonable," Jonah replied. "My death would mean nothing to you." "It would mean not having to worry about you coming after me or my friends again," Alex said. "I think it makes sense to end this." "I still control the Chamber of Commerce's assets, including several luxury cars and some prime real estate," Jonah said as he carefully drew his wallet from his pocket and tossed it at Alex's feet. "The cards in there are worth about $3 billion. You can take it all." "You're trying to flee the country under an assumed name," Alex said. "You don't really control anything anymore, so it isn't much of a deal." All the money and property in the world wouldn't be enough to save Jonah's life. He had gone after Rose to get Alex, and Alex knew that Debbie was next on his list. If I let him go now, he'll never stop, Alex thought. "Don't be too hasty," Jonah said. "Obviously you have the upper hand right now, but you might not be completely aware of the consequences you'll face if you kill me. I don't just work with the ghosts. I work directly with Jacob Randolph, their leader. I'm his adopted son, and he raised me as his own. If you kill me, the ghosts will come after you with everything they have, and not even you can win that kind of fight." "Do you think I'm scared of the head ghost?" Alex said, smirking. "He isn't someone you insult. He controls." Alex punched him in the face. He was getting tired of this. Jonah staggered and stared at Alex in shock. A trickle of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. "You're really not afraid of the consequences," he said. "Are you worried about my mental health?" Alex asked as he hit him again, knocking him to his knees. Jonah cried out in pain. Alex sneered. "Where's all that blusterous talk now?" He looked down at Jonah with contempt. "The ghosts will come for you," Jonah hissed. "You thought they were a problem before? Jacob's gonna kill you with his bare hands." Alex hadn't heard of Jacob Randolph before that evening, but Rufus's eyes widened in recognition at the mention of his name. He knew that Jacob was practically royalty, and that along with being one of the finest fighters on the planet, he was a highly respected tactician. Jacob had a network of followers all over the world. He was powerful enough that almost no one knew he existed, and the people who did know made sure not to cross him. Jonah's relationship with Jacob was an unexpected complication, but this was Alex's play, so Rufus would back him up. Alex reached a hand to Rufus without looking away from Jonah. "I came here to kill you, and I'll kill Jacob just the same," he said. Without a word, Rufus handed Alex his knife. "You came after me. You came after my friends. Did you really think I would keep you around?" He started to move toward Jonah, ready to finish it. "Wait!" Jonah's voice was shrill with fear. "Wait a minute!" He pulled off an earpiece he had been wearing and fumbled for his phone. Pressing the speaker button, he held the phone up. He wants to talk to you." A hoarse voice spoke. "Hello, Alex," Jacob said. "I think we should talk." Episode 508. Alex makes a new enemy. "My name is Jacob Randolph," Jacob said to Alex over the phone. "The man you're threatening works for me. He's my adopted son." Any harm that you cause him hurts me too, and I won't stand for it. If you know anything about my ghosts, you know that you should release him and beg for forgiveness." His voice dropped to a cold whisper. "Otherwise, I'll come to Baltimore and take you out myself." "What makes you think you're a threat to me?" Alex said, smiling. "You're not the first ghost I've tangled with." "You misunderstand me, boy," Jacob growled. "I'm not just any ghost. I'm the ghost. My people are all over the world. There's nowhere I can't get to you, your friends, or your family. Don't play games with me. I advise you to release Jonah immediately. If you don't, you and everyone you love will die." He paused to let that threat sink in. "Do you understand me?" "I understand you," Alex said disdainfully. "Baltimore's lovely this time of year. You'll love it." He slit Jonah's throat, and the phone dropped out of his loose hand onto the deck with a thud as his body slumped over. "See you soon," he said. Jacob listened to Jonah whimper as he died. "That was a mistake," he roared. "You'll be dead in a week." He then hung up the phone. Alex ignored Jacob's threat. From the moment Jonah had kidnapped Rose, Alex knew that he had to die. Otherwise, the people around him would never be safe from the Chamber of Commerce. With Jonah dead, Alex left Rufus to clean up the mess and went home. Alex crawled into bed and idly wondered where Debbie was. He heard the front door open and a clatter from the kitchen and smiled. Debbie came into the room with takeout. "Chicken soup is usually for colds, but I figured it might help with stab wounds," she said with a laugh. "You look like crap. Here, eat." She passed him a carton of steaming soup. He laughed. "I could get used to this. It's not every day beautiful women bring me breakfast in bed." He put the carton on the nightstand and reached for her. "But I can think of something else that might make me feel better," he said. "And coincidentally, it's also a great way to thank you." "Tempting," she said, laughing. "But consider these doctor's orders. Eat now." She thrust a spoon at him and winked. "It's medicine." "I don't wanna," he whined theatrically. "It's salty and hot. Plus, I don't need medicine. I am the medicine." "It's not hot, you big baby," she retorted. "I let it cool. And as for the salty problem, I bought ice cream." Her eyes sparkled. "Now eat, please," she repeated. He crossed his arms and pouted. "No." "Not even a sip?" Debbie pursed her lips. She climbed onto the bed and straddled him, pinning him in place. She leaned in, letting her hair fall into his face. She smelled like sandalwood and jasmine. Alex realized he didn't have to pretend not to be hungry. Not for soup, anyway. He rose to kiss her, but she tapped him on the forehead with the spoon she still held. "Nope," she said. "Not until after you eat." Alex grinned and grabbed the carton. He chugged the soup like he was dying of thirst, making Debbie laugh, and then put the empty carton on the nightstand. "I'm finished," he said in a low growl. "Where's dessert?" "A promise is a promise," Debbie said with a smile, and she leaned in to kiss him. He put his hands on her shoulders and held her there, looking into her eyes. "You said you brought ice cream," he said sternly. Debbie laughed and went to get his ice cream. She came back with 2 spoons and they cuddled up to eat. She playfully spoon-fed him, making airplane noises. "I'm starting to worry you think I'm really a child," Alex teased. "I can see you being a great mom. You would rule with an iron fist, at home and at work." "And what will you be doing while I rule home and work?" Debbie asked mischievously, smearing a dab of ice cream on his nose. "Does that mean you have to do whatever I say?" "I'll always do whatever you say," Alex mumbled. I see, she said and kissed him. Oh, wait. She leaned back with a start. What am I doing? You just got stabbed. Did I hurt? Alex cut her off with a kiss. You could never hurt me, he said. Then he kissed her again. The next morning, Debbie woke Alex and told him to order something for breakfast while she took a shower. Use my phone, she said, tossing it to him. Get something from one of the places on my favorites list. I'm starving. He ordered their food and then opened her photo album and swiped through her pictures. There were a lot of selfies, he noted with a smile, and she looked more and more beautiful in each one. He stopped short when he stumbled across a recent selfie she had taken at the park. She was smiling in the foreground, but behind her were random passerby going about their day. Alex recognized one of them, and he felt his heart sink. Debbie came back to the bedroom wrapped in a towel, lazily drying her hair with a hairdryer, and dressed herself for the day. Get dressed, lazybones, she said with a playful smile. Food's on the way. When she noticed the stony expression and deep frown on his face, her smile faded. What's the matter? She asked, worried. He held up the phone and zoomed in on the picture's background to show a man and a woman in a passionate embrace. Even in the pixelated close-up, the woman in the photo was instantly recognizable. It was Caroline Hall, Joe's mother. Alex had met Caroline while he was in college. They had never spoken much. She was always just leaving on one errand or another during Alex's rare visits to the Hall home. He remembered that she was beautiful in a distant, icy way. But the man in her arms wasn't Joe's father, Neil, and Alex had never seen him before. Episode 509, The Jade Unicorn. Neil hadn't even been buried yet, but Caroline had already moved on. Alex had heard Joe say that his parents had a bad relationship, but he hadn't expected to be confronted with photographic evidence of her cheating on Neil. Alex didn't have time to worry about gossip, but he wasn't happy to see it. It was clear from the picture that the two knew each other very well. It doesn't look like this was the first time they cuddle up with each other, he thought. He showed Debbie the photograph. When did you take this picture? He asked. Yesterday afternoon, when I went to get your soup, she said, confused. It was nice out, and I knew you'd still be resting, so I wasn't in a hurry. She frowned and asked, What's the matter? It's nothing, Alex replied with a smile. This is a great picture of you. Was that the door? I think the food's here. Can you get it? I'm still not dressed. When she went to accept the delivery, he sent the photo to his own phone. Then he got out of bed and joined her at the little table in his kitchen to eat. We should talk about the Murdochs, she said between bites. Do you think Michael's someone we should worry about? Do you think I can't handle him? He asked. That's not the point, she said, pushing her plate away. I just want a moment to breathe. I want to get far away from all the fighting and killing. I just want to feel safe for a minute. I'll keep you safe, Alex said and slapped his chest with a smile. Debbie smiled, but she wouldn't be distracted. My grandfather told me that Stephen came to him looking for help. She looked away. He wanted help taking you out of the picture. Jessup and I came up with crazy conditions. $300 million in cash, ownership of the Hill Hotel, real estate. She shook her head. I don't think Stephen will agree to our terms, but my grandfather hasn't gotten back to me yet. What do you think? I think Stephen is an idiot, he replied, grinning. I can't imagine what he would do if he found out about us. I wonder how he got out of jail so soon. Chelsea looked like she wanted to throw away the key. Alex's smile faded. This isn't over, he said. The Murdochs have taken 2 shots at me in the last 24 hours. I have to end it before they try a 3rd time. He was sure he could beat Michael to death without breaking a sweat, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he got the chance. Anyway, Jessup seems to have set himself up with a sweet deal, he said. Even if Stephen doesn't go for it, Jessup's got leverage. Why didn't he tell me and that Murdoch was looking for muscle? He may not have wanted to show his hand too soon, she said. We can't underestimate the Murdochs, but Jessup said he'd keep an eye on them for us. I see, he said. I trust your judgment. I need to run some errands today, she said, heading toward the bedroom mirror to fix her hair. As she left, she gave him a kiss and said, You should rest. Healing interforce or not, you look like you could sleep for a week. Alex didn't argue. He settled into his meditation and found the core of his essence. He imagined it as a small flame in his chest. With each breath, he could feel it grow brighter and stronger. He lost track of time and was pulled from his practice when his cell phone started to ring. It was Debbie. The weirdest thing just happened, she said. I bumped into a lady with a shopping bag. She dropped it on the ground and started freaking out about it. When she opened it, there were shards of a broken jade unicorn figurine inside. She says I owe her $50,000 for it. Alex frowned. It was a common enough scam, but the stakes weren't usually that high. Obviously, that's nuts, she continued, but she even had a receipt for it. So it came to the shop she got it from. The sales lady confirmed that she bought it this morning, and it was in one piece when she left. Alex was annoyed. He wanted to smash every trinket in the place. Text me the address, he said, putting his clothes on. I'm on my way. Half an hour later, his arrival at the shop was announced by a little bell above the door. He hated the place even more than he had expected to. The shop was 2 stories of trinkets made of jade, porcelain, and crystal. Everything looked ridiculously expensive. It didn't seem like the sort of place that would play along with a street scam. He found Debbie near a sales counter surrounded by several people. The ringleader was a middle-aged woman wearing gold and silver jewelry and a fierce expression. She didn't look easy to get along with. Alex took Debbie's arm and said, What's up? You didn't need to come, she said. We're figuring it out. I didn't think I bumped her that hard, but I do feel bad. Let me help if I can, he said, smiling. You look stressed. Who are you? Are you her husband? The irate woman snorted. Your wife broke my unicorn. Someone needs to pay for it or I'll be calling the police. She waved the receipt in Alex's face. Don't worry, he said. We broke it, so we'll pay for it. But can I see that bag first? Without waiting for an answer, he took the bag and opened it. There was indeed a pile of jade fragments in it. He noticed that the shards, although clearly fine jade, couldn't possibly be worth $50,000. There's no way this cost that much, he said. The woman scowled at him. What are you talking about? She said. Are you blind? I just showed you the receipt. I bought it here less than an hour ago. Do you think I broke it myself? I'm just saying this doesn't look like it would cost that much, he said. Every person in this room will attest that I bought this jade unicorn from here, she replied. If you want to play games, just say so, he said, letting his nice guy facade drop. You're clearly running some kind of scam. The woman looked affronted. You'll pay for the damages, or I'm calling the police right now, she said, brandishing her cell phone. Alex sighed. Call them, he said. I'm sure they'll be interested in whatever surveillance cameras are around. I'll cover it if it means an end to all this shouting, said a haughty voice. Alex looked up and saw Caroline walk up to the counter with a small entourage trailing behind. The man Alex had seen her kissing in the photo walked in beside her. After the sight of the man, The store's employees scattered after greeting him with a hushed voice. They seemed terrified. The man didn't say anything but nodded coldly. Alex had seen that look before. It was the face of a man who didn't see ordinary people as people at all. Alex was unimpressed. Episode 510, Money Talks. "Hello, Mrs. Hall," Alex said as he watched Caroline walk into the store. Part of him wanted to say he was sorry about Neil, but the picture he had seen earlier was fresh in his mind. It had cooled whatever sympathy he might have shown. Caroline's face didn't show a trace of sadness. If she were mourning her husband, she was hiding it well. She looked surprised to see Alex. "I know this young man," she said, opening her handbag. "If it means we can drop this, I'll pay for the unicorn." She wrote a check and handed it to the woman. "You can go now," she said, gesturing for the woman to leave and ignoring her gratitude. Caroline turned to Alex and said, "What's the matter with you? Don't you have any respect? And accusing that woman of being some kind of swindler? That unicorn was bought here this morning. I saw it with my own eyes. You're both adults, so I would expect you to have better manners. If you're so careless with other people's things, you should be ready to do whatever you can to make it right. Even if you can't afford it, you bite your tongue and pay it back in installments. This is a fact of life." Clearly you could never afford anything like that, but accusing that woman of trying to swindle you so you don't have to pay her back is ludicrous. You should be ashamed. Do you understand? Caroline curled her lips in scorn. "And to think that your generation wonders why you can't get anywhere in life." "Ma'am, I didn't break anything," Debbie said. "I'm sure of it. And it's not like I'm just sitting on $50,000. You didn't have to pay for it." "Oh, forget it," Caroline scoffed. $50,000 isn't the same thing to me as it is to you. It's practically pocket change." Caroline looked her up and down. Debbie was dressed simply, like any other young woman her age, while she was wearing an expensive suit and was dripping with diamonds. "I'm the one who buys everything for Joe," she said. "I can't believe my son's friends are so common." She looked at Alex and Debbie as if they were scum. "That money wasn't for you, so forget about it," she said. "It's disgraceful that my son associates with you. I expected better of you, Alex. While you were at school, I thought you showed some signs of decent breeding. Aren't you supposed to be running an academy or something? How is that possible when you're dressed like that?" She gestured at Alex's clothes. It was true that his clothes were cheap. He had bought them at thrift shops. Considering how often someone tried to stab or shoot him, it seemed like a good idea. "Do you even know what $50,000 is?" she asked. "It's like $50 for me. You can't even comprehend having access to that kind of money. It's not like you're still out chasing girls and wandering around every day. You should try getting real work. Even setting up a stall on the street is better than being a bum." Caroline had been ranting at them for some time, and Alex was confused and annoyed. He didn't know where any of this was coming from. He had always been polite to her on the rare occasions that their paths crossed for Joe's sake, and he had never really thought of himself as an outsider. "We aren't even close," he thought. "Is any of this necessary?" But he didn't say a word as he laid a hand on Debbie's shoulder. She was trembling with anger. Caroline sighed with disdain. "I'll tell you what," she said. "Tomorrow morning you and your girlfriend should come to Alcott for brunch. There's something I want you to see." She had clearly despised Alex for a long time, so her sudden invitation confused him. But he accepted it as graciously as he could. She may be a snob, but she's still Joe's mother, he thought. Maybe this invitation is for his sake somehow.
It was possible that Caroline would know that Joe's friends would want to be with him after losing his dad. The next morning, Alex arrived at the Alcott alone. He was curious to know what Caroline wanted from him. Joe posted a message on social media announcing that Neil's funeral's today, so why does she want to meet with me now? He wondered. He had come mostly to see what the eccentric woman had to say. Alex was escorted to a luxurious private dining room. Caroline was already seated with several well-dressed people at a large table. The atmosphere was warm and cheery. Everyone seemed to be chatting, laughing, and having a good time. At the head of the table, Caroline was radiant, fresh and full of life. He would never know that her husband just died, he thought. Beside Caroline sat the man from the shop the day before, the same man from the picture he had seen on Debbie's phone. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Alex noticed his hand resting on Caroline's thigh. Alex was shocked to see Joe sitting on the other side of her drinking coffee in silence, looking melancholy and emaciated. He had lost so much weight in a short period and had heavy dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in weeks. It was obvious that the death of his father had taken a toll on him. Neil's death had been ruled a robbery homicide. The official story was that Harvey had broken into the house and killed Neil as he tried to protect his family. His death was being lauded as a noble sacrifice. "Alex!" cried Caroline with a cheerful laugh. "I'm so happy you came." She stood up to greet him and said, "Sit wherever you like." If she noticed that Debbie was not with him, she gave no sign. Joe saw Alex, but his face was blank. He nodded at him and laughed sharply before lowering his head over his coffee. His face went blank again. "Isn't the funeral today?" Alex asked Caroline. The celebratory air made him feel uneasy, and seeing Joe there was troubling. "That was earlier," she said. "Tomorrow morning he'll be cremated. We'll sprinkle his ashes before sunrise so that our lives will have a new beginning the next day." "It's just that Joe told everyone online that it would be later today," Alex said. "A lot of people haven't had a chance to say goodbye." He tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible, but he wasn't sure he succeeded. "Why are you in such a hurry?" he asked. Episode 511, Protecting Joe's Future. "People die," Caroline said indifferently. "There's no use getting worked up about it. I don't have time to arrange a memorial service, and I refuse to waste time crying. It just makes my face blotchy." She shrugged. "Besides, it's better to get everything over with quickly, and then Joe can get back to normal. It's not good for him to mope for too long. That's why we decided to go with a quick cremation and no fuss." She looked around. "It's good of you all to support Joe at such a difficult time." She asked Joe to pour tea for his friends. "I hope this morning tea might cheer Joe up," she said. "Well, this and also the $50,000 I gave him. Life does go on, you know." Everyone looked at Alex, and it seemed he had been elected spokesperson for them all. "Well," Alex began, and then he trailed off as he had no idea what to say. After all, he was simply Joe's friend, and this was Caroline's family. So all the decisions were hers to make. He had no right to criticize. "Neil's death was so sudden," one man said. "It was quite a shock." "Yes, but there's no going back, so we must now look to the future," Caroline said. "Isn't that right?" Alex looked at the man and then glanced at Caroline. "Mrs. Hall, aren't you going to introduce us?" Caroline nodded at the man. "This is a family friend, Desmond Lang, the head of the Baltimore Antiques and Art Dealers Association. He's a very successful businessman, and he's kindly helping my family deal with our current tragedy." She smiled at him. "He even negotiated a contract for Joe with a top football team,
and he made sure Joe will get a lot of money. Once he had finished extolling Desmond's virtues, she pulled out a thick contract to show everyone. Alex fought hard not to laugh when he saw the contract he'd handed to Susan at the Hall family home. She must have put it aside to present to Joe later, he thought. Alex had tracked down the owner of the Raptors football team and had persuaded him to sign Joe. The owner had accepted Alex's recommendation and had produced a contract for Joe to sign. Alex hadn't expected Desmond to take credit for arranging the contract. "See?" Caroline said, waving the papers at him. "This is a contract for the Raptors football team, and they want Joe. My son enjoys sports, and he's loved football ever since he was a child. He always dreamed of playing professionally, and now Desmond has helped him to realize that." She didn't notice Alex's expression as she looked down and stroked the contract. "Within the next 3 years, Joe will be the top player, and he'll be making an enormous amount of money." She looked up at Alex. "Joe is going to have a successful career." Then she turned to Joe. "Joe, have you thanked Mr. Lang?" "I really appreciate your help, Mr. Lang," Joe said. His father's death had been a heavy blow, and Joe had been struggling to accept it. But the chance to live out his dream had given him hope for the future. "It was nothing," Desmond said, waving away Joe's gratitude. "Don't mention it. Arranging the contract was a piece of cake." Alex almost choked on his tea as he realized just how shameless Desmond was. He coughed. "Mr. Lang, did you really negotiate this contract?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course he did," Caroline snapped, not giving Desmond a chance to answer. "Who else would have done it? You?" Alex gave her a faint smile. "Maybe I did," he said. Everyone in the room burst out laughing, and several people nudged each other as they pointed at Alex. Caroline sniffed. "We all know you don't have that kind of influence," she said. "How on earth could you help Joe join a top team like the Raptors? You have no idea what you're talking about, so stay out of it." Joe frowned, thinking his mother was probably right. Alex's boasting was nonsense. "I asked you all here to discuss a few things with you," Caroline said, looking around. "First of all, thank you for coming to comfort Joe. Your kindness is appreciated." They all nodded. Caroline looked at Alex as she continued. "Second, I'm afraid you can't associate with Joe anymore. He needs to be careful of his image, and you're just not good enough for him. I hope you understand that I'm saying this is for Joe's sake. As his mother, it's my job to protect his future." "And you think this is the right thing for him?" Alex asked, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Of course," Caroline said. "You're just not on Joe's level. He's going to be a famous athlete, and he can't be seen hanging around with losers. It's important that he only spends time with the right sort of people. I'm sure you can understand." Alex gaped at her. Neil had only recently died, and Caroline's behavior was completely inappropriate. Doesn't she care about her dead husband? He wondered. I can't believe she summoned us all here on the day of his funeral to tell us to stay away from Joe. He decided to appeal directly to Joe. "We used to be like brothers," he said. "Do you really intend to cut me off?" "I'm sorry, Alex," Joe said, glancing at his mother. "But now that my father is gone, I only have my mother to help me with my future. So I have to listen to her." "Okay," Alex said, sighing. "I can see that you're serious. So I'll break off contact for the sake of your brilliant future." The latter part came out sounding a little sarcastic. He paused for a moment and then he changed the subject. "Do you remember what happened when your dad asked you to call me?" "Not really," Joe said, shrugging. I was unconscious, and then when I woke up, I saw my father lying there. I just can't remember much about it," he frowned. "Were you at the house?" "I can't remember much either," Alex said. "Okay, Joe," Desmond said, standing up. "We have things to do, so we don't have time to reminisce with old friends. You need to concentrate on your new career, and you can't be seen with these people. The last thing we need is for photos of you with them to appear online." He straightened his tie. "Well, now that we've sorted that out, it's time to go to the Regal Hotel for the Baltimore Martial Arts reception." Episode 512, The Abandoned Grave. Joe's expression brightened when he heard about the party. He looked around at his friends. He hadn't enjoyed the tea party, but he accepted his mother had been right to arrange it. Once he made it big, he would be judged by the company he kept, and his old friends no longer suited his image. Alex stood up, glancing at Joe in disappointment before turning to Caroline. "Mrs. Hall, why did you pay for the broken jade unicorn yesterday?" he asked. "What unicorn?" Caroline asked. "Oh, yes, I vaguely remember that awkward little incident. I couldn't stand watching you embarrass yourself further, but you're honestly not worth the $50,000 I spent on it. Don't worry, you won't have to deal with my generosity anymore." She stood up. "Well, it's time for you all to leave. Don't blame Joe for this, I'm just acting in his best interests. Say your goodbyes and then you should go." "Well, this has been the most unpleasant tea party I've ever attended," Alex said. "I'll be happy to honor your request and have nothing more to do with your family. It appears that Joe doesn't care about his old friends anyway." Alex had only accepted Caroline's invitation because he had wanted to support Joe and repay him for his kindness. He had realized how heartless Caroline was after she had been rude to him and Debbie, and he hadn't wanted to leave Joe alone with her. But Caroline was determined to drive him away to protect Joe's image, and Joe was going along with it. "I'm glad you understand," Caroline said, impatiently checking her watch. "Joe's future will be greatly improved if you stay out of his life." Alex shook his head and didn't bother arguing. "Well, we have that reception to get ready for," Caroline said, clearly hinting Alex should leave. "And no doubt you want to get back to your rental house and microwave yourself something for dinner. I'm sure our paths won't cross again." She looked around at the students with an arrogant expression. "Joe, how can you go along with this?" one young man asked, flushing with embarrassment. "Your father just died and this is how you're behaving? You should be ashamed of yourself." He shook his head. "I'm not listening to any more of this. Goodbye." He stood up and stalked from the room. Caroline tutted. "There's no need for such an emotional display," she said. "It's just a fact of life. If you don't have any money, you're of no use to us." She had never had much time for poor people, and she preferred to surround herself with wealthy friends. Alex faked a smile and excused himself, knowing there was no point in talking to Caroline or Joe. Instead, he decided to visit the cemetery where Neil's ashes had been interred. He hadn't been close to Neil, but he felt connected to him, and he was sorry about how things had ended. The cemetery was small and remote, and the tombstones were a simple design. Many of them were so old that the inscriptions had faded and were barely legible. Neil's stone merely bore his name and dates of birth and death. Apparently, Caroline hadn't bothered to arrange for an epitaph, and no flowers had been left to honor Neil's passing. Alex was overcome with emotion as he sat on the bench, staring at a tombstone. He was furious at Caroline's lack of care for her husband, and he couldn't believe how cold she was. Sighing, He walked over to the grave and crouched down to place the flowers he had brought with him, muttering a wish for Neil to be at peace. After all, despite everything that had happened, he remembered Neil for the kindness he had shown when Alex had been a struggling student. He suspected that no one else would visit the grave once he had gone, and Neil would soon be forgotten. He straightened up and took one last look at the memorial stone. Shaking his head, he turned and walked toward the exit. Alex got home from the cemetery at noon. Debbie had already returned to her classes, so he grabbed something to eat in a small restaurant. Just as he finished eating, the phone rang with a call from Rufus. Somehow, Rufus had found out about the incident with the broken jade unicorn, and he was furious that anyone would attempt to cheat a member of his family. He arrived a short time later with some of his men, who were dragging 5 people behind them. In the group of people, Alex spotted the woman Debbie had bumped into the previous day. She was clearly terrified, and she couldn't stop shaking. The others were also anxious as they stared at Alex. "I found these thieves near the Serenity gift shop," Rufus said. He waved his hand, and one of his men pulled the woman forward and pushed her to the ground. The woman's name is Heather Lennox, and she specializes in these kinds of scams. I ordered surveillance to be carried out in the area, and this woman appeared 4 times within a few hours. Every time she bought something from the shop, she collided with a passerby, and her purchase was broken. He paused to order some food from a waiter, and then he continued, "The receipts are all here." Alex took the receipts and looked them over. The purchases ranged from $7,000 to $50,000. The jade unicorn Debbie had supposedly broken was the most expensive item. "They have quite a system going," Rufus said. "They arrange for their items to be broken and then demand compensation from their victims. Some disguise themselves as passerby or companions to apply more pressure on the person they're trying to scam." He pointed his fork at the prisoners. Alex looked at Heather. "What do you have to say for yourself?" he asked. Heather kept her head down and said, "Sir, you have no right to detain us. It's against the law." "You have no rights," Rufus yelled. "Just answer the question." Heather flinched. She tried to get up, but one of the men pressed down on her shoulder, preventing her from moving. Alex put down his cutlery and leaned closer to Heather. "My friends are a little bad-tempered," he said casually. "It's better not to make them angry, so I advise you to tell the truth and not hold anything back. I wouldn't want them to get irritated with you." Episode 513, What's He Doing Here? The previous day, Debbie had been upset because she thought she might have actually broken the jade unicorn figurine. Alex had wanted to comfort her, so he had allowed Caroline to pay for it. But then Debbie felt guilty that someone had to pay for her mistake. After that moment, Alex just wanted to know the truth. Until he could explain everything to Debbie, he wouldn't be able to forget about it. Rufus pushed his plate aside. "I've had enough of this nonsense," he said, glowering at Heather. "Let's just hand them over to my men, and maybe they can get some answers." Heather shuddered. "No," she exclaimed, looking around at the men. "I'll explain everything. We all work for Desmond Lang. He collects damaged figurines and gives them to us." When she stopped, Alex signaled for her to continue. "Serenity Gifts pretends to sell us trinkets and provides fake receipts. And then we carry these broken pieces everywhere to find people to bump into," she said. "If the target argues, we can take them back to the store, where the manager provides a fake certificate of authenticity. We've also had people standing nearby to back us up and tell the target they should pay for what they've broken. Under all that pressure, they usually give in and pay the money." "Keep going," Alex said, watching her carefully.
We saw your girlfriend walking down the alley, and she looked like an easy mark, Heather said, glancing away. We thought she might have some money, so we decided to approach her.
Alex narrowed his eyes. Does Caroline Hall work with you? He asked.
No, Heather shook her head. Caroline often goes to Serenity Gifts, but she doesn't know about us. Mr. Lang won't allow us to harm Caroline, so we had to make sure she wasn't out of pocket.
She peeked at him.
We thought you looked honest, so we assumed you'd pay Caroline back. And then nobody but you would have made a loss.
Alex watched her, saying nothing.
We've used that particular jade unicorn many times already, she said, sighing. But I guess we'll have to come up with a new trick.
You're already thinking of her next scam? Rufus asked, annoyed at her attitude. What do you think you'll be able to do once we call the police?
Heather's lip trembled. Is that really necessary? She asked. I'm sure we can work something out. Besides, it won't make much difference. Mr. Lang can fix anything for us. He has a contact in the Chamber of Commerce, and when he's in trouble, they step in to handle it for him.
She knew she was in a tough spot, and Rufus didn't seem inclined to be reasonable, so she was willing to say anything to save her own skin.
I know I've done the wrong thing, she said, blinking up at him, but I was just running errands for some extra cash. My 80-year-old grandmother is seriously ill, and I needed the money to help her.
She squeezed out a tear.
Please forgive me, she begged. I promise I'll never do it again, and I'll give you back the money.
Do you think you deserve to be forgiven? Rufus asked.
Please, sir,
Heather said, keeping her head down. Do you know how many lives you've ruined? Rufus said. How many people are drowning in debt because of you? Alex looked at her. She's cooperating with us, he said. Maybe that'll knock a little time off her prison sentence. He had recorded her confession, and he sent the recording to Debbie. Then he called Ronald Cartwright, the council member for the Central District of Baltimore, and reported the situation to him. Ronald then informed the police. No matter how powerful Desmond was, Ronald didn't intend to be lenient. He investigated the matter thoroughly, and then he made a phone call. At 7 o'clock that evening, Alex went to the Regal Hotel to attend the reception for the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. He went alone, knowing Jessup would arrive later. The hotel was busy with cars coming and going. Most members of the martial arts community were there, and so were many other important people like the Hall family, the Palmer family, the Robinson family, and the Clifton family. The Stedmans were also in attendance, including Oscar and Art. Many business people stood around, drinking champagne and chatting. The men all wore expensive suits, and the women were dressed in elegant gowns in a variety of colors. They were all waiting for the guest of honor to arrive. Desmond, Caroline, and Joe were there, and they spotted Alex straight away. "Is that Alex?" Joe asked, craning his neck to get a better look. Desmond frowned. "What is he doing here?"
"Didn't Luke say it was hard to get tickets?" Caroline asked. "He couldn't get any extra ones, so how did Alex get in?"
"I just don't understand it," Desmond said. "Who would have given him a ticket?"
"He's absolutely shameless," Caroline complained, shaking her head. "He always seems to ingratiate himself with rich people, and then he dresses up to attend high-class functions like these. But he doesn't belong here."
"He's bringing down the tone of the place," Desmond said, his lip curling with contempt. "Someone should do something." They believed Alex must have bought the ticket from someone else at a reduced cost, and they were unimpressed. Joe walked over to Alex. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said. He was wearing a custom-made suit, and he seemed much happier than he had been earlier. "Yeah, I thought I'd come and check it out," Alex said, choosing to be polite. "Check it out?" Joe repeated. "This isn't a tourist attraction." Caroline stalked toward them, her lips pursed in disapproval. You don't belong at this kind of high-class party, she said to Alex. Did Luke bring you? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You don't belong here, so you need to leave. Don't think you can use your connection to Joe for your own gain. Get out of here and don't let us see you again. She turned to Joe. What are you doing? She demanded. You're supposed to be staying away from him, remember? There was no need to come over here and speak to him. She scowled. If you're seen talking to him, people will look down on you. We can't have people thinking we're like him. Do you understand? Episode 514, Crazy Bear Ferdinand. This reception has an exclusive guest list, Caroline said, looking down her nose at Alex, and there's no way you're on it. She turned to Joe. We're only here because of Mr. Lang, so you can't embarrass him by inviting Alex along. Joe was stunned, and he didn't know how to appease his mother. I didn't invite him, he said. You didn't? Caroline asked, surprised. Then she glared at Alex. Why are you talking to us? Didn't I make myself clear? You have to leave us alone. She shooed him away. Go. Get lost. I have just as much right to be here as you do, Alex said, smiling at her. I didn't come here to see you, and my reasons for attending are none of your business. Despite everything, he tried his best to be polite and not cause a scene. Caroline scoffed. This reception is for the Martial Arts Association, so why on earth would a loser like you be here? She rolled her eyes. Stop pretending to be someone important. When you were a student, you couldn't even afford to eat properly. Then again, you've always wanted people to think you're a better person than you actually are. It's ridiculous. And you're simply making a fool of yourself. Alex opened his mouth, but Caroline wasn't finished. If you don't leave now, security will forcibly remove you, she said. It'll be much less embarrassing if you go of your own accord. Joe frowned as he listened to his mother, but he wasn't prepared to argue with her or Mr. Lang. We need to go, Caroline said, pulling at Joe. We can't be seen with him. And there's nothing we can do to help him. He's on his own. Are you Alex Ambrose? A voice interrupted. Alex turned to see a group of men approaching, led by a man with a buzz cut who was wearing military boots. Ash Thornton followed him, smirking at Alex. Alex's expression hardened as he looked at Ash, knowing he would probably cause trouble, particularly since he seemed to have brought his family with him. Of course, Ash was well known within the martial arts community, so Alex should have realized he would be here. Hey, loser, Ash called out, limping toward Alex. This is my brother Ferdinand. We call him Crazy Bear. My family isn't done with you, and we've come to make you pay. Despite his brave words, he was a little uneasy facing Alex. After all, Alex had already defeated the troops Ash's family had sent after him. But despite that shock, it was vital he got his revenge. The other members of the Thornton family eyed Alex warily, but Ferdinand seemed unconcerned. Desmond and Caroline looked on from a safe distance, wondering what was happening. Once again, Alex had people yelling at him and causing a scene. I told him he needed to leave, Caroline thought. Why didn't he listen? Alex looked at Ash. Get out of my way, he said firmly. You must be crazy, Ferdinand said, folding his arms. Otherwise you wouldn't have challenged my family. You hurt my brother, so now you need to apologize. Then I'm going to injure your leg, and we'll be even. If you don't kick up a fuss, I'll spare your life, for now. In the past, Ash had acted rashly when he had attacked Alex, and he had paid for such a mistake. This time he had brought Ferdinand with him, so the outcome would be different. Ferdinand was as strong a fighter as Ash, and he wouldn't be taken by surprise. He was also determined to salvage his family's reputation by dealing with Alex. But he had always preferred to subdue people without fighting. It made his revenge so much sweeter and gave him a satisfying sense of accomplishment. Caroline smiled as she watched. Although she had no idea how Alex had managed to offend the Thornton family, she couldn't wait to see him being put in his place. "This is your last chance to get out of the way," Alex warned Ferdinand. Everyone gasped, and all eyes were on Alex. No one could believe Alex would defy such a powerful family. "Or what?" Ferdinand asked, sneering at him. Alex struck out with no warning, but Ferdinand sensed the blow coming and evaded it easily. Then Alex lashed out again, and Ferdinand threw his arm up to block it. But Alex changed direction at the last moment and slapped Ferdinand's face. He was using a technique he had learned from the Black Orchid cult, and Ferdinand was unfamiliar with it. Ferdinand flushed, humiliated and angry at being caught off guard. He was surrounded by members of several prestigious martial arts circles, and they had all witnessed Alex slapping him. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. He stepped forward, ready to attack, when a large number of men swept into the room and surrounded the Thornton family. "Who is responsible for this disturbance?" a voice called. "I see the Thornton family," another voice said. "This is neither the time nor the place for whatever they are up to." Ash and his family looked around, trying to identify the newcomers. Jessup strode forward, followed by Oscar. "Mr. Stedman, this reception is for the Baltimore Martial Arts Association," Clifton said. "So what do you think of the Thornton family's behavior here tonight? And what about Ash's conduct?" "I'm part of the martial arts community," Oscar said. "So it's my responsibility to maintain order here. Ash is well respected, but he can't just do whatever he likes." He turned his head and called, "Edward." "What is it?" Edward asked, stepping forward. "Protect Mr. Ambrose," Oscar said. "Nothing will happen to him tonight." Edward nodded his acceptance. Jessup agreed with the decision. His family's reputation was not as strong as that of the Thornton family, but the Cliftons had better manpower and financial resources. Normally, Jessup liked to keep a low profile, but Alex's fight with the Thornton family had caught him by surprise. "Are you really going to oppose me?" Ash asked, gaping at Jessup and Oscar. Episode 515, This Isn't Over. "Mr. Thornton, this is a special occasion, so kindly restrain yourself," Jessup said politely. The crowd began to murmur to each other, keeping their voices down to avoid the attention of the Thorntons. "Are the Thornton family here for revenge? Why is Ash limping? What happened to him? Why isn't that young man afraid of them? The Thornton family is acting ridiculous. Why can't they just enjoy the reception?" Despite their attempts to be quiet, it was clear Ash and Ferdinand had heard them, and they all stepped back, falling silent. "This isn't over," Ferdinand said, his voice practically a hiss. He pushed his way through the crowd to stand at the side, and the rest of his family followed. They all glared at Alex, but they didn't dare act. None of them could understand how a loser like Alex could have the Stedman and Clifton families helping him. Caroline's jaw dropped, and she didn't know what to make of the situation. She had been looking forward to Alex's disgrace, and she was disappointed that the Thorntons hadn't made a fool out of him. Joe and Desmond were equally shocked. Alex had stood up to the Thornton family, and he had even slapped Ferdinand. Just how powerful is that kid? Desmond wondered. Caroline shivered, wondering if she had been wrong about Alex. No, she thought. Surely it's just a coincidence. The Stedmans and Cliftons were probably just maintaining order. It had nothing to do with Alex.
I doubt they even know who he is." She managed to convince herself there was nothing special about Alex, forgetting that Oscar had explicitly ordered his son to protect Alex. Since Oscar had seen Alex fight, he had viewed him as an inspiration. Also, the collapse of the Mitchell family had made the Stedmans grow in power, so they owed that to Alex. As a result, he admired Alex, and he was happy to express his gratitude by standing beside him now. Whatever Alex asked from Oscar, he would do it. Everything the Stedman family had was because of Alex, and the young man had earned their loyalty. "Are you happy now?" Ferdinand demanded, scowling at Alex. "You were right," Alex said. "This isn't over." Everyone watched with wide eyes, sensing things were going to get bad. Ash gritted his teeth and limped forward. "What more do you want from us?" he asked, dripping with resentment. Alex walked out to meet him. "I only slapped Ferdinand," he said. "Do you really think that's enough?" "I don't. I want you to break his fingers for me. Then we'll be even." Ash gaped at him. "If Mr. Clifton and Mr. Stedman hadn't arrived, you would have attacked me, right?" Alex asked. "Well, I always repay kindness with kindness, but I also exact revenge on those who wrong me. You might not have been able to act, but the intention was there, and that's enough for me." He looked at Ferdinand. "Well, it's your decision. Either you break your own fingers, or I'll do it for you." He smiled as he waited for a response, seemingly unbothered by the risk he was taking. The Thornton family frowned as they stared at Alex. Ferdinand was so angry he was trembling with the urge to attack. He was a famous martial artist, and no one spoke to him like that, not if they wanted to live. "He's joking, right?" he thought. "Does this loser really think he can make me hurt myself?" Oscar smiled. All Ferdinand had to do was give in and make amends. Once he did, it would all be over. Caroline choked back a laugh, surprised at Alex's audacity. She was tempted to walk over and cover his mouth before he embarrassed himself any further. "All the most important people in the city are here," she thought. "He really needs to shut his mouth and stop drawing attention to himself." Joe nervously gnawed at his lip. "What are you doing, Alex?" he thought. "These aren't people you should mess with. If you annoy them, they'll kill you as soon as look at you. You won't stand a chance." "Alex, don't be ungracious," Caroline scolded him. "The Thorntons agreed to spare you for the sake of Mr. Clifton and Mr. Stedman. Now you need to apologize to Ash and let it go." Despite her tone, she believed she was saving Alex from himself. Although she had wanted to see him humiliated, she had had enough and she just wanted it to all be over. Alex must have a death wish to stand up to Ferdinand, she thought. She was disgusted by his arrogance, and she worried that it might reflect badly on her and Joe if people thought the Hall family had brought him to the reception. "What?" Alex asked, unable to believe Caroline was getting involved. "Remember your place," she said. "The Thorntons are important people, so you need to apologize. If you don't, you're just making things harder for yourself. You can't just go around insulting people, not with your poor background and lack of money. You need to listen to me. I'm trying to help you." Alex laughed. "You're not qualified to give me advice." Episode 516, President Ambrose at your service. "How dare you?" Caroline spluttered. "Who do you think you are?" Alex ignored her and looked straight at Ash. "Break your fingers, or we're not done here." Jessup moved closer to Alex and spoke in a low tone. "Alex, please calm down," he said. "This is not the time to provoke the Thorntons. Ferdinand will wreak havoc here." As Alex considered the advice, a serious voice came from outside the crowd and said, "Let's not break any fingers tonight, my friends.
A hush fell over the group as they watched Clark approach Alex, looking impeccable in a tuxedo. On his arm was his daughter Sarah, in a scarlet gown that lightly trailed the floor. She looked healthy again. Her face was glowing. "Good evening," said Caroline, smiling. "How lovely to see the both of you." "Mr. Fairfax?" Ferdinand began, but Clark clearly had no interest in hearing whatever he had to say. Clark walked straight up to Alex. "Don't waste your energy on these punks. Let's talk later." Those within earshot looked stunned. It wasn't every day that they heard the Thornton family put down in this way. Ferdinand was desperate to retaliate, but he couldn't find the words. Clark was a respected leader. He had to be careful. Alex knew that Clark was right. The party was just about to begin, and it wasn't the time to spill blood. "Come, Jessup," Clark said. "Let's find our seats." Both men followed Alex into the ballroom without a glance at the Thorntons, who were quietly watching them walk away. If Clark respects Alex so much, we probably shouldn't mess with him, Ferdinand thought as he broke into a sweat. "What are Jessup and Clark playing at?" Desmond said to Caroline. His eyes were fixed coldly on Alex, and he barely noticed when he dropped his wine glass. Why the hell are they defending that lowlife? Joe was also confused by the turn of events. "What's going on, Alex?" he wondered. "Since when do you have friends in such high places?" By 7:30, the room was full. Caroline and Desmond had recovered from the conflict at the door and were seated, waiting for the party to begin. As Alex passed by Caroline's table, Joe reached out a hand to stop him. "What do you want?" Alex asked. "Why don't you sit here with me?" Joe patted the chair beside him. "Did you forget I'm not good enough to be seen with you?" Alex said, smiling, and then he turned to walk away. Joe flushed red, and his lips quivered. He was completely dejected by Alex's rejection. "Don't talk to my son that way," Caroline hissed. "Your arrogance is embarrassing." Alex turned back to their table. "I'm certainly not the one embarrassing myself today," he said. "Here we go again," Caroline said as she sat up straight and looked Alex right in the eye. "How many times do I have to point it out to you? You're nothing compared to any of the guests here tonight, and you're certainly nothing compared to Joe or President Ambrose. I heard that the new president is as young as you, but he's already the talk of the whole city." "Ah, yes," Alex replied, smirking. "I hear the new president is not only a tycoon, but also extremely skilled in martial arts." Desmond nodded. "You've heard right. Now do you see how out of place you are? Everyone here, the Robinsons, Cliftons, Stedmans, Chapmans, Palmers, they all have connections. And they're all here to support the new president." Joe sat in silent awe as he looked around at everyone. This president is really something else to have all these bigwigs support him, he thought. Caroline smiled approvingly toward Desmond, and noticing the host enter the stage, she leaned forward in her seat. "The president should be appearing any time now. I want to get a good look at him." "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," began the host. "Thank you all for joining us tonight. I know why you're all here, so I won't waste your precious time much longer." The crowd laughed and edged forward in their seats, craning their necks to get a better view. The host threw out an arm and said, "Without further ado, here's President Ambrose with a few words for everyone." The crowd clapped, and all eyes were fixed upon the stage as they waited to see who would appear. Alex drew a deep breath, smiled, and began walking toward the stage. Joe beckoned him. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Just watch," Alex replied as he continued toward the stage. "Oh no," Joe laughed nervously. "Quit messing around. You can't go up there. People are waiting to see President Ambrose." "Is he really so arrogant he thinks he's the president?" he wondered as he stared at Alex in disgust. That's me, Alex said. President Ambrose at your service.
Caroline and Joe laughed and then stared at Alex like he was a complete fool.
Quit playing pretend like a kid, Ferdinand said, sneering. There's no way you're the president.
Sit down, Alex, Desmond said. You're causing a scene.
The joke has gone far enough, Caroline said. Hurry back to your seat.
Joe stepped forward to try to pull Alex back.
Come on, man. Sit down and stop deluding yourself into thinking you're the president. What's gotten into you?
But before Joe could reach him, Jessup stood up and clapped.
Welcome, President Ambrose, he said.
Jessup was joined by Art,
Oscar, Clark, and Killian Robinson, the head of the Robinson family,
who all stood up,
nodded approvingly at Alex, and said, President Ambrose.
Across dozens of tables, everyone began to stand up, clapping in support and warmly welcoming Alex as he moved closer to the stage. Ferdinand and Ash were dumbfounded.
How is this possible? They wondered. Is he really the president after all?
Caroline covered her mouth to suppress a scream, and the color drained from Desmond's face. Along with the Thornton brothers, they were the only people not cheering Alex on.
How? Caroline managed to utter. He came from nowhere. He's nothing but a thug with a flair for martial arts.
With all the respect everyone was showing Alex, she felt her hate for him deepen.
This has got to be some kind of a joke, Desmond said.
He tried to take a sip of wine but found that his arm was frozen. For the first time in his life, Ferdinand was paralyzed by shock, and a chill ran down his spine. Usually, he would jump straight in and fight, but all he could feel was frustration.
How will we ever get revenge on Alex now? He wondered.
Episode 517. Have we got our wires crossed?
Why didn't anyone let us know about Alex becoming the president? Ash wondered, his jaw dropping in disbelief. They must have purposely kept us out of the loop. It looks like he really is the president, Caroline managed to splutter. But how did this happen?
Don't you know who his girlfriend is? A young woman from the Thornton family said. Caroline shook her head. He's dating Jessup Clifton's granddaughter, the woman explained.
Well, that explains everything, Caroline replied, looking defeated. Of course he relied on nepotism to get to the top.
As Alex's friend for many years, Joe should have been celebrating with him, but he felt completely numb. He picked up his wine glass and emptied it in one swallow, thinking about how his mother's goading and his own foolishness had ruined a great friendship.
If there's one thing we can't accuse Alex of, it's nepotism, he said with a glum expression. Look how Desmond has helped my football career. That's just how the world works.
Those words came out calmly. Joe was finding it difficult to accept reality. From the start, he had pitied Alex and the other lower-class guys in the dorm. They had all looked up to Joe and hung on his every word, and he had greatly enjoyed his status. He struggled to imagine treating Alex as his superior. Caroline saw through her son's calm front and spoke gently.
It's true that Alex has made good contacts and climbed the ladder. Most people will accept his leadership, but not everyone will.
She cast her eyes toward Ash and Ferdinand.
The Thorntons aren't happy with this announcement, and they won't be the only ones. Alex is in a dangerous position. He may be the president, but powerful people in the martial arts world don't usually get to live and die peacefully. He'll always need to watch his back.
Joe's eyes looked downward as he thought about his own father's untimely death.
Martial arts isn't everything, Caroline continued. You're far more physically fit than Alex from all your years of football training.
And we have Desmond with all his connections. You and I are part of Baltimore's upper class now. In a few years, you'll be one of the biggest football stars in the country. Alex will probably be 6 feet under, but you'll be surrounded by rich and beautiful people." Caroline's face lit up once again as she imagined her son's rise to superstardom. "Your mother's right, Joe," Desmond said. "Don't worry. You'll bypass Alex in no time. I have enough wealth and connections to buy the Raptors and make you their most famous star. You'll forget all about this ridiculous party and that worthless former friend of yours." From his position, Ash could hear every word Desmond said. He knew how powerful Alex truly was. Even if that Joe kid spent 2 lifetimes training, there'd still be no way he could match Alex, he thought. After listening to his mother and Desmond, Joe took a deep breath and felt his confidence return. He moved toward Alex. "This may be your night, Alex," he said, balling his hand into a tight fist. "But don't for 1 second forget who I am. There's no way you can—" Joe was interrupted by the sound of Desmond's cell phone ringing. Desmond picked it up, and his expression suddenly changed. "Who shut it down?" he asked, his body tensing with anger. "How did they get in? Didn't you tell them my name?" He paused for a moment as he waited for a reply. "It was Mayor Cartwright? But that makes no sense." His whole body stiffened, and panic flashed in his eyes. "What's going on, Desmond?" Caroline asked, wringing her hands together. "Is everything all right?" The audience was still looking toward Alex, waiting for his address, but he stopped in his tracks as he watched this scene play out in front of him. Although they couldn't hear through the crowd, Jessup and Art both looked on with worried expressions. Suddenly, the room went silent as 3 policemen entered. "Desmond Lang, we're arresting you on suspicion of fraud and money laundering," one of the officers said as he reached for his handcuffs. Alex filled his glass with red wine and took a sip as he sneered at Desmond. "If you don't cooperate, you'll only make things harder for yourself." "Stay out of this, Alex," Caroline groaned. "This is none of your business." "This is a setup," Joe said. "Someone wants revenge on us." "You have the right to remain silent," the officer continued. A member of the Martial Arts Association appeared beside Alex and handed him a tablet. Alex activated the device and played the recording of Heather's confession. "That was Heather Lennox," Alex said. "She's a professional scammer who works for Mr. Lang here. We've gathered substantial evidence of his fraud, including fake invoices and damaged jade sourced at very low prices. In fact, we even have a neat little record book of his money laundering." "What do you have to say now, Mr. Lang?" Alex smiled. "Have we got our wires crossed somehow?" Episode 518, 2 Phone Calls. Caroline and Joe fell silent, their stomachs turning as they glanced at the tablet containing the evidence. There was no denying everything they had just heard. Desmond was a criminal. Caroline glared at him. "Does he think I'm just a pawn in his game?" she wondered. "How could he keep me in the dark about all of this?" She couldn't bring herself to speak to him. Desmond looked worried, but he continued to protest to the police. "How do you know this punk here didn't pay some random woman to lie? He just wants to bring me down." "As I said, you have the right to remain silent," the officer with the handcuffs said. "For now, we need you to come down to the station and answer some questions." "Before he goes, you should know one more thing," Alex said, turning to Caroline. "Mr. Lang had nothing to do with Joe's contract with the Raptors." Joe looked shocked. He had felt indebted to Desmond over the contract. "If you don't want it anymore, I can send it back to them," Alex said. "What?" Joe said. The contract really came from you? That's impossible, Caroline said. Desmond, tell everyone it was you.
Joe looked at Desmond for confirmation, but before he could get an answer, his phone rang.
It's the Raptors,
he said, snatching it up and quickly inserting his earbuds.
Mr. Hall, I'm Hugh Allen, head coach of the Raptors, a middle-aged man said on the other end of the line. I'm calling to let you know that we're terminating your contract, effective immediately.
Joe's hands began to shake. What? You want to break the contract already? Don't I get a chance to prove myself?
Hugh didn't reply.
You're making a big mistake, Joe said. I'm sure we can work something out.
Hugh hung up, and Joe could barely stand. He felt the room spinning. Through the blur, he heard his mother's voice.
Is everything okay? She asked. The Raptors just dropped me before I even got the chance to start, he replied, his face turning white. How could this happen?
Caroline frowned at the news, but recovered quickly and smiled.
Don't worry, she said. Desmond has connections with the team. He'll fix it.
Caroline put her arms around Joe and turned to Desmond.
You should call the Raptors and see what's going on. There must be some mistake.
But Desmond avoided her eye contact and looked away in shame. Joe had regained his composure. He turned to Alex and asked,
So, did you really arrange the contract?
Before Joe could get an answer, Desmond glared at Alex and exploded into a rage.
You may be the chairman of the Martial Arts Association and have impressive fighting skills, and you may have friends in high places all over Baltimore, but none of that means you can bully me. I have my people too, and if you try to ruin my business, there'll be serious consequences.
He reached for his cell phone.
In fact, I'm going to call my associate now. Let's hear what she has to say about all this.
He quickly dialed a contact and turned the phone on speaker. A few seconds later, a woman answered.
Desmond, what's the matter?
Desmond replied, Miss Stanley, my shop has been shut down and I'm being arrested. Some people here have it in for me.
What a jerk, Alex muttered.
From the other end of the phone, Helen said,
Who is being so rude to you? Doesn't he know who you are? If he values his life, he'd better shut his mouth now.
Alex said, Miss Stanley, does Desmond work for you? I want to know everything.
There was only silence on the other end of the phone. Desmond and Caroline were appalled to hear Alex address Helen so casually.
Miss Stanley, do you have anything to say? Alex asked. Or are you playing dead now?
Desmond scowled at Alex. Don't talk to Miss Stanley like that, he said. At last, Helen managed to speak.
From now on, I have nothing to do with either Desmond or Serenity Gifts.
With those words, she hung up.
Desmond couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had been abandoned by a master of the industry that he respected so much, and somehow, Alex had been able to exert power over her.
Please, get him out of here, Alex ordered.
The officers led Desmond out the door. After a few seconds, everyone was talking again, though mostly in whispers. Alex raised his glass to Caroline and Joe, took a sip of wine, and turned away. He knew that Helen was the most powerful and feared woman in the Baltimore Antiques and Arts Dealers Association, yet as soon as he had spoken, she had recognized his voice and changed her tone. She knew many secrets, and she was well aware of who Alex was and the extent of his power. Alex didn't care to explain anything to the Halls. He had had enough of them and needed to greet his guests. He walked around the room, table to table, toasting everyone present. The reception wasn't Alex's type of thing, but he knew he had to be polite. For months, Jessup had recommended Alex for the role of president of the Martial Arts Association. Gradually, More and more families had gotten on board. Finally, he had been offered the job. Although he had been reluctant at first, it had been impossible to turn the offer down when everyone had been so supportive. That night, he wanted to ensure that they all had a good time. Caroline and Joe sat quietly in a corner. They were unable to mingle among the guests, but were also too shocked to leave.
"We should never have invited Alex to brunch," Caroline said. "If I'd allowed you to stay friends, none of this would have happened."
Suddenly, there was a thud at the main door. "Who's looking to start trouble now?" Rufus asked with a sigh. Alex looked up to see 3 men and 2 women swaggering into the room. "Get out of here," Rufus urged, but Alex didn't move. A woman dressed in black and a man dressed in blue led the group toward Alex. A few security guards attempted to block their path, but in a flash, the pair kicked them to the ground.
"Seize him!"
the woman roared, pointing at Alex. A group of guests immediately stood up and surrounded the man and woman, but the duo rushed past them and marched straight over to Alex. Episode 519, Don't Mess with a Ghost. Despite being surrounded, the man and woman appeared fearless. One of the Baltimore martial artists managed to get past 2 of the 2 intruders and close in on the woman in black. But before he could attack her, the woman kicked back, sending him to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. At Edward's command, his family launched a fierce attack on the intruders, but they were no match for them. After just a few attacks, the Stedmans were all rolling on the ground, clutching their arms and legs in pain. The intruders seemed invincible. Some of the party guests ran for the door. Others crouched down, afraid of being hit in the chaos. They looked at Alex to see how he would respond to the attack. It was a major test for the new president during his first day on the job. Ash and Ferdinand, along with Caroline and Joe, watched in excitement. They knew that if Alex made the wrong move, his reputation would take a hit, and they eagerly waited for him to crash and burn.
"You scumbags are ruining our reception,"
Jessup said, stepping forward and surveying the scene.
"Do you have a death wish?"
He was one of the most important leaders of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. In recent years, his family had recruited fighters and increased their strength. The intruder's bold disrespect for the association angered him. He clapped his hands once, and several disciples gathered before him. Leading them was Bart Baldwin, a well-known and respected fighter in the martial arts world. A few members of the Clifton family began to slowly stand up from their seats, preparing to join the fight. Alex was moved by their support, but raised his hand to stop them from coming forward. It was a big night for him, and he didn't want to fight, nor did he want his guests to get hurt. He rested his hands on his hips and addressed the new arrivals. "I'm Alex Ambrose, president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. Please, tell me who you are." "My name is Marie Walton," the woman in black said, "and this is my brother, Drew. We're disciples of Jacob Randolph, the leader of the Ghosts. You killed our brother Jonah? We're here to avenge him." Marie spoke in a business-like manner. Her beautiful face revealed no trace of emotion. "Mr. Ambrose, we don't want to fight you at this party," Drew said. "We're here to take you back to California with us to meet with our master, who will decide your fate. But if you resist us, I can't guarantee that we won't kill you right here. And we have no problem killing anyone else who resists us," he continued, looking toward Jessup's fighters who still stood their ground ready for action. "Nobody who messes with the Ghosts gets off lightly."
Drew gave a slight nod to the 3 ghosts behind him. In just a few moves, they knocked a dozen Clifton fighters to the ground. As soon as he heard the intruders were ghosts, Jessup turned pale. The long-established group had a gruesome track record in California, and he knew they would put up a tough fight. "You may be here to avenge your brother," Alex said, "but you're the ones who'll have to pay for interrupting our party. You can't just bully the association like this." Security guards quickly closed the doors and covered each exit to prevent the ghosts from escaping. "I'm going to tell you this one last time," Marie said, sneering as she wrapped her fingers around a dagger by her side. "Come with us to California, or you and everyone in this room will die." Alex couldn't believe how arrogant the ghosts were. The Clifton fighters were skilled, yet this small party of ghosts stood fearlessly among the crowd. He could see that his guests were truly afraid. Even the best fighters seemed to shrink in the ghost's presence, and some of them had backed down entirely. Those in the crowd who knew about the ghosts knew that they were a feared global organization, and Jacob's disciples in particular were infamously dangerous. The ghosts saw the Baltimore Martial Arts Association as just a small fry compared to them. Ferdinand watched with clenched fists, hoping the ghosts would teach Alex a lesson, and Caroline also watched the scene closely. Alex remained unshaken by the ghost's threats. "I'm not going anywhere," he said. "It's time for you to go home to Jacob so you can all have a good little think about your future." Marie's face turned cold. "Brave words, Mr. Ambrose," she said. "Don't you know I can break both your arms in 2 seconds?" "You're not worthy of fighting me," Alex said, laughing. Marie's face turned red, and she scrunched her eyes. "You don't seem to know who you're messing with," she said. "It's time to die." With lightning speed, she pulled the dagger from her belt. But before she could plant it in Alex's flesh, he dealt a blow to her face. The crowd screamed and gasped. "Be careful, Alex," one of the martial artists muttered. Alex smiled faintly and waved away their concern. Marie clasped her face. She could feel her cheeks swelling up and her head throbbed. The dagger fell from her hand. Episode 520. Are You the Master? Marie was completely disoriented from Alex's blow and stumbled toward the nearest table, falling heavily on top. The table split right down the middle, and Marie was on the ground, surrounded by scraps of food and spilled wine glasses. Blood ran from the corners of her mouth. There was dead silence on both sides as everyone tried to absorb what had just happened. Even Ferdinand was surprised by Alex's move. The crowd marveled at the damage Alex could do with one quick flick of his hand. He had felled one of the notorious ghosts with just a light blow to her cheek. Clark looked on in admiration. He had originally recommended Alex as president out of gratitude for saving his daughter. He hadn't thought much of Alex's martial arts skills. At that moment, he realized just how powerful Alex truly was. Marie's face was full of contempt. She had wanted to twist her dagger in Alex's heart, but to her astonishment, she had been knocked to the floor in seconds. "How dare you hit me in the face?" she spat. "That was nothing," Alex said, grinning while rubbing his hands together. "I'm just getting warmed up." Before Marie could respond, Alex raised his hand again and slapped her cheek, but the force this time was stronger. Marie flew back about 30 feet until she hit the wall. She stayed down for a couple of minutes, wriggling on the floor and holding her head in pain. When she finally stood up, Her face was completely swollen, and she fought to peer out through narrow slits. Her clothes were ragged, and she was trembling with rage. There was not a trace left of the beautiful woman who had so confidently entered the room just moments ago. She stumbled back toward Alex, a dangerous smile creeping over her puffed-up face. "Are you coming back for more?" Alex asked. "I did warn you about the consequences of interrupting an important meeting of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association." Alex took a breath and studied his palm. He waited another minute for Marie to get closer and watched as she weakly swayed side to side. At last, he dealt Marie her third blow, and she was across the room in an instant, writhing in pain. The crowd was speechless. The woman they had feared was lying in a crumpled heap. The young man they had come to welcome as their new president had revealed his unprecedented power. But they knew that the fight was far from over. Martial artists trying to make a name for themselves were typically obsessed with their appearance, and this was especially true of ghosts. Marie's face had been destroyed. Everyone looked toward Drew, waiting for him to defend his sister. Drew couldn't believe his own eyes. He watched as Marie crawled around the floor, looking for shards of her teeth that Alex had knocked loose. When did she become so vulnerable, he wondered. The arrogant look had completely disappeared from his face, and he stared at Alex with suspicion. Some disciples of the martial arts families had come out from their hiding places. They jumped and laughed, excited by Alex's power. "I guess the rumors are true," one disciple whispered. "He really is a master." Drew knew that if Alex wanted to kill his sister, it would take just one more move. He had to do something. But he wouldn't enter combat as quickly as his sister. He needed some questions answered first. "Is what that guy says true?" he asked. "Are you already a master at your age?" The ghosts looked stunned at the suggestion. They all knew Drew wouldn't ask such a question unless he believed it was possible. Marie stopped scrambling around and watched bitterly from the spot on the floor. She knew there was something more to this man who had humiliated her. It didn't make sense that a single slap could send her flying across the room. "You're asking if I'm just a master?" Alex said with a sneer. "Do you really think so little of me? I'm so much more than that." Drew was lost for words. He thinks he's even more powerful than a master, he thought. His ego knows no bounds. But he has to be bluffing. There's no way he's mastered his inner power. "Bullshit," Drew said. "There's no master here in Baltimore that can beat me. This is all just a ridiculous show to prove yourself as president." Rufus rolled his eyes. He knew that though Alex would undoubtedly do a good job, he cared little about his status as president. "Or maybe I underestimated you, and you have mastered your inner power and ascended," Drew said sarcastically. "I'm a ghost, and I'm just slightly less powerful than my master. However skilled you are, it would take you a lifetime or more to reach my level. Unless you've actually ascended to another level, in which case we're well matched. But you killed my brother and made a fool out of my sister, so I won't make this easy for you." Marie looked on as she wiped the blood from her face. Drew continued. "It's funny, Alex. I've traveled the world for decades, and I've never seen a guy as young as you become a master. What an exciting day this is. I can't wait to see what you've got. Let's fight and see if you can match my level." Drew's arrogance had returned. He didn't believe for one moment that Alex had mastered his inner power. "These Baltimore fighters are a bunch of losers," he thought. Without breaking eye contact with Alex, he pulled a long blade from the belt at his waist. Moving his hand slowly, he turned the blade upward, pointing it straight toward his opponent.
Episode 521, The Bloody Blade. Drew raised the carefully crafted sword above his head. The edge of the blade seemed sharp enough to cut through iron like butter. Alex wondered how many of his predecessors had been cut down in battle by ghosts wielding similarly deadly blades over the years. The ghosts moved about in the darkness as a persistent but elusive threat, and he knew they had taken countless lives while they did their dirty work. The tension between the Baltimore Martial Arts Association disciples and the ghosts simmered in the air. Each side wanted the other dead. Drew's impressively long blade gleamed with a cold metallic light, and both the blade and its hilt showed stains from countless bloody battles. "None of you are leaving here alive," he said and smirked. "This bloody blade will help me make sure of that." His hands slowly sank as he lowered the blade to chest level. "Did you really bring the bloody blade with you?" Marie cried out. "How did you get your hands on it?" The bloody blade was a sacred weapon to the ghosts, and they ritualistically dripped a few drops of blood on it every morning and night, as they felt this gave it a mystical power. Jacob had never let anyone else touch the blade, and he always kept it by his side. But he had decided to let Drew use it to give him a fighting chance against Alex. "All of you should wipe those smug looks off your faces," Drew said. "You're all done for." The ghosts looked at the blade in awe, realizing that the stakes of the battle were far higher than they had expected. They weren't just fighting to avenge their fallen brother. They were fighting to take the entire Baltimore Martial Arts Association down. Now that Drew has the bloody blade, Alex doesn't stand a chance, Marie thought. The ghosts felt excitement bubble up inside them as they imagined Drew slashing Alex to bits with the power of the bloody blade and destroying the Baltimore Martial Arts Association in the process. Clark's expression grew concerned. "Be careful, Alex," he whispered, furrowing his brow. "That blade is pure evil." Drew chuckled. "It's a bit late for you to notice this blade's power," he said with a haughty look. "As soon as I unsheathed it, you were as good as dead." He saw the martial arts master standing before him as nothing more than ants. "I've only used this blade twice before," he roared. "The first time I used it, I killed 100 people." He paused and flashed his teeth like a feral animal with a murderous look in his eyes. "The second time I killed 1,000 people with it." He scoffed. "Martial artists in this neck of the woods have no respect for the proper technique or discipline," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "I guess I'll have to show you all how it's done. President Alex can be my first pupil." Well, Drew stood tall and made himself look menacing. Alex put his hands on his hips and sighed. "I don't know why you're pretending to be some sort of expert," Alex said. "We have plenty of blades like that, and we've used them regularly in our training for many years. I think the ghosts must have copied our weapon designs, and you're really cramping our style. Seeing you fumble around with that thing is embarrassing. You should put it away before you hurt yourself." "You have some nerve talking to me like that," Drew hissed, shooting a piercing glare at Alex. "I'm just being honest," Alex replied. "Your bloody blade is just a piece of trash. It's really nothing special at all." At that moment, Clark stepped forward. "I can handle this," he said. "Please let me at him." Alex shook his head. "There's no need for you to get involved. I can deal with him on my own." While Alex was distracted, Drew lunged toward him with his bloody blade. "Go to hell, you insolent little punk!" he shouted. The blade cut through the air with a sharp howl and moved so fast that it left a blinding, ghostly gleam behind for a moment. Everyone in the crowd flinched and felt a strange terror well up inside of them.
"Is this the true power of the Bloody Blade?"
one of the martial artists whispered to another.
"I've never seen it in action before."
Murmurs rippled through the crowd as fear started to overcome the martial artists, and one woman even cried out as she sank into her dread, unable to understand what was going on. The Bloody Blade seemed to grow red in the light, and it gave everyone the unsettling feeling that it was filled with the souls of the thousands of people it had slain. Alex stood frozen in place, his face as expressionless as a statue as he watched the Bloody Blade come toward him. A mysterious shrill call whistled through the crowd, and everyone's faces grew pale. Clark tried to walk, but he felt like his feet were cemented to the floor, and Sarah stood beside him with a strange look on her face. He used his hand to shield her eyes from the blade's gruesome gleam. Most of the people in the reception hall stood to one side. They wanted to attack Drew with every fiber of their being, but they were paralyzed with fear and couldn't even take a single step. All of the Baltimore Arts Association members were like animals that had been led to the slaughterhouse, and no one could escape. They all thought that Alex was frozen in fear just like they were. The ghosts laughed as they prepared to strike. They planned to attack the martial artists while they were trapped, and they didn't care if they killed anyone in the process. They were even prepared to attack any children who might be drawn into the battle. Only a brutal and decisive victory would be able to ruin Alex and the Baltimore Martial Arts Association for good. People in the crowd whimpered and cried as they realized that they were about to die. "You have a death wish for deciding to take on the ghosts," Drew said to Alex. "I'll make you suffer so badly that you'll wish you were never born." He laughed as he inched the Bloody Blade closer and closer to Alex until it was almost resting on his forehead. He turned to the crowd and gloated. "I'm going to go down in history as the man who killed the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association," he said. "You'll never make history using that broken blade," Alex said, rolling his eyes. "You're just kidding yourself." He placed his finger on the side of the blade in front of him and gently pushed it away. Drew felt a strange force radiate through the blade into his arm, making his arm go numb, and he almost dropped the blade in shock. "I already told you I know how blades like this work," Alex said. "And I'm not afraid of all your posturing. I know that the ghosts' so-called master swordsmen aren't any better than our rookies." Drew felt his stomach sink and he fell silent. "Does the Bloody Blade really have no effect on him?" he wondered. Episode 522, Martyr for the Cause. The Bloody Blade had almost touched Alex's forehead, but he was completely unfazed. "Is it really that powerful? Or is there something wrong with this thing?" Drew thought as he examined the blade in his hands. "Did Jacob give me a fake?" Noticing that Drew was distracted, Alex quickly slapped him in the face, his elbow adjusting in order to strike at the perfect angle to leave Drew with no chance to dodge. With a deafening crack, Drew flew through the air. Alex flashed behind him so quickly that no one could see him move, planting another loud slap on Drew's face while he was still midair. Drew's body dropped to the floor and rolled a few times before stopping, and blood began to trickle out of his mouth. "I can't believe you have the audacity to call yourself a master swordsman when you're so weak," Alex said. "Jacob must be ashamed of you. I should take that blade and kill you with it, but I wouldn't want the blood of such a
coward to stain a perfectly good sword even more.
Drew flushed red with embarrassment as he struggled to move. He wished he could sink through the floor and disappear from sight. A brisk wind flung the doors of the reception hall open and flowed through the crowd, snapping everyone out of their daze. Marie held her face in horror as she saw her brother lying in pain on the floor with the bloody blade lying beside him like a worthless steel scrap. She knew that Alex had to be incredibly powerful if he could take her brother out so easily while he was wielding the bloody blade. She and the other ghosts realized that they didn't have a prayer of destroying him that day. They would have to go home with their tails between their legs.
I know Drew's always been careless, but this is just embarrassing, Marie thought. All it took was a couple of slaps to finish him, and he's killed thousands of people before. This Alex must really be something else.
The ghosts were frightened and angry as they tried to figure out what to do next. Drew felt his head spin as he tried to get up, and he choked out a few words as his anger started to boil over.
"I'll make you pay for slapping me," he said. Back home in California, he was revered and respected in the martial arts community. But in Baltimore, he was a nobody, and Alex had made a fool out of him in front of everyone. Alex wasn't finished with him yet. He pounced onto Drew and grabbed Drew's arm, forcefully yanking it forward and slapping Drew with his own hand multiple times. "Stop hitting yourself," Alex said with a childish grin as Drew tried and failed to dodge the blows. Drew's body went limp as he realized how helpless he was to stop Alex. "I'll never be able to go home after this," he thought. "I'll be the laughingstock of the whole martial arts community, and my father will never let me hear the end of it. My life is ruined." Alex stood up and stepped on Drew's face, pushing his cheek into the floor, and then stepped back. "I'll give you a chance to fight back," he said. "It's just bullying you if I don't, and I don't want to look bad." Drew wiped the blood from his mouth and sprang to his feet. He roared like a wounded beast, gathered all of his strength, and then snatched the bloody blade off the floor, slashing it at Alex with a swift chop. The wind began to howl outside, and another strong gust rushed through the hall. The lights flickered off as a booming clap of thunder shook the building. And as they flashed back on, they revealed Alex and Drew locked in battle. Alex's eyes simmered with excitement as he caught the bloody blade between the palms of his hands, stopping Drew mid-slash. With a sharp jolt of his arms, he flung the blade aside, and then lifted his leg above Drew before slamming it down on top of him. Drew instantly crumpled to the floor as Alex's kick knocked the wind out of him, and the tiles of the floor cracked from the sheer impact of the attack. Everyone gasped as they watched Alex take out Drew so easily, and they knew that he had only shown a fraction of his true power. If he hadn't held back, he could have smashed Drew through the floor and into the basement. "What a disappointment," Alex said as he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at Drew. "I was hoping for a good fight, but you let me down. Oh well." He stepped on Drew's face and kneaded it gently with his shoe. "I can't believe you thought you could take out the entire Baltimore Martial Arts Association," he said with a laugh. "You couldn't even touch me." "Stop rubbing it in and let's get this over with," Drew said, frustrated to the point of tears. "You won and I was wrong. I'm ready to face the consequences." He gasped for air on the ground, and more blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Alex pulled his foot away from Drew's face and sighed. "Jacob won't let you get away with this," Drew muttered. "He'll make sure to kill every last one of you. So please, just go ahead and kill me. I'd rather die a martyr than live with the shame of losing to a punk like you."
You really want to die, don't you? Alex said. Do you seriously not value your life at all? If my death will help push the other ghosts to destroy the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, I can die happy, Drew replied. Well, we can't have that now, can we? Alex said as he picked up the bloody blade and casually slashed it in 4 quick cuts. Drew whimpered and rolled around on the floor while blood spurted from fresh wounds on his arms and legs. Episode 523, An Honorable Battle. Alex stabbed the bloody blade onto the floor, leaving it standing upright, and he wiped his hands off on his pants. I slashed the tendons in your arms and legs clean through, he said as he watched Drew writhe on the floor. You'll be lucky to ever walk again, and you certainly won't be doing any more martial arts. But don't worry, I won't kill you. As much as I would love to, I've been having such a good day today, and having to clean up the mess would really sour my mood. Alex lazily waved his hand at Art, who had been watching the fight from the side of the hall. Deal with the rest of the ghosts, he said. Art gestured to one of his men, and the man sauntered over to Marie with an axe in his hands. Stop, Marie pleaded. Don't kill the messenger. She pulled an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Alex. Our master wants to arrange a fight, she said, her hands trembling with fear as the color drained from her face. Oh, does he now? Alex replied with a faint smile. What does he have in mind? He wants to fight you 1 week from now, on the night of the full moon, in the Canfield Arena, she replied. It's off-season, so the field will be quiet, and there'll be plenty of space for battle. He doesn't want an ordinary duel with you. It'll be an all-out fight to the death. Alex opened the envelope and read Jacob's message. Meet me at the Canfield Arena on December 7th for a fight you'll never forget. As the night progressed into the wee hours, the crowd of martial artists sat together in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association headquarters and stared at Jacob's letter. So Jacob is behind all this, Rufus said as he looked at Alex, who was kicked back on the sofa. Jonah must have been really important to him for him to come after us like this. The ghosts are based in California, but they have members all over the world. He's way too busy to fight with anyone himself unless it's personal. Alex smiled. I thought he was bluffing when I killed Jonah, but I guess he really does want to fight me. I must have underestimated how much Jonah meant to him. Killian Robinson, the head of the Robinson family, hesitated and said, Alex, we shouldn't agree to his challenge. Is Jacob really that scary? Alex asked, raising his eyebrow. Although Jacob hasn't practiced martial arts in a long time, he still teaches swordsmanship to his disciples, Killian said, and then paused to let out a long breath. After so many years hiding in the shadows, no one knows how powerful he is now. Drew said that Jacob has ascended to a level of skill no one has ever seen before, he continued, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. He was already a world-renowned master swordsman many years ago. Who knows how strong he's become since then? The Baltimore Martial Arts Association was filled with skilled martial artists, but only 1 or 2 were worthy of being called masters. Becoming a master took a level of dedication and skill that only the greatest martial artists would ever reach, and there had always been very few masters in America. Theo had said that he and Alex were the only masters in the country worth mentioning, and Alex saw the chance to fight a master as powerful as Jacob as an opportunity to prove that he was worthy of the title. Jessup was also familiar with Jacob's reputation, and he worried that Alex might not stand a chance against him. 20 years ago, the Californian underworld was in chaos, and every day there were
chambers of commerce locked into deadly power struggles with each other, Jessup said. To end the fighting, Jacob killed 17 Chamber of Commerce leaders and knocked out all 36 masters in the underworld. He integrated nearly 100 chambers of commerce into one organization and named it the Cherry Blossom Group. He let his oldest disciple take charge of it for him and ended the underworld conflict for good. He paused before adding, "So as you can see, provoking Jacob is very risky." The Cherry Blossom Group later became the Ghosts, so he has hundreds of people ready to fight for him if he just says the word. "Who's provoking who here?" Alex said, scowling. "Canfield Arena is our home turf. The Baltimore Martial Arts Association has held several tournaments there. It's hard not to see this as a personal attack in his quest for revenge." "We have hundreds of armed disciples hiding outside," Will Palmer said. "We can't just let the ghosts get away." The night of the reception was supposed to be lighthearted and fun, and Will wouldn't let Jacob and the ghosts ruin everything. Alex's strength had inspired him into action. The Palmers and the Robinsons had once teamed up to deal with the Ambrose family. Since then, they had turned a new leaf and decided to follow Alex as his disciples. "Will is right," Clark said. "We have way more firepower than they do. I don't care what Jacob's little plan is. Let's take them out while we have the advantage. We could hide some explosives around the Canfield Arena and blow Jacob up before Alex even has to lift a finger." Clark was just a step away from becoming a martial arts master himself, and he was a very influential figure in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. He couldn't bear to see anyone snuff out the organization's biggest rising star on his watch. "What are you talking about?" a brusque voice asked. Russell Chapman, the head of the Chapman family, stepped forward with a deep frown on his face. "Jacob challenged us to a fight, so we should play fair and not use dirty tricks to win," he said. "Even if he's a dangerous man and we have a chance to take him out without getting hurt ourselves, we need to fight honorably, or the whole martial arts world will shun us. Alex's reputation will be ruined forever too. And if by some chance you fail to kill Jacob, he'll surely retaliate and use sneaky tactics to take thousands of us out when we least expect it. I think it's best for us to fight him out in the open." Russell's expression was etched with determination. "Either we fight a decisive and fair battle, or we turn down his challenge," he said. Everyone was silent as his words sunk in, and they realized he was absolutely right. A pleased grin spread across Alex's face. "I don't think we should accept the challenge," Edwards said, turning to Alex. "Jacob has many decades more experience than you, and even though you're very skilled, you don't have nearly the same level of knowledge that he does. He'll destroy you. Everyone will understand if you back down, but if you accept the challenge, they'll think that you're overestimating your abilities." Edward's father, Oscar, was loyal to Alex, but he had never told anyone that he had seen Alex kill Theo. So even his own son didn't know the true extent of Alex's power. "Alex is just a typical master," Edward thought. "There's no way he's channeled his inner power to a level that's strong enough to take out Jacob. If he accepts the challenge, he's going to get himself killed." Killian's son, Jeffrey Robinson, said, "Let me write a letter back to him saying you won't be fighting him. I don't want you to get hurt." All of the martial artists sat together and discussed what to do. Everyone had equal input on the situation, as Alex preferred to make important decisions democratically. Even at his young age, he had the ability to lead an entire association of martial artists. But he knew he still needed more experience to become the best leader possible. He saw the duel with Jacob as just another chance for him to increase his skills. Episode 524, The Rising Star. "Why don't you want me to fight him?" Alex asked, sitting up straight. Do you think I can't beat him? That's not what I mean, Jeffrey replied with a gentle smile. I'm just saying that you're the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, so naturally you're a very busy guy. You don't need to dirty your hands with the ghosts when we can take care of them for you. Will chuckled. Who does that Jacob think he is? He said. Does he really have the gall to challenge Alex? He's been a nuisance by sending his lackeys after us. Alex doesn't need to waste his time on them either. I'll put together a list of all the known ghosts and we'll deal with them. Alex already took Drew out of the picture, and we can handle the others. Alex, you just became the president, Edward said. You should focus on taking care of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association first. We can deal with Jacob later. Most of us are young and he's an old man, so time is on our side. Let's just be patient and not do anything too hasty. All of the martial artists nodded in agreement. I think you're very close to being able to fight Jacob, but it's best to train a bit more to make sure you can take him out, Jeffrey said, looking off into the distance. Jacob has been an infamous presence in the martial arts community for decades now, Rufus chimed in. No one knows the true depth of his skills, so you should be careful. He knows that your skill is increasing very fast, and he's jumping at the opportunity to cut you down while he still can. Don't take the bait. What he said, Edward added. Bravado is dangerous against a guy like Jacob. We should wait to take him on until we're sure that Alex is ready. We don't need to fight him on his schedule. Let's make him wait. After assessing what they knew of Jacob's skill and power, the martial artists felt excited that they might someday get to witness a duel between the martial arts legend and a legend in the making. But they knew that even the combined strength of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association members was nowhere near as powerful as the most powerful ghost. Their stomachs turned at the thought of Jacob cutting Alex down in his prime. Please think about it, Rufus said, and everyone nodded. Alex paused for a few seconds before standing up and looking around at everyone. You all think too much, he said, sighing. If you want to fight, you should fight. And I want to fight Jacob. He turned to Russell. Write a message saying that I accept Jacob's challenge and give it to the ghosts to bring it back to him. Everyone's eyes fixated on Alex's resolute face. They could practically see the burning flame in his heart, and they felt their blood start to boil with excitement. We're a lot alike, Clark said with a big grin, slapping the table in front of him. Once you have your mind set on something, no one can possibly talk you out of it. Let's do this. He had sat quietly while the others had tried to dissuade Alex from accepting the challenge. What a bunch of wimps, he had thought. Don't they believe in Alex? But when Alex said he would fight anyway, Clark's face began to beam. He saw a younger version of himself in Alex, and he would do everything he could to support him. I don't agree with Edward and the others, Oscar said, leaning forward in his chair. I'll follow Alex no matter what, but I support his decision unconditionally. He knows what he's doing, and we should help him get the job done. If he can take out a master as powerful as Theo, he definitely stands a fighting chance against Jacob, he thought. The crowd of martial artists began to echo Alex's words, and their chant grew louder and louder as more voices joined in. If you want to fight, you should fight, they shouted in unison. Don't worry about me, Alex said, smiling. I can beat any enemy I set my eyes on. Just trust me. All of the younger martial artists sat in awe of his confidence and offered their complete support. They had never seen anyone as sure of their own abilities as Alex was at that moment. Jacob is taunting the Baltimore Martial Arts Association and causing us all sorts of trouble, Alex said. Since he's normally hiding in the shadows, this battle is our best shot at taking him down. If we can't stand up for ourselves in an honorable battle, then we're nothing more than an embarrassment to the entire martial arts community. I'll never let the association fall apart while I'm in charge, and I'll never let the ghosts win without putting up a fight. Send the message to Jacob that I accept his challenge, and let's prepare for battle. As soon as Alex had accepted Jacob's challenge, the martial artists excitedly discussed the upcoming battle. Very few people knew that their president was already a master, and they thought he was crazy for challenging a legend like Jacob. Even the people who knew his true power thought that he should be cautious against the world-famous master. When Jacob was 38 years old, he had a duel with Tyson Slade of the Blood Brothers gang, and he had managed to severely injure Tyson with his swordsmanship skills. Tyson had been convinced that Jacob must have learned his unparalleled special technique through many years of practice all over the world. The two masters had never met again, and no one knew if Tyson had dared to challenge Jacob after his initial defeat. He may have died before he felt he was strong enough to take Jacob on. Alex had been strong enough to defeat Tyson, but Jacob was clearly more powerful and had been training non-stop for many years. The disciples feared that Alex's youth and confidence would be his downfall against the seasoned master. Although some people believed that Alex was a master, they still had sneaking suspicions that he was embellishing his skills with special effects and props to make his abilities look far more powerful than they truly were. They thought he had a death wish and didn't value his life, and they worried that he would die in battle before he could reach his true potential. Meanwhile, Alex didn't have a care in the world, as others were busy fretting about him. In fact, his confidence had only increased after he had accepted Jacob's challenge. He knew that he had to win the battle because he wasn't fighting only for his own life, but for the reputation of the entire Baltimore Martial Arts Association. He refused to let Jacob and his gang of ghosts humiliate his organization. He had been practicing martial arts under the glow of the moon for many months as he refined and strengthened his inner power. The ancient energy of the Moon Palace coursed through his veins. He believed no matter how terrible of an opponent Jacob was, his martial arts skills would lead him to a decisive victory. Episode 525, Respect Your Elders. After Alex left the reception, he stayed up most of the night practicing his techniques under the moonlight. When he woke up the next morning, his face was covered in a film of sweat, showing that he had even practiced in his sleep. He took a warm bath, wrapped himself in a towel, and then sat on the sofa. As he dried off, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and listened to the call with a frown. Then he got dressed and headed over to the Baltimore Martial Arts Association headquarters. Russell had called to say that Kenneth Petrie, the arbitrator of the American Martial Arts Association, had led an army of disciples to the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. He had beaten up Will, who had been standing guard. After that, he had commanded his disciples to block the exits, and he had taken control of the building. A trace of anger flashed in Alex's eyes. How dare he try to take over my organization, he thought. Who does he think he is? Soon after, Alex arrived at the headquarters. He knew that the hierarchy in the American Martial Arts Association was complicated, and that they had power over the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, but he didn't know who Kenneth was and what his authority entailed. Russell met Alex at the door with a grimace on his face. You're finally here, he said. You got here just in time. They're ready to tear the whole place apart. They even beat me up for no reason. They're a bunch of brutes. He rolled up his sleeve to show Alex a bloody wound on his upper arm. Alex frowned and asked, Which of them did that to you? I'll make sure to deal with him personally. Russell shook his head and shrugged. I couldn't get a good look at them in all the chaos.
Although Alex was the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, he had no contact with the American Martial Arts Association. He had been elected to the position, but he hadn't wanted the job at all, and he certainly didn't want to bow to anyone else's authority. Russell stepped forward and looked around. He saw that Kenneth's disciples were still standing guard by the doors, so he lowered his voice to a whisper. Kenneth Petrie, one of the higher-ups in the American Martial Arts Association, is the arbitrator for the parent organization and all of its branches in different states, he said. He specifically deals with disciples who break any of the organization's tenets. His martial arts skills are nothing special, but he's been around a while, so he has seniority, and he uses his power to stomp all over the younger disciples, he continued. He thinks the younger generations have things too easy and cheat to get their way. Alex sneered. He obviously doesn't know anything about me, he said. He's just mad that I'm the president at such a young age. Does he really think I paid my way into the position? I didn't even want it. This guy has a long-standing beef with Jessup, Russell said. He's never liked the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. Whenever he comes by to inspect our headquarters, he's always too busy picking the dirt out from under his nails to pay any attention to what we have to say. And he never fails to cause trouble before he leaves. Jessup has tried his best to tolerate Kenneth, and he spent a lot of money keeping the Baltimore Martial Arts Association in tip-top shape to keep Kenneth from bothering us. But Kenneth saw how much money Jessup gave us, and he just hated us even more, because that was all money that wasn't going into his own organization. The former president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association went to Florida to help out some retired martial artists, and Kenneth pushed his son, Todd Petrie, to take over. But our members didn't buy it, and we wanted nothing to do with him. Finally, after Jessup's recommendation, we elected you as president instead. Kenneth was angry that his son got snubbed, and he wants to get rid of you. He doesn't want to be here just as much as we don't want him here, but he's set on ending your career. Alex tapped his foot impatiently. Why do they have to play stupid power games like this, he wondered. They should know that I don't care about being president. Russell leaned in and whispered, I think you should fight Jacob. So you finally agree with me, Alex replied, rolling his eyes. They walked into the hall as they talked, and once they arrived, the hall was eerily quiet. 4 people were on the floor on their hands and knees, including Edward, Jeffrey, Will, and Russell's son Dennis, all strong young men that Alex had endorsed for their skills. The 4 men clenched their teeth in pain. Their clothes had been torn into shreds, and their bodies were bruised and bloodied from the wounds that Kenneth's men had inflicted on them. A group of muscular men stood behind them with bats in their hands, waving them menacingly as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Kenneth sat on an ornate chair in the center of the hall. He had white hair and a long, flowing beard. His face was defiant, and his eyebrows were fierce. He looked down at the battered martial artists with a condescending expression. The whole hall was dead silent, aside from the sound of his fingernails tapping on his chair's armrest. Several young women stood beside him, pointing and laughing at the 4 martial artists on the floor. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Alex, Kenneth said. Why don't you join your friends over there? He gestured at the men on the floor. Alex frowned. He must have been stalking me for a long time if he can pick me out of a crowd so easily, he thought. A muscular woman stepped forward and said, Kneel down with them if you know what's good for you. Why should I do that? Alex asked, placing his hands on his hips. Don't you know that you should respect your elders? The woman replied. Just because you're the president doesn't mean that you can ignore authority. If you don't kneel, we'll have to force you to. Kenneth lightly waved his hand at the woman to gesture for her to stop. I'll handle this, Ava, he said. I'm the American Martial Arts Association arbitrator, after all. It's my job to settle these things.
Alex narrowed his eyes.
Since you're the arbitrator, tell me what rule I broke that I need to be punished for, he said.
Edward looked up at Alex and saw the fearsome anger on his face. He didn't dare to speak when Alex was in such a state.
You're wasting my time, kid, Kenneth said with a loud yawn. How do you not know what rules you've broken? Don't play dumb with me, or your punishment will be even harsher. I don't understand, Alex said, then he shrugged. Please, clear things up for me. You're a fool if you accept Jacob's challenge, Ava said, butting into the conversation. Do you think this only affects you? You're the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. If you lose to Jacob, your organization's reputation will be ruined forever, and in turn our organization will suffer too. We'll be the laughingstock of all the martial arts circles worldwide for letting the foolish and cocky president of one of our chapters get himself killed by a legendary master. We can't let that happen. Episode 526, The Arbitrator. You're acting out of ignorance, Ava said. You'd put every chapter of the American Martial Arts Association at risk for the sake of your pride. Edward and Will weren't able to keep you from taking on a challenge beyond your skill. They're also at fault. You should drop to your knees and take your punishment with the others, and then call off the fight publicly. Otherwise, we'll put you in a hole until you learn your place. She looked at Alex with disdain. Don't like kneeling? She asked. Do we need to teach you some manners? The men around her laughed. To them, Alex didn't look like much. It was hard to see him as anything but a kid, let alone the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. Kenneth said nothing. He just sat in Alex's seat and sipped his tea while he let Ava continue to speak for him. On your knees. I'm running out of patience, he sneered. For the sake of argument, let's say that I get to decide if I should fight Jacob or not, Alex said, looking at Kenneth with cold eyes. Every fight has a winner and a loser. How can you be so certain that I'll lose? You think you can take on Jacob? Ava asked in disbelief. I could take you down without a... Alex hit her with a lightning-fast jab to the chin. She spun and fell to her knees with a gasp. The room went utterly still. The American Martial Arts Association generally didn't interfere with local chapters, aside from ensuring each chapter was run according to its bylaws. Kenneth was their arbitrator, and he spoke for the national chapter's president. He was secretly disgusted by most people, a quality that made him good at his job. His loathing was seen as objectivity, so he won praise from his superiors for being efficient and fair. Ava spat out a mouthful of blood. Cheap shot, she said, rising to her feet and crouching into a fighting stance. He hit her again, with less force this time. There was a loud slap as her head jerked back. I'm the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, he said. You're a lapdog. What makes you think you can yap at me, little dog? Your boss hasn't said a word, but here you are, yapping away. He struck her again. The arbitrator's office must not have high standards if you're Kenneth's right-hand woman, but I'm more than happy to show you what our standards are. His blows left her disoriented and speechless. Alex's disciples subtly shifted positions to cover his blind spots, but he had already fortified his body with his inner power, and Ava didn't have a prayer of hurting him. He delivered a final blow, knocking out 2 of her teeth. As she staggered, he took hold of her hair and kept her upright. Looks like I'm not the one getting a lesson in manners today, he said, and then he dropped her. He left her where she fell and turned to face Kenneth. Mr. Petrie, forgive me. I hope you don't mind me showing your lackey what happens when they're rude to people, he said, wiping his hands off with a tissue. You're a cocky one, Kenneth said. You think you can slap around my people and speak to me so disrespectfully? Well, she started it, Alex said with a smile. You do understand that I won't take that from her, don't you? I won't take it from anyone. Not even you. Are you challenging my authority? Kenneth asked, and he waved at his men. 12 of them stepped toward Alex, ready to attack on command. No, Alex said. But I don't accept your accusation. If I were some kind of bully or were hurting innocent people indiscriminately, then I'd be willing to accept the consequences. But I'm right about this. Jacob wants a war, and I'm not afraid to give him one. You should be helping me, not putting me on trial. If we only fight the battles we know we can win, what's the point of any of this? I'm not going to let Jacob and his ghost do whatever they want here, not if I can stop it. You want me to kneel and say I'm sorry? But I won't. If you're worried that I'll embarrass the national chapter, then you can make a formal request to have me removed from my post and kick me out. But you're not going to keep me from facing him, let alone punish me for it. He pointed at Will. My friend here got roughed up. Someone needs to be held responsible. Will glanced at Alex and thought, he really should quit being so cocky. Doesn't he know who he's talking to? Kenneth laughed. So, you're as ignorant as you are arrogant, he said. I'm here to bring you to heel, and you want to hold me accountable for administering justice? I can have my team beat your members or even execute them, and it's all within my purview. You're only president here because the Baltimore chapter was in chaos. What makes you think you have the skill to challenge me? Do you really think we don't know about your confrontation with Ash Thornton? If you think I'm just some old bureaucrat hiding behind my office, you're dead wrong. He stood up. You have one last chance to get on your knees and accept the consequences of your actions, he said. After that, you're coming with me to face the national chapter. Kneel, or I'll remove you from office today. He adjusted his feet and adopted a combat stance. Before he could strike, there was a commotion in the courtyard outside. Someone began to scream. Alex's eyes narrowed as he turned and rushed to the door. Everyone in the hall followed him outside, including Kenneth. One of Alex's disciples ran over to meet him. It's Jacob's son, he said to Alex. He hit the holding area and set the ghosts free. He's trying to save them. I don't understand, Will said, surprised. Is he here on a rescue mission, or is he preparing for another attack? The Baltimore Martial Arts Association headquarters was like a fortress. No matter how many ghosts Jacob sent, he wouldn't be able to hold it. Looks like I was right, Kenneth said, looking at Alex. This is your fault. Even I wouldn't provoke Jacob, but you've antagonized him again and again. You have some kind of death wish, but you're not content to go down alone. Everything we've built is going to go down with you. Ava grinned at his side. He's going to get what's coming to him, she thought. Alex looked around outside and saw a strike force of ghosts coming out of the basement with Marie and the other prisoners. They moved as a unit, ruthless and fast, but they were greatly outnumbered by the Baltimore Martial Arts Association members. Will and Edward rushed to join the battle with their own men, and the tide rapidly turned against the attackers. Soon after, the men completely surrounded the ghosts, leaving them with nowhere to run. The battle was clearly almost over. Before anyone could start celebrating, though, a sleek black SUV pulled into the yard, and a tall, older man stepped out of it. Episode 527, Jacob Pays a Visit. Although his hair had grayed at the temples and his face was lined, the man moved with surprising grace. He walked through the courtyard as if on a leisurely stroll through the park. A handful of association members tried to block his path, but he walked right through them. "Attack!" Jeffrey roared, and he sprang toward Jacob, flanked by Edward and Will. The older man never broke his stride. With a simple flick of his arm, the three men were on the ground in an instant, bleeding from their mouths and noses. They were no match for him. Kenneth gasped. "Is that Jacob?" Jacob's eyes locked on Alex as he walked forward. Occasionally, he would gesture casually, waving his arm. The bodies of nearly 100 association members who tried to fight him fell to the ground. They couldn't touch him. "What a monster," Alex muttered. He finally understood that Jacob's skill was beyond his imagination, but he wouldn't back down. He picked up a spear from the association's cache of training weapons and planted his feet. Using his inner force, he threw the spear as fast as a bolt of lightning. Jacob was 30 feet away and utterly calm. When the spear reached him, he merely swung his right hand. There was a sudden clap of sound, like the roar of an angry beast. He had caught the spear. Without pausing, he snapped it neatly in two. Alex launched himself toward Jacob like a missile. Jacob had always been on top, and he hadn't faced a real challenge in years. He watched Alex approach, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. With a fluid backhand, he met Alex's momentum, his hand sharply stabbing forward like a blade and delivering a series of blows with uncanny speed. His last strike knocked Alex back with enough force that he spun in the air a few times and landed heavily on the steps. Alex's face grew pale as he struggled to get to his feet. Jacob continued to stroll forward, and he threw the bladed end of the spear at Alex. Alex's eyes widened as he swung both hands to meet the projectile, strengthening his arms with his inner power to shield himself. He managed to block the spear, but the incredible momentum of Jacob's throw flung him backward into a pillar with a crash. He made a choking noise and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Will and Edward watched in shock. They had seen what Alex was capable of firsthand, and they knew that his skills were almost otherworldly, but he hadn't expected to meet Jacob so soon, and he wasn't prepared for how powerful Jacob truly was. Jacob was on a completely different level than anyone Alex had ever come against, and Alex hadn't even managed to land a hit on him. Ignoring his own pain, Will rushed to help. A few of the younger fighters also stepped forward to create a kind of blockade, eyeing Jacob warily. They knew they wouldn't stand a chance against him, but they would do their best to protect Alex. Russell stood in front of the ragged wall of young people and watched Jacob coldly. He had fought more than 100 battles, but he had never seen such an opponent. At that moment, he could only fight to protect his leader. Kenneth and Ava gloated inwardly. They would have cheered if they weren't supposed to be on Alex's side. "I'm fine," Alex said with a cough, struggling to get up. He had never taken such a terrible beating, but his face was utterly blank. He showed no fear because he felt none. This was a critical moment in his martial arts training. He could sense that Jacob's arrival was a kind of omen. There's a lesson here, he thought. And if I live long enough to learn it, I know I can beat him. Despite his confidence, it was clear to everyone present that he couldn't stand against Jacob. He took a deep breath and concentrated on his inner force, hoping to recover a little strength. He knew that there was a finite amount of power he could draw from his own essence. He had learned at the Moon Palace that his ability to tap into his inner force would wax and wane. Eventually, he would have to do what all his predecessors had done and retire to the wilderness, where he could avoid his enemies and concentrate on his practice until his inner force was restored. The ebb and flow of his power was a reality of nature. After all the fighting he had done that day, he was already a little low on power, even though he felt fine physically. Staggering slightly, he rose to face Jacob again. Jacob's arms and legs blurred once more, and Alex was down again. He felt a sudden wave of intense pain. His blood felt like it was boiling in his veins. Every nerve screamed at him as if he were burning alive. Even his bones hurt. They felt like they were being broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and tried not to scream. He struggled to get up, but he couldn't. Jacob leaned over him. "I'm not going to kill you today," he said, watching Alex's face twist in agony. His voice was mild, but scorn churned underneath it. "It'd hardly be worth it. I'll destroy you in front of everyone in 7 days. I'll not only avenge Jonah, but also tell the world that your little martial arts club is nothing to me. I can crush you with one hand." He smiled slightly, and his voice dropped to a whisper. "And don't even think about trying to run. Imagine all the people I'll kill if you do. They can't protect themselves." His point made, he turned to leave. "Take care of yourself, Alex," he said. The association members wanted to stop him, but Russell called them back. "Stand down," he said. "Let him go." He was certain that Jacob would kill them all without a second thought. They could only bite their tongues and step aside, but their faces showed it was a struggle to let him walk away. If they couldn't stand against an enemy in their own territory, they would become a laughingstock. "Don't forget," Jacob said without stopping. "If you're a second late, I'll kill 10 people. If you're a minute late, I'll kill 100. If you don't show up, I'll kill everyone you've ever met. And then, I'll kill you." Jacob and the ghosts left without another word. Ava walked over and kicked Alex's ribs with a curse. "Loser," she muttered. He was no longer a threat, so she didn't feel the need to hide her resentment. Will stepped forward with a shout. The two squared off, glaring at each other. "You got something you need to say?" she taunted. "Are you going to suggest he's anything but a loser? He brought this on all of us, and he's the one who needs to end it." She turned to address the crowd. "You need to settle this matter quickly, or we're all going to suffer." She then turned away and took her place at Kenneth's side. "The smart move here is to strip Alex of his authority," she continued. "Otherwise, you're all just cannon fodder. He's going to get you all killed." Episode 528. Have you heard about Alex? Kenneth knew that Alex was no longer a threat. "He's badly injured," he thought. "I could kill him now as easily as swatting a fly." He turned to Ava and said, "Tell Todd to come to Baltimore and lead the arbitrators to supervise the Baltimore chapter. When the president gets back to America, we'll plan from there." "Understood," she said, smiling. Alex pried open his eyes. He hurt everywhere, but his mind was crystal clear. He could feel the murmur of blood in his body, and the flow of his inner power that moved with it. He could feel the surging force in his energy field. It was a wild current that felt like it could break out at any moment. Jacob's SUV pulled away from the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. Marie sat next to him in the back seat, clenching her jaw as she looked at him. "Why didn't you kill them all just now?" she asked. "Alex could run. He could find more allies." "Killing him would be easy. But I want more than his head," he said. "We're going to send a message to these ridiculous clubs all over the country. I want them to all know that they're no match for us. Alex may have these fools convinced he's some kind of powerful master, but he's not even a blip on my radar. So we'll let him live for another week. He'll spend that time afraid and alone, and everyone here will see how weak he really is. Besides, he won't run. His type never does. Our little declaration of war puts him in a corner, and he's agreed to face me. No one will intervene. If they try, I'll kill them all. This is about more than Alex and his cheap little magic tricks. When I take him down in front of the entire community, there will be chaos. And we are very, very good at capitalizing on chaos." He looked placidly out the window as he spoke, like he was merely talking about the weather. Marie grinned to herself, impressed. News spread quickly. Baltimore's elite were shocked to hear that Jacob had simply walked in, taken down hundreds of fighters, freed his own people, and then beat Alex half to death without wrinkling his suit. They thought that Alex was done for. People who had seen his skills at the auction and at the martial arts reception were surprised to learn that he could be defeated so easily. Rumors circulated that he was either hiding from Jacob or in seclusion to heal his wounds. Meanwhile, Kenneth had taken control of the Baltimore chapter, citing a state of emergency. He had stripped Alex of his office and installed his son, Todd, as acting president. Alex Ambrose had lost, and his enemies celebrated his defeat. "It's about time someone put that cocky bastard in his place. Finally, our luck has taken a turn." "I'm glad he's hurt. Too bad he's not dead." "He's not dead yet. In a week, we'll throw the party of the year to celebrate his death at Jacob's hands." "That's what happens when you think you're running the show. He's just a kid and he thinks he's some kind of superhero." "I don't know how he thinks he can weasel out of this one. Jacob's going to put him in the ground." The Thornton family was overjoyed. Ferdinand and Ash were eager for blood. Alex had been an obstacle for so long, and they were excited to have him out of their way. Not everyone was celebrating. When the news reached the Moon Palace, the Appalachian Alliance began to fracture. The Baltimore Martial Arts Association members wept bitterly. The Baltimore chapter had been flailing and weak, and they thought they had finally found a strong leader. But they watched that leader lose badly to Jacob, and they knew he would be dead in a week. They fell into deep despair. It seemed like Alex was on everyone's mind. Joe stood on his balcony staring at nothing. He felt like he had become a completely different person over the last few days. Thanks to his mother's influence, he had become resentful of Alex. How did he turn out to be so much stronger than me? He wondered bitterly. Debbie tried to see Alex, but was stonewalled by Clark. He's not seeing anyone this week. Not even you, he said. No one had seen Alex since the attack. The city of Baltimore felt like a powder keg that was ready to explode. Alex wanted to concentrate on healing his injuries and preparing for his duel. Wind and rain shook the city, but he paid no attention. He practiced at his favorite spot in Baltimore, a secluded hill in a patch of woods on Clark's property called the Downs. After his fierce battle with Jacob, he felt sharper than ever. The pain he felt was transformational, and like a snake shedding its skin, he felt like someone new. His training was agonizing, especially compared to his previous practice. He felt like he was being refined in some way, like the heat and pressure under the Earth's surface turned coal into diamonds. His healing was just as painful, almost as painful as Jacob's devastating attack had been. Healing felt like being torn apart, but he worked through the pain, even when it left him sweating and gasping for air. Time had lost any meaning to him. One day felt like 100. Even when he thought the pain might kill him, he practiced through it. He could feel himself getting stronger. His inner force felt like something new. He was ascending. 6 days passed in a flash. It was 24 hours before the decisive battle. The afternoon sky was clouded and the air felt close. Will, Rufus, Edward, and Dennis all sat around a table at the Fairfax compound without speaking. They didn't know what Alex's condition was, but they weren't expecting a miracle. They wouldn't say it out loud, but each man was certain that Alex was out of time. He was also out of options. Whether he would fight or flee, he had to make a choice. Rufus had just decided to send Jeffrey to find Alex when they had heard cars peeling up to the curb outside. With a crash, the doors opened, and Ava strode in with dozens of armed men from the arbitrator's office. Episode 529, Ava Goes Too Far. Will and the others had been waiting for news at Clark's home when the arbitrator's team surrounded the property. Ava led more than a dozen men into the main hall. Jeffrey stood to confront them, and she struck him with a savage backhand without even looking at him. Furious, Will stepped in front of the towering woman. "How dare you!" His words were cut short by another strike from Ava. She wasn't as powerful as Alex or as skilled as Kenneth, but she was still extremely dangerous. Rufus's face was grim. "What do you want?" he asked. Will was enraged. He started to get to his feet, ready to fight, but he froze when several men pointed their weapons at him. Ava didn't even look at Rufus. "Don't waste my time," she said. "Get Alex out here." "What do you want with him?" Dennis asked as he helped Jeffrey to his feet. "He's injured." "He's lucky to be alive," she snarled. "It's more than he deserves. I've got orders. Tomorrow afternoon's the big event, and we're supposed to watch him until showtime." Rufus was surprised. "It was supposed to be tomorrow night," he said. "How did you change the time?" "Todd renegotiated on the Baltimore chapter's behalf," she said. "He thinks a daytime fight would be more transparent, and it'll be more fun. So be a good boy and get him out here, or we'll tear you apart." She looked around and shouted, "Alex, your babysitters are here." There was no response. "He's not here," Jeffrey said. "Search the area," she said, gesturing to her men. They scattered around the house, moving from room to room and kicking down doors to find him. Each room was torn apart and turned upside down while Will and the others watched helplessly, eager to fight, but well aware that they wouldn't stand a chance. They were comforted by knowing that Alex was safer wherever he was than he would be if he were there with them. Clark's compound had 2 basements. One was under the garage outside, and the other was under the hall stairs. The former was about 100 square feet, and was used for storing sundries, while the latter was partitioned into 3 rooms as extra living spaces. After searching every inch of the Fairfax compound, Ava's men returned empty-handed. "Where is he?" she said, unsheathing the sword at her hip. She was done playing games. She grabbed Dennis and held her blade to his throat. "If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll cut out your tongue." Will glared at her. "You're going too far," he said. "He's still a member of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, and I don't doubt for a second that he'll be there to face Jacob. Why are you doing this?" She struck him again and said, "I don't care. He's coming back with me, or you're about to have a very bad day." She looked up and shouted, "Alex, get out here, or whatever happens to your friends is on your head." She knew her men had covered the entire building, but she was certain he was hiding somewhere in the compound. It was the dead of winter outside, and he wouldn't be on the grounds. "Fine," she thought. "We'll take a more direct approach." She nodded to her men and shoved Dennis at them. "Make it hurt," she said. He tried to fight back, but he was outnumbered. Ava's men punched and kicked him savagely. Soon, he was bleeding and battered. Rufus fought to keep from rushing in to help, but he was surrounded by 8 of her team members, their hands on their weapons. "Tick-tock, Alex," she called. "I'll give you 10 more seconds. I can't be held responsible for whatever damage my boys do to your friend." She gestured to the men with her sword and called out in a sing-song voice, "No one will be safe." The house was silent, except for the noise of Dennis's beating. "Not coming out?" she said with a cruel smile. "Fine by me. Let's see if your friend here really needs both eyes." She placed the tip of her blade under Dennis's eye. He was terrified, but he didn't make a sound. He was willing to die to protect Alex. Meanwhile, Ava wasn't afraid of Alex at all anymore. She thought that he had been broken by Jacob to the point where even a child could take him out. "You can't hurt your own people," Rufus yelled. "It's not like I didn't try diplomacy," Ava said with a grin. A sudden boom shook the place, and dust fell from the rafters. The doors swung open, and everyone was momentarily blinded by the sunlight that poured into the hall. Alex's voice rang through the room like thunder. "You're all going to die," he said. Alex had spent the last 6 days in deep training, completely cut off from the outside world in the Downs. He had been sitting in a clearing, meditating and chanting. The sun had shone brightly over the sparse, wintry ground. He hadn't felt the cold. He had only been aware of the sunlight on his skin. He had felt his aura, his inner power, begin to drink in the light. It had moved around him like a pale smoke, drifting into his nostrils with each inhalation. He had learned to draw down the essence of the sun. As the Baltimore martial artists and Ava's men were locked in a standoff inside the house, Alex finally stood up and began moving through his fighting stances. With each repetition, he moved faster and faster until even his breathing appeared to stop. More and more energy poured into him, as if his body were drinking it up with an unquenchable thirst. The energy rushed through him and around him. The real inner power of his body was flowing at high speed. He could feel the limits of his own essence falling away. But it still wasn't enough. He could feel he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but he had hit a wall. He sat down to meditate and contemplated this new boundary. "I'm not the first person to walk this path," he thought. "What would my predecessors do?" He thought back to when Celia had offered him a powerful healing seed, and it gave him an idea. He could still feel the sun's energy filling his body. Although everything around him was dead for the winter, he ruffled through the crumpled leaves on the frosty ground and found a dried buckeye seed. Holding it close to his belly, he closed his eyes and reached out for his inner essence. It surged, exuberant, into his hand, and he guided it into the seed. In his mind's eye, he watched his inner force meet what remained of the seed's essence. The seed drank in his power, and he felt it change. It flared to life, but it wasn't a Buckeye seed anymore. On instinct, he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. He felt it move to his stomach, where it seemed to explode into a shimmering wave that washed through his body. He opened his eyes and smiled. The barrier had been broken. Episode 530, Alex Makes a Mess. Alex felt like every cell in his body was humming with energy. His inner force pulsed through him, growing stronger and stronger with each heartbeat. He could even feel his physical strength surging. And as he ran through his fighting stances, he realized that he was stronger and faster than he had ever been. With a deep sigh, he paused and looked across the clearing. He noticed that his senses were more acute, and he could hear strange noises coming from Clark's home on the other side of the downs. With a frown, he ran as fast as he could toward the compound. He didn't stop until he reached the doors, kicking them open. He stood casually in the doorway, his hands folded behind his back, radiating strength. His features seemed leaner and sharper. After days of suffering, he had manifested a whole new level of power. It should be enough to handle Jacob, he thought, looking around the room. It's definitely enough to handle these losers. Alex, Rufus said softly. He knew right away that this was not the same man he had fought alongside earlier. He was on another level. Does he look stronger to you, or is it just me? Edward whispered to Rufus in awe. You finally showed up, Ava said, still crouched over Dennis. I honestly thought you'd hide. Her tone was mocking, but she was uneasy under her bravado. She could see that something was different about him as easily as Rufus had, but she wasn't sure what it meant. I'm a little disappointed that you got here before I had a chance to slice your friend open, she said. You really let me down. Her team members chuckled. Alex ignored them all and took a deep breath. You can't fool me, kid, she said. You might be walking and talking, but I know you're still torn up. You're coming with us. You get to spend the next 24 hours under guard, and tomorrow afternoon, it'll be my personal privilege to take you to Canfield Arena and watch Jacob take you out. The Petries have declared this is your mess to clean up. You're about to be excommunicated. If you die tomorrow, this all goes away. And if you're lucky enough to survive, we'll scrape whatever's left of you off the field, and you'll be tried by the national chapter. She smiled. She was enjoying this immensely. Her men were grinning behind her, excited to watch Alex suffer for challenging Kenneth. You really love the sound of your own voice, don't you? Alex said, smiling back. Didn't you learn your lesson the last time you tried to mess with me? Ava's face twisted with rage. He had sucker punched her, but even she couldn't pretend that they were in the same weight class. She knew she would lose in a fair fight, even after Jacob had beaten him senseless. But she didn't really have to fight fair. She moved the tip of her sword to Dennis's throat. On your knees, Alex, she ordered. And just for fun, give yourself 100 of those little slaps you're so good at. Count them out too. If you skip one, he dies. She motioned to her men and they all drew their blades. They'll all die too, she said, pointing at his friends. Get out of here, Will said to Alex. Don't worry about us, just run. Ava backhanded him with the hilt of her sword. These people are so soft, she thought with disgust. They've never suffered a day in their lives before today. No one said you could talk, she hissed. She wrapped her fist in his hair and forced his head backward. "Get on your knees," she said to Alex. "It's time for you to learn a lesson in humility." Alex's eyes were cold. "Oh, there's a lesson here, all right," he said. "But none of you will be alive to learn it." One of her men dropped into a fighting stance. "You think you can talk to us like that?" he said. "I'll kill you with my bare—" His voice was cut off by Alex's hand around his throat. No one had even seen him move. The room was silent. Ava's eyes narrowed. He shouldn't still be a threat. Not with the beating he took, she thought. How much of this is just for show? "You're bluffing," croaked the man whose throat he held. "You don't have the—" There was a crack, and the man went limp. Alex had snapped his neck effortlessly. Ava's blood went cold. "You really do have a death wish, don't you?" she whispered and signaled to her men, who shuffled to surround him with their blades ready. He responded by stomping his left foot. The stone tile beneath him shattered and sent shards out in a wide circle. Screams echoed through the room as the shards cut through the men around him like bullets. They fell where they stood and didn't move. Ava roared with anger. She had just watched Alex kill more than a dozen of her men. "It's a good thing I'm under orders to bring you back alive," she said. "Otherwise I would kill you for this." He said nothing. He just leaned over, picked up a piece of the broken tile, and toyed with it for a moment before suddenly whipping it at her, striking her in the center of her forehead. Her eyes went wide with shock, and a thin stream of blood poured down her face. She slumped to the floor, clutching her forehead and writhing in pain. "I did tell you that you were all going to die," Alex said softly. With a shout, his friends took advantage of the confusion and began to fight Ava's remaining forces. The battle was ugly but quick. In a matter of minutes, most of her men were dead. Only she and two others were still alive. She looked at the broken bodies of her men, and her eyes blazed with hatred. "You wanted me here, and I'm here now," Alex said. "Was there something you needed to tell me? I'm all ears." Episode 531, Todd Gets Cocky. "You don't know, do you?" Ava asked, smirking at Alex. "We have Jesp and Oscar in custody, and Todd's going to have them executed." Her eyes gleamed with resentment. "We also have Debbie, and her life is about to get very unpleasant." She wanted nothing more than to make Alex suffer, so she was thrilled by the flash of remorse and fear on his face. "Every death is on your head, and we'll make sure the entire martial arts community knows it," she said. "Everyone will blame you." "You're sick," Alex muttered, stepping forward to loom over her. "You and the Petrie family infect everything you touch." He knew the people he cared about would be safe because he would accept no other outcome. To ensure Ava would be unable to cause any more trouble, he silenced her so efficiently that she never saw it coming. "She was a monster," Rufus said with a sigh. "But we can't forget she was working for Kenneth, and everything she did was on his orders. He has to answer for that." The Cliftons and the Stedmans were among the most powerful families in Baltimore, so it was unlikely Kenneth's men could have taken Jesp and Oscar without a fight. They must have gone willingly to prevent more bloodshed, Rufus thought, worried about his father. "We need to get over there," Alex said. Within moments, 3 cars were speeding toward the Baltimore Martial Arts Association headquarters. In the lead car, Alex made a call, which was answered quickly. "Yeah?" said an impatient voice over the sound of loud music. "I'm busy. What is it?" "Hi, Todd," Alex said. "This is Alex Ambrose. I'm going to make this as simple as possible. If anything happens to Debbie, I will hunt you down and kill you." Todd laughed. "You think I'm worried about you? If you touch her or any of my friends, I'll make you wish you'd never been born." Alex's tone was hard, making it clear he meant business. "I heard about what Jacob did to you," Todd said, chuckling, "and have to say, you don't sound so tough. After all, your headquarters now belongs to me, as does your job, and I've got Jessup Clifton in a cell." He paused. "And of course, I have your precious Debbie, so you see, you just don't scare me." "Trust me," Alex said, his voice almost a growl. "You don't want to do anything you'll regret." "Regret?" Todd scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous. Can't you see I've already won? Everything you had is now mine." Alex heard a woman laugh in the background. "I can't wait to get to know your girlfriend better," Todd taunted him. "Do what you need to do. We're waiting for you in the banquet hall." There was another round of laughter. "Yeah," someone called from the background. "Come and get us." Alex ended the call. "Rufus," he said, "when we get there, take a team and find Debbie. Kill anyone who gets in your way." "Got it," Rufus replied. And then he started making calls to his men in the other cars. Moments later, Alex's motorcade arrived outside the gates of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. As he and the others stepped out of the cars, they were confronted by more than a dozen of Kenneth's men. Moving faster than the eye could see, Alex pushed through the guards, leaving their limp bodies in his wake, and strode toward the main building. Inside, he came across 5 more men. "You dare show your face here?" one of them asked. "Didn't you get enough the last time Jacob beat you? I can't wait to see what Todd does to you. If you survive, maybe we'll let you clean the toilets for us." The men with him laughed, but a moment later, Alex had dropped them all without blinking. With utter calm, he kept walking toward the banquet hall. Another squad appeared at the end of the hallway, but when they spotted their comrades lying on the floor, they were more careful in their approach. Alex ignored them, but Will, Jeffrey, Dennis, and Edward drew their swords and attacked, defeating the entire squad. As they neared the banquet hall, 3 men in black rushed toward them, and it was obvious they were not ordinary guards, but masters. With dazzling speed, they drew their swords and attacked. There was a cold rush of wind as Alex stepped forward to meet the men, swiftly dealing with them and moving on. Alex was unstoppable. In just a few moments, he and his friends had eliminated Kenneth's men, and they had almost reached the doors to the banquet hall when more guards poured out from rooms on either side of them. Despite the heavy losses the guards had already suffered, they still didn't see Alex as a serious threat, so they yelled a challenge and charged. Alex and the others met the charge with fists and swords, battling furiously. "I've never seen anything like this," Will thought, his heart racing. Kenneth's men were losing ground quickly, and Alex never stopped moving forward. In fact, he didn't even slow down or hesitate. Just as he reached the doors to the banquet hall, he saw another one of Kenneth's men rush forward. The man's sword flashed like lightning as it sped toward Dennis, who was engaged in his own fight. With a jerk, the man's momentum was interrupted by a sharp blow to the arm, causing his hand to release the sword, which clattered to the ground. Alex hit him again, sending him crashing to the floor. Episode 532, Alex Crashes a Party. Alex watched the man in black struggle to get back up, clearly shocked at having been defeated by Alex. The man sank back into the floor, his eyes rolling back in his head as he passed out. Alex looked around, assessing the situation. Kenneth's men lay in the corridor, most of them not moving. A few were still conscious, but they had given up the fight. One or two tried to run, but the men from the Baltimore Martial Arts Association struck them down, and soon they had all been dealt with. Alex stood at the end of the corridor, just outside the double doors that led to the banquet hall used for special events. He could hear music and laughter through the doors, and he took a breath and yanked them open. The noise of the room stilled, and dozens of men and women watched Alex enter the hall, flanked by his men. "Are we interrupting?" he asked. The crowd grew uneasy as they watched him. Most of them didn't know who he was or where he had come from. There were a few nervous laughs as Todd's guests tried to reassure one another that this unexpected intruder was no danger to them. This was Todd's territory after all, so who would dare to cause trouble? Then someone realized that this was the man who had threatened Todd on the phone, and the rumor spread through the room, causing more laughter. They knew Jacob had already beaten the man, so what kind of threat could he possibly be? "I admit I'm surprised you're brave enough to show up here," said a young man with curly hair as he rose from his seat at the center of a long table. "But it would have been wiser to stay away." Although he had spoken lightly, the underlying anger was there for everyone to hear. Alex had never met Todd, but he recognized him immediately. Todd not only looked like his father, but he also moved with the same dangerous fluidity. So Kenneth had obviously trained him well. Unfortunately, Todd had also been pampered by his father, and outside of sparring, he had never been in a real fight, so his skills had never progressed. His success was only a result of his father's political power. Kenneth had gotten rid of Alex to make Todd the leader of the association instead. "You really don't want to push me," Alex said, sighing. "It won't go well for you." "I already told you," Todd said, picking up a wine glass and grinning at him. "I'm not afraid of you. And besides, aren't you going to say hello to my special guest?" He gestured to the seat next to him, where Debbie sat, glaring at him with contempt. Her hands were bound, but she still managed to look as though she was bored by her surroundings. After all, she knew Alex would never let her down. Even in such a dangerous situation, Alex felt his heart skip a beat at how beautiful she was. Their eyes met, and Debbie's face softened for a moment, and she gave him a tiny smile. "I've met a lot of people who don't know when to quit," Todd said, "but you are really something else." "You have no idea," Alex said, his voice cold. "Can we wrap this up? It's getting late." "You're right," Todd agreed. "You have a busy day tomorrow, which is why I'm not going to deal with you myself. Jacob will take care of that for me. I'm sure it won't take long." His guests roared with laughter. "I hope your father didn't have any important plans for you," Alex said casually. "He's bound to be disappointed." Todd scowled. "Someone take out the trash for me," he shouted. 7 or 8 men stood and began to surround Alex and his friends. "Why don't you fight him yourself?" shouted Will, turning to protect Alex's blind spot. Todd ignored him. "Ollie, teach Mr. Ambrose a lesson," he said, "but don't kill him." A hulking man rose from the table and stepped in front of Alex, his hands already raised as he began to bob and weave like a boxer. Ollie's job was to make sure everyone knew it was unwise to offend the Petrie family. Without warning, he hit Alex with a powerful jab of his left fist. The blow rocked Alex, but he kept his feet. Then Ollie followed up with a right jab, but Alex dodged the punch. Ollie was surprisingly fast for a man of his size. and Alex had to move back to avoid a rapid-fire series of jabs and hooks. Ollie landed another punch. Some of Todd's guests began to relax a little, and some playful wagers were being offered and accepted. They knew Ollie wasn't going to kill Alex, but they were eager to watch him hurt the young man. For several minutes, the fighters tested each other's weaknesses. After the first couple of strikes, Ollie hadn't managed to land another hit, and Alex was easily eluding him. The crowd began to grow restless. "Come on!" someone shouted at Ollie. "Hit him!" Alex watched his opponent carefully and dropped into a defensive crouch. His own hands were raised as he waited for Ollie to make his move. He didn't have long to wait. When Ollie's next right hook swept in, Alex struck swiftly, bringing his hand down hard on Ollie's wrist, and the entire crowd flinched at the sickening crunch that followed. Ollie screamed and clutched his right hand in agony. He dropped to his knees, dripping sweat and breathing heavily. The audience was shocked and couldn't believe what they had just seen. Several of them began to talk, discussing what had happened. "How's that possible? What did he do? How could he defeat Ollie?" Todd's jaw dropped. Before he could stop himself, he took a step back, putting some distance between him and Alex. Alex said nothing, but he began walking toward the table. 2 more men in black rushed from the corner of the hall, each holding a wickedly sharp knife, which they tried to stab Alex with. Their knives whistled through the air in perfect practiced arcs, but Alex swung his left arm in a graceful figure 8, easily disarming the men. The men in black felt pain radiate up their arms as their knives clattered to the floor, and they gaped at Alex in amazement. Ignoring them, Alex resumed his slow, steady walk toward Todd. There was a brief flicker of fear in Todd's eyes, but he suppressed it. Drawing his own sword from a scabbard behind his chair, he stepped onto and over the table. His blade held high, he glared at Alex with a fierce expression. Todd was a coward, but he was a very well-trained coward. He would always look for a way to avoid a fair fight, but he was still a formidable fighter. He lunged forward, the tip of his sword stabbing at Alex's throat, but Alex spun into the strike, slapping the flat of the sword with the heel of his palm. The force of his strike traveled like a shockwave up Todd's arm, and he lost his grip on the hilt. The sword's momentum kept it moving, and Alex caught it and spun in a circle. Todd's breath left him in a huff. He and Alex were face to face, mere inches from each other. In disbelief, he looked down at the hilt of his sword, noticing the blade had pierced his chest. Episode 533, Article 72. The banquet hall was utterly still. Amid the wreckage of the room, Alex and Todd stood face to face against the far wall under a bank of screens. The music that had been playing during Todd's party was still running, while cheerful blobs of color flowed on the screens. Todd's eyes were fixed on the hilt of the sword Alex had just buried into his chest. His lips opened and closed as he tried to speak, and then his legs gave out, and he dropped to the floor, not moving. The tension of the moment was broken by a long scream, and then the room erupted into chaos. Most of the guests wanted to be as far from Alex as possible. Some stood in shock, taking in the awful scene and discovering a new depth of hatred for him. Weaving through the guests, more men in black suits surrounded Alex, armed with knives and swords. They attacked in unison, but it didn't matter. Alex disarmed and disabled them. He could have killed them all without even thinking about it. But instead he merely rendered them incapable of attack. The ones who were still conscious writhed and groaned a little, but none of them wanted to draw too much attention from the young man who had just defeated them. Alex stood in the center of the room and looked around. The doors swung open, and Rufus strode into the room with his family. The Cliftons were not alone. They had been joined by people from the Chapman, Palmer, Robinson, and Stedman families, the most powerful families in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. It was clear that Alex and his allies had regained control of Baltimore's martial arts community. Even Todd's supporters, now caught between an unsmiling Alex and so many of his people, could see that power had definitely changed hands. Most of them were resigned or frightened, but others were outraged. "You're an animal! How could you do such a thing?" "You've killed Kenneth's son!" One of the injured men in black struggled to his feet, glaring at Alex. "You don't even know what you've done," he snapped. "Kenneth will be back here in the morning, and he's not going to rest until you're dead." He smiled grimly. "I can't wait to watch you try to weasel your way out of this. Whatever Jacob does to you tomorrow will be a blessing compared to what Kenneth will do to you if you survive." Alex rolled his eyes. "Kenneth is very well connected, so every martial arts chapter in the country will be coming after you," the man said, scowling at him. "Picking a fight with Kenneth was dumb enough. You can't even imagine the trouble you've just brought on yourself." Alex looked around the room at Rufus, Will, Edward, and their respective families. "Maybe, but I'll have help," he said with a faint smile. He was a little sorry that Kenneth wasn't currently in Baltimore. It would have been more convenient to deal with the father and son at the same time. They would regret threatening the people he cared about. "You think you've saved him?" the man in black asked. "What about after tomorrow? What happens to them after Jacob kills you? Who's going to protect them when you're dead?" He laughed bitterly. "The more you offend Kenneth, the worse it'll be for your friends, and you won't like the consequences." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a buzzing cell phone. And then he looked at the screen and smiled. "This'll be good," he said, answering the call. "I'm here, sir." He listened for a moment and then said, "Yes, sir, he's right. Okay, hold on." He tapped a few keys and connected his phone to the network running the screens and music, which stopped abruptly. On the screens, Kenneth's face loomed over everyone in the room, dark with cold fury. "Mr. Ambrose," he said, "you've already made a mess of the Baltimore chapter and turned a respected institution into a sick joke. That's why I sent my son to take over. I don't know what you're doing there, but whatever sort of coup you're planning ends now. I want to see my son immediately. You've broken so many of our rules that your punishment will make whatever Jacob does to you tomorrow feel like a gentle stroll on a summer day, provided you survive." "Good morning, Mr. Petrie," Alex said, smiling. "Before we get to Todd, remind me of one of your rules. What's the punishment for imprisoning senior members of a local chapter without grounds? That's covered under Article 72, isn't it?" Kenneth's eyes hardened, but he didn't answer. "What's the penalty for ordering the deaths of local chapter members without cause or proper review?" Alex continued. "Because Todd had senior members of the Clifton and Stedman families detained, but no charges against them were ever filed. You're the arbitrator, Kenneth, so how would you address this?" Rufus was listening very closely to the exchange. His father and Kenneth had never gotten along, but no one, least of all Jessup, would ever imagine he would shirk his duty for his own selfish goals. "You're not the head of the Baltimore chapter anymore, Alex," Kenneth reminded him, his voice thick with disapproval. "So you don't get to say how it's run. You don't have the standing to challenge Todd's authority in implementing my directives." He scowled. "Now stop wasting my time and let me speak to my son." "My question stands, Kenneth," Alex said firmly. How does the arbitrator's office deal with violations of Article 72? What is the punishment? Imprisonment, rang a voice from the back of the hall. And expulsion from the local and national chapters for starters. Execution's also a possibility, pending a vote of the chapter's president and senior leadership. That's the punishment. Jessup's voice was loud and clear as he walked into the center of the room, limping and leaning heavily on Oscar. Alex's smile faded. I formally accuse Todd Petrie of violations of Article 72, he said, speaking loudly and clearly. He detained and tortured Jessup Clifton and Oscar Stedman, and he kidnapped Debbie Stonehill. On his authority, Ava Holt and her men invaded Clark Fairfax's home and threatened Rufus Clifton, William Palmer, and other members of the Baltimore chapter. I think we should take a vote to see what we should do with Todd. Agreed, Jessup said. Wait, Kenneth said. Sorry, Kenneth, Alex said, cutting him off. This is an internal matter, so you don't have the standing to object. He looked around the banquet hall. Members, what should the punishment be? Now, hold on, Kenneth said, beginning to panic. Death, said Oscar. Death, repeated Jessup. Death, said another voice from the back of the room, and another, and another. The entire banquet hall shook with the voices of the Baltimore chapter in unison. Death, they called. Kenneth was apoplectic. You wouldn't dare, he roared. Alex reached over and plucked the phone from the man's black hand. He grinned at the camera and aimed it at Todd's body, still lying crumpled on the floor. On the monitors, Kenneth's eyes grew as wide as saucers. Todd, he whispered, overwhelmed with disbelief, grief, and rage. One of the guards took advantage of the spectacle. From his spot on the floor, he grabbed at his fallen sword and lunged at Alex. But even if he had managed to get a decent grip on his sword, it wouldn't have done him any good. In one fluid motion, Oscar stuck out a foot and tripped him, sending him sprawling to the floor. I have Jacob to deal with next, Alex said. But we'll talk soon, Kenneth. You're still on my list. Then he ended the call before Kenneth could respond. Jessup had the banquet guests detained, and the Baltimore Martial Arts Association got to work clearing the broken furniture and removing the bodies of Kenneth's men. Debbie was taken to a guest room to rest. She was uninjured, but Alex would never forget the look of fear in her eyes, and he couldn't relax until she had fallen asleep. He wished he could bring Todd back to life just to kill him again for upsetting her. He wasn't worried about Kenneth. After today, he thought, it's probably safe to say we're not going to reconcile with the arbitrator's office. He and his people had killed some of Kenneth's men, and there would be no coming back from that. He didn't even waste time wondering how the national chapter would react. After all, he had enough to deal with. Episode 534, On the Eve of Battle. Clark was the leader of his own martial arts group, but he was also generous in allowing his people to join other associations. That had appealed to Alex. Clark thought the American Martial Arts Association was just a loose organization of martial artists, similar to his own group. However, he hadn't expected their group to be so strictly structured or hierarchical. He wanted to leave the Baltimore Martial Arts Association because he was worried that by being involved, it would make his group appear subordinate to them, when truthfully they were far stronger, not weaker. He also recognized Alex's skills when others did not. Alex's ability to lead others was admirable. After essentially cleaning up the arbitrator's office, Alex's prestige in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association had reached new heights, and he had become as powerful as his predecessors, if not stronger. Alex had ordered hundreds of martial artists to guard the association while he was gone, and the individual leaders he had placed in command of various groups were all young martial artists. The young fighters respected and looked up to Alex, but their weakness was that their martial arts skills were not very strong. Alex thought that when the time was right, he would test them and make decisions based on their skills and personalities. The Baltimore Martial Arts Association would remain a strong family of fighters. When the time came, Alex began to make his preparations. He sent the Clifton family back to the Appalachian Mountains to try to recruit more help. On the one hand, he had hoped to avoid asking for assistance. On the other hand, he hoped the martial artists in the Appalachian Mountains and those in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association would become allies. He also sent Debbie along to invite the Maidens of the Moon Palace to join them. He had a soft spot for the Moon Maidens and hoped they could help him face the challenges ahead. At first, Debbie didn't want to leave. When Alex insisted, she knew she had to go, but it brought tears to her eyes because she wanted to stay with Alex. That night, Alex sat in the Fairfax compound, made a pot of tea, and drank it leisurely, enjoying the quiet before the war. He knew he strongly depended on others, maybe more than he should, and he didn't even have his own home. His men were happy and wanted to support him, but Alex still felt guilty. Jacob wasn't going to be beaten easily, and Alex didn't have the time or energy to take care of a house or land. Once he had dealt with Jacob, then perhaps he could start thinking about such things. He had plenty of money, even if it didn't seem like much, but he needed to use it to work on building up his skills. In the future, strengthening his skills and improving his weapons would eat through his funds, but for now, he could depend on his own abilities and weapons. He had done some research on a recipe for supplements that could help increase his strength and concentration. While he didn't have the real supplements in his possession, they were far too expensive. He did have most of the ingredients. He hoped that by mixing them together, he could at least approximate the original recipe, which could be helpful in his contest with Jacob, though he doubted it. He hoped that in time he could share the recipe with others, especially the moon goddesses, further encouraging them to join his cause. After drinking his tea, Alex relaxed for a while and worked at refining his skills and internal focus. During the afternoon and evening, he lost himself in his practice, refining his skills until he could perform them without even needing to concentrate. He got so lost in his work that he lost track of time. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that he decided to take a break. His contest with Jacob had been changed to the following afternoon by the American Martial Arts Association. But even though it had been moved up, he wasn't worried. He was willing and eager to fight at any time. When he decided to call it a night, he noticed Clark and Sarah had been watching him with concern. "Why do you look so worried?" Alex teased. "Are you concerned I'll lose tomorrow and die in the contest? So you thought you should come and take one last look at me?" "Don't say die," Sarah complained. "You'll win tomorrow. If you lose, you'll upset a lot of people." Alex's heart softened and he laughed kindly. "Don't worry, I'll be okay." "According to our information, when you defeated Todd, Kenneth was livid," Clark said. "Word is, half an hour ago, a group of experts got on a plane to Baltimore to watch the battle tomorrow." He gazed hard at Alex. "Tomorrow, if Jacob beats you, Kenneth will steal Debbie away from you." Clark paused, letting that thought sink in, and then he continued. "If you win, they'll attack you on the spot. Kenneth is determined that you will not walk away unscathed. I came here to remind you to be careful." "I've added Kenneth to my list," Alex said, smiling widely. "He, just like Jacob, will not defeat me. I won't allow him to plot against me. You should know, Clark said, not particularly convinced by Alex's optimism. Tomorrow, in addition to Kenneth's group, there will also be observers from other martial arts associations from around the country, including Hugo Sheridan and Seth Paxman. They, along with their companions, will be following this match with interest. Jacob thinks he has the advantage because he believes he'll crush me easily, Alex said. He's too overconfident. He paused, thinking on what Clark had just said, and asked, So who are Hugo Sheridan and Seth Paxman? Why haven't I heard of them before now? Seth is the vice president of the New York Martial Arts Association. He's a seasoned martial artist and highly respected, but he's of average skill and relies heavily on his inner strength. Hugo is also a vice president, but of the American Martial Arts Association. He deals with recruitment. He doesn't have any real power, but he has a wide range of contacts, so he's a useful person to know. Very well, Alex said, thinking it over. Alex, if you win this match, I want you to become Sarah's teacher, Clark said solemnly. She could learn so very much from you. Alex almost choked on his tea. With such a great father like you, what could she possibly learn from me? Compared with you, my skill is but a dim light to your bright talent, Clark said frankly. Alex reluctantly agreed to his request, but he wasn't convinced. He was not nearly skilled enough to be a true leader, so he could only help give Sarah some pointers. But Clark was thrilled. He had every confidence that Alex would defeat Jacob, and that boosted Alex's own confidence about the contest that would be happening far too soon. Episode 535, Face Off. Alex only slept for a few hours that night. He was too excited to sleep for long. At 1 o'clock the next day, Alex appeared alone at Canfield Arena. The sports complex was large, and few people were allowed in who didn't belong there. He had expected there to be a large crowd, but the arena was quiet. Maybe people were told to come at the wrong time, he thought. Alex went to the locker rooms and sat down, trying to calm his nerves. He had arrived early, not wanting to be late like he had been for the last match. This time he sat alone and stared at the clock on the wall, slowly ticking away the seconds and minutes to the match. He tried to focus inwardly and draw on his inner strength, knowing he needed to be as focused as possible. As he sat there, he thought about all the competitions that must have happened at this place in the past, and he could almost feel the ghosts of those who had battled there before him. He had arrived early on purpose. First, he had wanted the chance to get a feel for the arena and gather his thoughts. Second, he wanted to fool Jacob into believing he was nervous about the fight. But Alex was ready and on his guard. Unexpectedly, he had only been waiting there for 15 minutes or so when he heard a commotion out in the corridor. The door to the locker room burst open, and Kenneth and his followers from the arbitrator's office came in. He gazed around the room furiously for a moment before turning his eyes on Alex, and then he stomped closer. "I'm going to kill you." Kenneth had only returned to the association in the past few days. As a result, not only had the Baltimore Martial Arts Association changed hands, but his son Todd had been defeated. Kenneth drew a knife, intent on going after Alex. Before Alex could react, several of Kenneth's men reached out to stop their comrade from acting impulsively. "Kenneth, you don't want to do that," one of them said, grabbing the knife out of his hand. Alex regained his composure and said, "Listen to your friend, Kenneth. After I defeat Jacob, we'll have plenty of time to fight later." Kenneth's face was red with rage as he stared threateningly at Alex. I warn you, whether or not you win today, I'm coming for you. Watch your back. Kenneth didn't think Alex had the strength to defend himself against him and all his henchmen, so he realized he could wait until after the competition was over to seek his revenge. I'm afraid you won't have the chance, Alex replied coolly. You don't scare me. Kenneth laughed and then said, Boy, I look forward to seeing you after the match. He held back on the idea of killing Alex, deciding to watch Alex and Jacob's match and see what happened. In the end, he hoped he would get the chance to take Alex down. Kenneth clapped his hands, and a cart was wheeled into the room, carrying a black coffin. Alex, see? I had this made especially for you. When you're dead, I'll be more than happy to be the one who puts what's left of you in it. He laughed maniacally. You took away my son, so now I will kill you. Alex stared at him calmly and said, Not if I kill you first. What's going on here? A loud, commanding voice called from the doorway. A group of well-dressed men and women were standing there. In front of them stood a man with white hair, dignified eyes. He stared at Alex grimly and said, Alex, you have brought shame on both the Baltimore and the American Martial Arts Associations. We have ignored your transgressions until now, and that was a grave mistake. Now I order you to apologize to Mr. Petrie immediately. Alex stared at the man. Without even asking, he guessed this was Hugo Sheridan, the vice president of the American Martial Arts Association. Alex stood his ground. These men have brought a coffin to show me that they want me dead. They want me to apologize and pay for what I've done, but I'm not someone you want to mess with. Do you think you are above the rules? Hugo said, a chill in his tone. If you fight Mr. Petrie now, you will lose. Even you must be able to see that. He turned and gestured to Kenneth. Do you think you have any chance of winning? His skills far outmatch your own. Only a week ago you were defeated by Jacob, and yet here you are for a rematch. Focus on that fight, not any quarrel you have with anyone in this room. Alex opened his mouth to reply, but before he could speak, Hugo continued. If you can win today, I'll back down. You're young, but you're also foolish and headstrong. Alex could see Hugo was displeased with Alex's disregard for his authority. I'll give you one more chance, Hugo said. If you don't apologize to Mr. Petrie, you will be responsible for the consequences. Hugo had a point, and he wasn't a fool. He was well respected in all martial arts associations. Alex glanced around at the people behind him. Several women rolled their eyes at him disgustedly, and he seethed inwardly at their attitude. He turned his gaze on Kenneth, who smiled condescendingly and glanced toward the coffin, as if to say, It's here, waiting for you. Why not come and get it? I don't see how this is any of your business, Alex said as politely as he could. So I would ask you to please stay out of it. Hugo frowned. Alex, don't you know who I am? Are you sure you want to address me like that? Alex looked at the group of people one last time. I know who you are and I don't care. Stay out of this. Hugo was furious. So you dare to show me such disrespect? Very well, go ahead. I tried to warn you, but now let's see what you've got. Let's see what he does with that, Hugo thought. He has some nerve, I'll give him that. Leaders of the associations need nerves of steel, but he's far too young. He can't simply decide that if someone says something that hurts his feelings or simply makes him mad that he should fight him. He needs to learn to pick his battles wisely, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Hugo decided he should be the one to teach Alex a lesson and not Kenneth. Besides, the young man had insulted him and gotten on his nerves. If I don't sort him out soon, Hugo thought, he'll never learn to respect his elders. He cracked his knuckles, shifted his body into a fighting stance, and stared hard at Alex. Motion at the door made him pause. Kenneth turned toward the door and said, Mr. Sheridan, Jacob, and Mr. Paxman are here. Kenneth was relieved at the interruption because he didn't want Alex to be rescued. He was afraid that after Hugo inevitably taught him a lesson, the contest would be canceled. If that happened, Alex would withdraw, and Kenneth wouldn't get his chance to kill him. It looks like Jacob is here for the match, so he can be the one to teach Alex how to behave like a man, Kenneth smiled. Later, worried Hugo wouldn't understand, Kenneth met with him and explained his idea. Hugo vehemently agreed with him. Episode 536, Cloud Attack. Absolutely, Hugo agreed, laughing so hard he snorted, and then he looked at Alex. I will spare his life for the time being, but I'll settle this later. Then he spotted Jacob and Marie out of the corner of his eye and turned to greet them. Welcome, he said, smiling at them. I'm glad to see you made it. Kenneth had been looking forward to Jacob's arrival, and now he grinned as he imagined Alex's imminent defeat. Everyone rushed to stand with Jacob and the others, leaving Alex standing by himself. It was almost time for the Battle of Canfield Arena, and it promised to be spectacular. In the martial arts world, a master was considered almost a legend, certainly something more than an ordinary human being. And when someone reached the level of Grand Master, they had the potential to become a great master. Even the rich and powerful must be careful to treat such a person with respect. A master like Ash Thornton was incredibly skilled at martial arts, but he wasn't the most powerful fighter in the world. Because masters were often considered to be a myth, few people managed to see one, so it wasn't clear how powerful they were. Tyson, Slade, and Theo had been true masters, and Alex suspected Jacob might be one too. But he couldn't get a read on Jacob's strength. Still, he realized it was possible Jacob was even more skilled than Tyson had been, and that was a worry. Jacob looked around him and sighed. I can't believe Alex actually came, he said. He's braver than most men. He shook his head. I'm one of the top fighters in the world, so I didn't expect it to be challenged by such a young man. He glanced at Alex. I'm afraid you're a little out of your depth, and you're risking a lot by fighting me. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, sending a blast of air right at Alex. Alex didn't fight back, but merely used his inner power to hurriedly step aside, avoiding the blow. Ah, have you recovered from your injuries? Jacob asked lightly. You must be feeling stronger if you're capable of avoiding me. He grinned and raised his hands again, summoning the elements of air and water to form a small cloud. Still, you're not strong enough to take me on. The onlookers gaped as they watched, unable to tear their eyes away from Jacob's hands. No one made a sound, looking at the cloud and wishing they had that ability. Jacob continued to pull in more air, growing the cloud as he stared at Alex. Although the cloud looked wispy, everyone knew it was solid and would do a lot of damage to anything it hit. Is that Jacob's special cloud move? Someone asked, their voice breathless with excitement. Jacob was known for his ability to create clouds that could either be hard or soft. The hard ones could smash through stone, and the soft ones could be wound around objects like a silk thread. As Jacob released his cloud, Alex jumped and cloaked himself in the shadows. The cloud shot past where Alex had been standing and slammed into an enormous tree, knocking it over and ripping its roots out of the ground. Hugo smiled and Kenneth laughed. Alex had avoided being hurt, but he wouldn't be able to dodge Jacob's strikes forever. He had been lucky so far, but eventually his luck was bound to run out. Seth was thrilled to be witnessing the legendary Jacob in action, as he had never met such a master throughout his travels. Right from the start, Jacob had demonstrated his incomparable strength, and it was truly impressive. Several members of the crowd shivered, realizing how special Jacob's talent was. There were only a few masters in the world, and they weren't sure if any of the others would be a match for Jacob.
"Jacob is kind to put on such a show for us," Hugo said, smiling at Seth. "He could have ended this with one punch, but he's drawing it out to entertain us." He paused. "Mr. Paxman, on behalf of the American Martial Arts Association, I'd like to thank you for your understanding. You can rest assured that after Alex's defeat, I will apply to the authorities to strip him of his assets and compensate Jacob in full." Seth merely nodded. "And I promise in the future," Hugo continued, "we'll be much more careful about who we allow to join our martial arts community." "I'm glad to hear it," Seth said. "At the end of the day, we have more in common with each other than we do with someone like Alex." He met Hugo's gaze. "Of course, I intend to keep you to your promise to ensure Alex is thrown out of your association. Otherwise, next time, Jacob might not listen to my advice, and then who knows what he might do to exact revenge." He shrugged. "But I'm sure whatever it is, your martial arts community would be a laughingstock around the world." "I'll make sure the matter is taken care of," Hugo said respectfully. "And I'll remind my association of how powerful your people are." Some of the crowd had overheard the conversation. Now they started to suspect Alex had only been able to evade Jacob's attack because Jacob had been going easy on him. They appreciated Seth interceding with Jacob on their behalf, and they turned away from Alex, refusing to look at him. After all, it was Alex's impotence that had caused this mess in the first place, and now it seemed he was doomed to failure. Several of them called out to Jacob. "Thank you for not destroying us, but please stop now. You've made your point." Hugo frowned, and then he stood up and yelled, "No, let Alex be punished." He assumed Jacob was amusing himself by toying with Alex, and he didn't want to get in the way of that. It was better to let Jacob have his fun. "You don't yet know the full horror of facing a real master," Jacob said to Alex, his hands constantly moving as he summoned another cloud. The inner strength of martial arts was extremely flexible, often limited only by its user's imagination. Jacob was skilled at condensing his inner power into both a hard and soft substance, which was difficult for most people to understand. No wonder he seemed so invincible. As far as the bystanders were concerned, Alex had already been defeated, and all that remained was for him to surrender. So they were surprised when Alex simply shook his head and called out, "And you consider yourself a real master? That's only your opinion, and I see it differently." The audience gaped at him, not daring to speak. The first rule of the martial arts world was that you should never, ever insult a master, so Alex had probably just signed his own death warrant. Kenneth's face turned red with fury. "You've done it now," he roared. "Jacob spared you last time, but you can't expect to speak to him like that and escape punishment." Episode 537, Threads of Power.
"The master plays by his own rules," Kenneth said, "and those who humiliate him will receive no mercy." Jacob scowled at Alex. "Clearly you have a death wish." Jacob's cloud began to whirl as though it had picked up on his mood, and power pulsed from it. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he adapted its shape to a whip, which flew right at Alex. This wasn't the first time the crowd had seen Jacob make such a move, and they were sure Alex would be torn to pieces by it. Some of them covered their eyes, unable to watch. "Jacob's angry," Kenneth said, almost vibrating with excitement. He was sure that Alex wouldn't be able to evade this attack, and he was looking forward to watching his downfall. Marie was speaking into her phone, but when she hung up, she saw Alex move, and she yelled out a warning to Jacob. "Master, be careful! He's invoking the power of the Moon Palace." "What?" Jacob was stunned. Sure, he must have misheard her. Alex stepped forward, raised his hand, gently clenched it into a fist, and then infused it with his inner power. A white light glowed from within his fist, sending out bursts of power. A beam of light struck Jacob's cloud, causing it to burst apart, forming several smaller clouds which hovered menacingly above Jacob's head. No, that's not possible," Jacob exclaimed, losing his cool. He tipped his head back to stare at the clouds, and then he raised his arms, sending out power. The clouds scattered and dissipated, but before he could even sigh with relief, a bolt of power shot toward him, hitting him so hard he was nearly knocked off his feet. He gathered his inner power, condensing it into a shield thick enough to stop Alex's attack. Despite having used such a technique before, on this occasion he couldn't maintain it, and the blow landed, causing him to stagger. Unable to withstand it, he retreated, trying to save himself. The crowd gasped at the sight of Jacob giving way. He continued to step back, but no matter how fast he moved, the power was even faster, refusing to allow him to escape. As everyone watched, the bolt of power struck Jacob's face, pushing him back, and throwing him through the door to land sprawled in a heap. The entire area was silent, and everyone stood still, looking at each other in a daze. Kenneth's jaw dropped, unable to believe what had happened, and Hugo stared at the door, not knowing what to do. Jacob staggered back through the door and fell to the ground, gaping at Alex in horror. Alex grinned at him. "Didn't you think you were the only master here?" All eyes were on Alex as the onlookers tried to make sense of it all. A master was invincible, and nobody could stand against one without using weapons. Except a master could be defeated by another master. Everyone started speaking at once, shocked to realize they were looking at a young master from the Moon Palace. No one could believe such a young man had achieved the level of master, but it was undeniable. Some of them wondered if this was the same Alex whose exploits had been whispered about for some time, but they had never seen his face before now. Jacob climbed slowly to his feet, flushing with anger and humiliation at being defeated by Alex in front of so many people. "You don't seem convinced yet," Alex said, smirking at him. "So I guess we'll have to keep fighting." With that, Alex rushed forward, closing the distance between them in record time. He raised his fist and then punched out at Jacob, using a great deal of force. Jacob was prepared, and he summoned his inner power, once again forming a cloud. Then he adjusted it, turning it into the shape of a sword, and held it up to block Alex's attack. The opposing powers collided, and Jacob took a few steps backward. That was a lot of power, he thought, shaken by the impact and trying to stop his hands from trembling. How did he get so strong? He might actually be a divine master.
He was stunned. Divine Masters were almost unheard of, and in the last few hundred years, there had only been one such master recorded. But he didn't have time to think about it because Alex was already approaching again. He realized a change in plan was needed. Meeting Alex with brute force wasn't working, so he would have to be more subtle. He waved his hands, the movement swift and graceful, as he formed his inner power into silken threads which fell like rain. Within moments, Alex was surrounded by countless threads, which continued to wind around him. Each strand was easy to break, and then it simply reformed as though it had never been broken. "How is he going to deal with that?" someone asked, watching carefully. Everyone's attention was focused firmly on Alex, waiting to see what he would do. Alex smiled, and then he spread his arms wide like a bird opening its wings, snapping many of the strands. Then he pulled out 2 sharp knives and slashed at the silken threads, his movements fast and furious. His hands were in constant motion as he turned, cutting through the strands. "He's breaking free!" someone called excitedly. Before long, countless tiny strands fluttered down, each so small that it was harmless. They floated in the breeze, getting fainter and fainter, until they simply faded away. "What kind of martial arts was that?" Jacob muttered, scowling as he retreated once again. His previous defeat had been shameful enough, but this confrontation had seriously knocked his confidence. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing how easily Alex could have turned those blades on him. If he hadn't stepped back, Alex might have destroyed him already. It was clear Alex commanded an immense amount of inner power, and Jacob was no longer sure he would win this fight. He had never seen anyone wield their power so skillfully, and he suspected Alex was capable of much more than anyone realized. "Let's go again," Alex called, laughing. Jacob had been holding his own against him, and that made him a worthy opponent. Episode 538, Finish It. Alex pushed his inner power into both of his hands, and a glow formed around them. "I think he really is a divine master," Jacob thought, staring at him. He had spent many years studying martial arts, paying close attention to the higher realms of power. The martial arts used by masters eluded most people, but then there was another level of skill seldom reached, even by masters. Jacob's cloud skill was achievable only by those who had reached the level of master, and ordinary people were nowhere near that level of skill. Jacob was even more powerful than Tyson Slade had been. And yet Alex, who is still a young man, commanded such strong inner power, it seemed he had surpassed the level of a normal master. Alex formed the energy in his hands into a ball which thrummed with power. Jacob stepped back, his heart pounding with terror. He had never been so scared in his life, and he knew he couldn't allow that energy to hit him. If it did, he wasn't certain he would survive. He eluded the strike, and the energy hit the wall behind him, exploding and sending fragments of brick everywhere. Part of the wall collapsed, sending dust billowing out. The bystanders were speechless, never having seen such a thing before. Alex's power had carried the force of a grenade. Alex rushed forward, engaging Jacob in a fight. His fighting style was simple and elegant, and the movements were so graceful he almost seemed to be dancing. Although his attacks weren't flashy, they contained a lot of force, and each hit had the potential to do a lot of damage. But Jacob's hands continued to trace patterns in the air, forming clouds from his inner power to surround him and give him protection. "Very pretty," Alex taunted him, "but not very useful." Alex smashed a cloud with his fist, and then he shot a bolt of power at Jacob,
evading the clouds and singeing Jacob's clothes. "You know, I am really enjoying this," he said, chuckling. Alex's attacks were endless, but he stopped using any of his extra gifts, relying more on his physical moves. Jacob, meanwhile, was still using clouds infused with large amounts of inner power to fend off Alex's strikes. Alex wasn't surprised, but he was happy to be using a simpler form of fighting as he punched and kicked his opponent. Fighting in hand-to-hand combat against a suitable opponent in an open-air arena was refreshing, and he had never felt so at one with his inner power. His eyes shone with happiness. He had wanted to try something new, but he had been worried about damaging the arena. Not that Jacob seemed to care. He seemed willing to do anything to win, regardless of the cost. Alex knew if he stepped up his assault, he could easily defeat Jacob, but he was reluctant to end their fight so quickly. Meanwhile, Jacob didn't know how much longer he could hold out. His limbs were shaky, and he was beginning to feel sick and dizzy. "This man is a machine," he thought. "He never seems to run out of strength, and his body appears to be indestructible. He can summon an inexhaustible amount of inner power, and he really knows how to fight. His martial arts skills are outstanding, but he's only in his 20s, so how did he manage to progress so quickly?" It was becoming increasingly obvious he was battling against a superior master who was skilled at both fighting physically and the use of inner power. Alex seemed to have no weaknesses, and nothing Jacob did seemed to hurt him. The few strikes Jacob managed to land had little effect, and Alex merely shrugged them off. Jacob felt helpless in the face of such an opponent, and he had no idea what to do. Unlike Alex, Jacob was hurt by the blows Alex rained down on him, and he couldn't continue like this forever. He used all his skills, but all he could do was hold steady, and he had no chance of gaining the upper hand. "This is incredible," one of the members of the crowd said. "It's no wonder masters are spoken about so often. Even though science and technology are now taking the place of martial arts, they could never produce anything like this." Someone else sucked in a breath. "I can't believe we're lucky enough to witness this." Everyone could see that the two men were powerful, but they also recognized that Alex was doing most of the attacking, while Jacob was trying to evade him. It seemed inevitable that Jacob would eventually lose to Alex. Hugo scowled as he watched the fight. At first, he had been annoyed when Alex had hidden from Jacob, but then Alex had finally begun to fight back. Now Hugo was growing angry again because it was clear Alex was drawing this out. "Alex, what's your problem?" he yelled. "This is an important battle, so stop playing and finish it. Not only are you being disrespectful to Jacob, but you're also wasting everyone's time. I can't allow you to carry on like this, so stop messing around and fight properly." He was furious, but a part of him suspected Jacob was still in control and was merely toying with Alex. But it was making Alex look good, which would upset Seth. After all, Seth wanted to see Alex embarrassed and begging for mercy, and that hadn't happened. Alex was clearly enjoying himself, and Hugo couldn't understand how Alex had obtained the skills needed to face a master like Jacob. He glanced over at Seth, whose expression was stony as he watched Alex. Kenneth realized something was wrong. Jacob had staggered back after being hit, and Kenneth was certain he wasn't pretending to lose. No, Jacob looked worried, so Kenneth knew the fight was not going well for him. "Get on with it!" Hugo roared, running out of patience. "If you don't stop playing around, I will declare you the loser and let everyone attack you." "What's he talking about?" someone asked, shocked at Hugo's blatant disregard for the rules. Other onlookers frowned. Although they didn't all support Alex, they weren't pleased by Hugo's obvious bias. It simply wasn't how things were done in martial arts competitions. Seth remained expressionless, but he clenched his fists as he stared at Alex and Jacob. He realized Jacob was in a weak position and that Alex could have ended the fight some time ago. "Fine," Alex said. "I'll finish it." He pulled on his inner power and struck out at Jacob, hitting him so hard that he sent the man flying through the air. "No!" someone called out from the crowd. Jacob had been unable to defend himself, and he hit the wall, feeling several ribs crack. He coughed, struggling to get up, but he was injured, and every movement was slow and painful. Alex stalked over to him, drew his foot, and kicked Jacob hard. Episode 539, Do You Concede? Jacob howled and curled in on himself, unable to avoid Alex's blow. "Do you concede?" Alex asked, casually examining his nails. He seemed completely unconcerned about everything going on, as if he were merely out for a stroll. 10 minutes ago, Jacob had been regarded as a sure bet, and now he was lying on the ground, totally defeated. "I concede," Jacob said grudgingly. He seethed with resentment, but he knew he was in no state to keep fighting. Alex had won, and he was helpless to do anything about it. "Why isn't he hurt?" he wondered. "He isn't injured at all. He's not even breathing hard." Surprised and confused, he really hated Alex at that moment. "Once I've recovered, I'll find him and destroy him," he vowed. He kept his head down, hiding his hostility. No matter how strong Alex was, he was only one man, and Jacob would bide his time until he got the chance to seek revenge. "You might be strong," he thought, "but we live in the modern world, and I doubt you can survive a sniper's bullet. Your power won't save you from that." With the strength of the ghosts behind him, it wouldn't be difficult to arrange such a thing. Seth swallowed hard as he watched Jacob admit defeat. His face was ashen, and his eyes were dull with disappointment. All of Jacob's followers were stunned. It had never even occurred to them that Jacob might lose. Alex smiled. "So you're actually admitting you've lost?" He shook his head. "I can't believe it. I thought I'd never see the day." Jacob blinked up at him. "Mr. Ambrose, the last time we fought, I let you go. Won't you be as generous as I was?" "Oh?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "You think I don't know you intended to kill me during our last fight? You only let me live because you were also badly injured, and there were too many witnesses." He frowned. "You want to unify the martial arts communities and use that to intimidate all the young people in the world. I just happened to be the first one you picked on. But you've now realized the error of your ways, haven't you?" "Yes, Mr. Ambrose," Jacob said, his attitude outwardly respectful, even though Alex was so much younger than he was. Seth gritted his teeth, furious at Alex gaining the upper hand, but he said nothing. Marie was also indignant, and she was humiliated that her idol had yielded to Alex. Hugo was enraged to see Jacob practically groveling in front of Alex. He had hoped Jacob would win and put Alex firmly in his place. Instead, he was watching Alex publicly shame Jacob and look down on him. It was an absolute nightmare. "Alex," Hugo yelled, standing up, "don't be so arrogant." He turned to everyone. "I apologize for Alex's poor behavior. We respect Jacob, and Alex was out of order." He glared at Alex. "Apologize to Jacob right now, and I'll consider not having your conduct investigated. And remember, you've each won once, so there's no clear winner." Kenneth snorted. "Alex, apologize or the consequences will be serious. Mr. Sheridan isn't joking. He has the entire martial arts community behind him, so you don't want him as your enemy. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat the entire community by yourself. Alex shook his head, amazed at how shameless these people were. Alex, I know you want to declare victory and show everyone how powerful you are, Hugo said, looking at him. But it's not that easy. Jacob is our guest, and we owe him our respect. If you don't apologize, it could damage our relationship with his people. Do you want to be responsible for that? He shook his head. If you don't do as we say, we won't be able to protect you from Mr. Paxman. Seth gave a small nod, and more than a dozen of the ghosts drew swords and surrounded Alex. Step back, Jacob said, unhappy at the show of force. Mr. Ambrose, I apologize for the rudeness of my men. They're not acting on my behalf. He looked around. I recognize Mr. Ambrose as the winner of our battle. Jaws dropped, and no one spoke. The great Jacob Randolph, leader of the ghosts, had once again conceded to Alex. His men scowled, unable to bear the shame. Alex stared down at Jacob, saying nothing. Jacob coughed, a trickle of blood spilling from his lips. Alex's final attack had caused a lot of damage, and Jacob was finding it difficult to breathe. He realized he was fading fast, but there was nothing he could do. It seemed that Alex had already killed him, and now he was just waiting for the end. Just because you conceded, that doesn't mean this is over, Alex said. Jacob's vision was growing dim. He hadn't expected to die here in this arena, and he certainly hadn't expected Alex to be the one to kill him. Hugo's warnings meant nothing to Alex, who cared nothing about the consequences. Whatever happened, he would deal with it later. Jacob coughed weakly, his breath growing labored. Then his eyes fluttered closed, and his head dropped onto his chest. He was gone. Everyone watched, horrified, knowing everything would change after this. The ghosts had been weakened, and it would take them a while to recover. The ghosts had lost their hero, and without him, they might lose their will to continue. Episode 540, Overcome by Grief. The ghosts stood around, mourning in silence. Everyone was overpowered by grief, and Marie sang an ancient lament, her eyes shining with tears. The atmosphere was heavy and miserable, and there was no more taunting of the other side's martial artists. Hugo and Kenneth stood in place, shocked at how everything had worked out. As Hugo tried to work out what to do, Marie suddenly got hysterical and started to scream, "Kill Alex! Avenge Jacob!" It was a terrible idea. After all, everyone had seen how powerful Alex was. One of the ghosts was overcome with grief and not thinking clearly. So he advanced on Alex, brandishing his sword and determined to fight. "Do you want to join Jacob?" Alex asked, his expression cold. His inner power welled up and he struck out, shoving the man away to land in a heap. The man didn't get back up. Then Alex hit out behind him, knocking over the ghosts approaching from behind. Both attackers flew back, groaning as they hit the ground. The other ghosts retreated, still feeling hostile, but aware they couldn't act so rashly. "Alex, stop that!" Hugo yelled, furious at Alex's display of power. "They're understandably upset, so try to have some compassion. There's no need to be so rough with them." Kenneth spotted the opportunity to fan the flames and called out, "Alex, don't you pay attention to Mr. Sheridan and the Martial Arts Association?" He shook his head. "Do you even know what the association does? It connects the various martial arts sects and ensures we all follow the same rules. When you don't obey Mr. Sheridan, you damage his authority, and that risks the entire association. And if it collapses, it'll be the end to the peaceful coexistence of the different sects. Chaos will result." He took a breath and stared at Alex. "You'll bear the blame, and then you'll be killed." Although Kenneth confronted Alex, he was afraid of him. So he was all bark and no bite. "I'm really not interested in anything you say," Alex said, shrugging. "Alex!" Marie yelled. "You'll pay for what you've done!" Tired of waiting for her colleague to act, she grabbed his sword and rushed right at Alex. She swung fiercely at him, putting all her strength into the strike, determined to remove his head. Alex remained calm. His inner power was depleted, but he had plenty of other skills, so he wasn't worried. He stretched out his hand and knocked the blade out of Marie's hand, sending it falling harmlessly to the ground. Marie trembled as she stared at Alex. She knew exactly how much power she had put into her blow, and yet Alex had stopped her effortlessly. She simply hadn't been able to hold on to the sword, and even now her arm still tingled. "Marie!" called one of the ghosts. "What happened?" cried another. "Why is he still standing?" asked a third. Marie looked desperate. She was exhausted, and her surprise attack had failed. Now she had to face Alex, knowing she couldn't defeat him. She closed her eyes and waited for death. But just as Alex's blow was about to land, Seth stepped in, blocking the strike. Seth stood there holding his sword, defending Marie from attack. He glared at Alex with resentment. "Do you intend to attack us all?" he demanded. "My fight with Jacob was a fair one," Alex said, shrugging. He even admitted he had lost. "Now your colleague has attacked me, and I was merely defending myself." He met Seth's gaze. "Marie made the first move, and you know it." "Marie was Jacob's beloved disciple, and you killed Jacob," Seth told him. "Clearly she's been overcome by her loss, so she should be excused for her actions." Everyone else agreed with him. It was only natural that Marie sought revenge for her master's death. How could she be blamed for such a thing? "So I should have let her kill me?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Why should I take the blame for her behavior?" Alex stepped forward, his attention locked on Seth. He was still unarmed, and his inner power had not yet recovered, but he was still confident he could win. No matter how many of the ghosts attacked, he would prevail. He refused to entertain the possibility of defeat. Seth recognized Alex's confidence, and a sliver of fear snaked through him. His heart beat a little faster as he readied himself for attack. Alex launched into action, kicking out and sending Seth's sword flying. Marie screamed, and Alex turned to see her collapse, clutching at the wound caused by the sword when it had inadvertently hit her. She lifted her head, glaring at Alex, using her last breath to curse him. Then she fell forward to lie on the ground, unmoving. The other ghosts turned pale as they looked at her. Seth yelled incoherently, stunned by how quickly Marie had died. For the first time, he felt incompetent and unable to act. Hugo began to panic. Things were getting out of control, and he had no idea how he could smooth this over with the ghosts. "Alex, no matter how skilled you are at martial arts, and even if you can defeat entire armies, you won't succeed against me," Hugo thought. "I have more than 20 years of experience, and you have no idea what I'm capable of." As far as he was concerned, Alex had violated all the rules of martial arts, and he would have to pay for that with his life. But despite his determination, he was still deeply afraid of Alex, and he was wary about confronting him. "Alex, you're going to pay for this," he yelled. "I tried to protect you, but you wouldn't listen, and now you're on your own." Alex was tired of listening to Hugo's bluster, so he simply dismissed him and turned to Seth. Get out of my way or I'll go through you. He stalked towards Seth and the other ghosts, who still held swords as they watched him. They were extremely calm and seemed ready to fight. But they only intended to defend themselves and not launch an attack. They had seen Alex's strength, so they were reluctant to provoke him. Kenneth was furious at their inaction and tried to spur them on. "Kill him!" he screamed. "Kill Alex! He's out of power, so this is the best time to attack him!" Episode 541, A Bigger Threat. Kenneth was a senior martial arts expert, but he was still deeply afraid of Alex. He knew Alex would be impossible to beat at full strength, but with his inner power so badly depleted, this was the perfect time to kill him. Hugo's eyes blazed with anger. "Alex, you killed Jacob, and that's a serious crime. Apologize immediately, and I'll spare your life." He faked a smile. "If you refuse, we'll take you with us, and you won't die quickly." Seth thought it was stupid not to kill Alex right away, but whenever it happened, he intended to be there, enjoying every moment. "Alex, are you really going to let them drag you out of here?" he asked, taunting him. "You've made Seth angry," Kenneth said, "and now you have to face the consequences of that." Hugo folded his arms and watched Alex, waiting for him to apologize. "So you plan to fight me?" Seth asked. "You're surprisingly skilled at martial arts, but I can see how exhausted you are, and you're almost out of inner power. I'm not tired at all, so it won't be much of a fight." Alex gave a lopsided grin. "I may be exhausted, but I still have enough energy to deal with you." Although he stood alone, he was fearless, and he wouldn't allow anyone to push him around. "So be it," Seth said, irritated by Alex's overconfidence. He gave a shrill whistle, and 18 men filtered into the arena. Their movements were fluid and graceful, and it was clear they were all well-trained warriors. From the way they held their swords, they were skilled with blades, and their expressions were grim and determined. They would not be easy opponents. As they stood quietly, Alex looked them over, assessing their skills. "I see you came prepared," Alex said, glancing at Seth with narrowed eyes. "Obviously you were determined to see me dead one way or another." Hugo and Kenneth were shocked because they hadn't known Seth had brought these extra men. "If you want to live, apologize," Seth said, "and make it good, or what happens next will be on your head." "Those are brave words from someone who's hiding behind his men," a voice called. Everyone turned to see Spencer Holiday striding into the arena. Spencer Holiday was famous as a true martial arts master, and stories of his combat skills were legendary within the martial arts community. He walked over to stand beside Alex, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked around with an air of indifference. "Sir?" Kenneth asked, rushing to greet him. The crowd craned their necks, trying to get a closer look at Spencer, but Spencer ignored them. Instead, he patted Alex on the shoulder and glanced at him with pride. Hugo forced a smile and said, "Spencer, long time no see. What are you doing here?" Alex remained silent as he watched things play out. Seth scowled at Spencer. Like most people, he had heard of the man, but he had never seen him in person before. He had always been aware of Spencer's reputation, but now he was unimpressed by the man's appearance, believing he looked too weak to be a threat. "Your reputation precedes you, but we won't be pushed around," Seth said. "If you're smart, you'll give Alex to us, and then this won't turn into a battle." He moved into a fighting stance, ready to engage. "Just mind your own business and let us deal with this." Spencer laughed. You mean to fight me? Is this a joke? That was enough to set off Seth's temper. He clenched his fists and nodded to his men, signaling them to attack. Spencer was caught off guard, but he reacted swiftly and silently. He blocked all their strikes and landed many blows of his own, constantly moving. In no time at all 18 men were on the ground. None of them attempted to get back up. Seth's face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He took a step back, swallowing hard. Spencer was unstoppable, so all Seth could do now was ask for forgiveness. Kenneth's mouth was dry and Hugo felt numb. They'd never seen anything like this before. Spencer's skill was both inspiring and terrifying. They glanced at each other and lowered their heads, hoping to avoid Spencer's attention. None of their men could hope to withstand such a master, and they were forced to admit defeat. Alex had been surprised by Spencer's rapid reaction to Seth's men, and he was also impressed. Spencer looked at Seth. Do you still think you can tell me what to do? Of course not, Seth said. Please forgive me for offending you. We'll leave. He had thought he was Spencer's equal, but now he knew better. There was no chance he could win, so his only hope of getting out of this mess was to apologize. He considered himself an expert martial artist, but he was also aware of his shortcomings, and he was completely outclassed here. Leave? Spencer asked, snorting. It's too late for that. He shifted his weight, and then he attacked, striking out at the ghosts in the arena. Many of the ghosts fell before they had time to react, and others began to panic, desperately trying to escape. But no matter where they ran, Spencer found them, dealing with them swiftly. Hugo shuddered as he watched. Spencer was merciless in his assault, and most of the ghosts had already been taken out of action. Seth's eyes widened in horror as he realized he would be next. Then he looked over at Hugo, hoping he might be able to talk some sense into Spencer. Hugo was panting with fear, but he finally pulled himself together and said, Mr. Holliday, please don't be so hasty. We can be valuable to you after all. Spencer slapped him across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Kenneth recoiled. His eyes locked on Hugo, but he didn't dare speak. No one was sure if they were more frightened of Spencer or Alex. Spencer's martial arts skills were first class, but Alex was even more powerful, and that was why they wanted to kill him while he had been weakened. But then again, Spencer had a reputation for cruelty. So at this moment, he was the bigger threat. Episode 542, We're Not Done. Spencer looked at Seth with disgust. Apologize to Alex, now, he demanded. He knew exactly how strong he was, so his voice rang with confidence, as if he had no doubt Seth would obey. Seth's face grew ashen, and he stared down at his hands, hesitating. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, and he couldn't stop it. Within minutes, the tremors had spread, and his entire body shook. He had seen what Spencer was capable of, so he was terrified. Spencer ran out of patience. He stepped forward and struck hard at Seth, knocking him off his feet. Go and tell your people what happened here, Spencer said, looming over Seth. In 6 months, Alex and I will come to visit you. Seth nodded, too afraid to speak. He wiped at his split lip as he looked around, searching for a way out, desperate to escape before Spencer hit him again. Besides, he also wanted to report back to the ghosts and warn them that in 6 months, Alex and Spencer would be challenging them. He wasn't sure what form the challenge would take, but he suspected the outcome would be the destruction of the Ghost's younger martial artists. If the Ghosts agreed to the challenge, it would involve their younger members, and if they were killed, it might spell the end of their organization. After all, these young people were their successors, and it would take a long time to replace them. They had already lost Jacob, which had been a terrible blow, so they couldn't afford to lose anyone else. It was vital that Seth go back and discuss countermeasures as soon as possible. A dozen cars drove into the arena. Men got out and dealt with the wounded, taking them away, and Jacob's body was removed. Within minutes, the scene had been restored to its former glory, leaving no trace of what had happened. Before long, Will and Edward arrived. They greeted Alex enthusiastically, happy to see he was still alive. They hugged and slapped each other's back, celebrating the victory. Kenneth watched the young men, aware the real battle had only just begun. Spencer's presence and his challenge to the Ghosts had shown that Alex was a much more significant threat than he had realized. It had become clear that Alex was no longer simply the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, but was now also Spencer's right-hand man. This meant Alex was in a superior position of power to Kenneth, so Kenneth could no longer bully him. Spencer turned to face Kenneth and Hugo. "Jacob's dead, but we're not done here," he said. "There are 3 more things I need from you. First, inform the American Martial Arts Association that I don't want to see Hugo again. As long as Hugo remains vice president, the Baltimore chapter will refuse to cooperate with any requests." "Spencer, you can't do this," Hugo responded, narrowing his eyes. "I didn't do anything wrong. You can't tell them to fire me like this." He knew Spencer's demand would put an end to his power, but there would be no way to recover. "Your conduct here has made it clear whose side you're on," Spencer said, his tone indifferent. "As the vice president of the American Martial Arts Association, you're responsible for the welfare of all the chapters, and you're failing at your job. You've ignored your duties to side with the Ghosts to humiliate Alex. I will not allow you to continue in such a way." "I was looking at the bigger picture," he exclaimed. "That's more important than anyone's hurt feelings." Spencer snorted. "Answer this. If Alex had lost to Jacob today, would you still be concerned with the bigger picture?" He shook his head. "You cannot focus on one thing to the exclusion of everything else. The Ghosts should not be allowed to do whatever they please with no accountability." "That's not what I meant," Hugo protested, his face growing red. "We're not as powerful as the Ghosts, so we have to be careful in our dealings with them." "Are you blind?" Spencer asked, his eyebrows shooting up. "Jacob is dead, and Alex is alive. So how superior do you think the Ghosts are?" "But Alex wasn't winning in the beginning," Hugo pointed out. "In fact, he even hid from Jacob at one point. We didn't expect him to turn things around." Alex laughed. He had been toying with Jacob, and he could have defeated him much quicker if he had wanted to. "Hugo, you have no idea the extent of Alex's skills," Spencer said. "If you and I tried to defeat Alex together, we wouldn't win. As for Jacob, he didn't stand a chance. His cloud trick wasn't enough to withstand Alex, whose abilities are far beyond what you could imagine." He shook his head. "Just be glad Alex didn't come after you." Hugo opened his mouth to continue to argue, but Spencer cut him off. "You have 3 days to step down, or I'll destroy the American Martial Arts Association." Hugo lowered his eyes, speechless. "Now for the second thing," Spencer said, turning to Kenneth. "You abused your power for personal gain, and you permitted your son to bully other fighters." He took a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped his hands. "You ignored the interests of the American Martial Arts Association and belittled the president of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. Such crimes are unforgivable, and you should have been removed from your position some time ago. I'll leave your fate to your successor. I'm sure they'll deal with you fairly." Kenneth sighed with relief. He had been anxiously waiting to hear his fate, assuming it would be something awful, but it seemed he had gotten off lightly. After all, the arbitrator would be chosen by Kenneth's subordinates, and he had been the one to award them their positions, so they were bound to be lenient with him. Episode 543, The Other Alex. Kenneth had authority in the American Martial Arts Association, so he was sure he could turn things around. "The third thing I want to deal with is a personnel change in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association," Spencer said. "Alex has made great contributions, but he's outgrown his current position. Today's battle proves he's a fearless leader and ready for a bigger role." He looked around at them all. "As of today, Alex no longer holds the post of president. Will is the new president, and Edward and Dennis are his vice presidents." He paused. "Alex will work as an envoy for the American Martial Arts Association and oversee the arbitrator's office, as well as inspecting the different branches and supervising the presidents of each." He ignored the astonishing gasps and turned to Alex. "You don't have to obey the orders of any branch president or senior member. You report only to me. I know you'll make the right decisions, so you don't have to ask me." "This is a token of your power," Spencer said, giving Alex a small metal token. "Anyone who doesn't comply will be ejected from their association." The battle at the Canfield Arena ended quietly, and the outside world had no idea what had taken place there. Everything was calm, as though nothing had ever happened. 2 days later, Spencer and Alex sat together, Spencer playing his guitar as Alex sipped at his coffee. Spencer finished playing and put down his guitar, smiling at Alex. "The battle in the arena has shaken the martial arts world, but no one's talking about you. Do you know why?" He took a sip of his coffee as he waited for a reply. Alex answered, "No, tell me." "First, Jacob's death was a disgrace to his people," Spencer said. "You killed a master-level warrior who'd been famous for decades, and that brings shame on the ghosts." He took a sip from his cup before continuing. "So they've told everyone that before the battle, Jacob was taken ill and died." Alex rolled his eyes. "Also, Hugo resents you and doesn't want you to gain fame from the battle," Spencer said. "I've removed him from power, but he still has a lot of influence. And I must admit, despite his behavior, he's extremely good at public relations, so it's easy for him to sway opinions." He shrugged. "It doesn't matter. I don't want you in the limelight anyway." He looked at Alex and chuckled. "I don't want you getting a big head. There are many talented people in this community, but in terms of earth-shattering skills, I'm afraid we only have you and the other Alex." He shook his head. "Unfortunately, the other Alex is young. He has a low-key nature and rarely shows his face, so no one's seen him since he defeated Tyson Slade. I wish you could train with him." After the battle between Alex and Tyson, videos of the fight had circulated online, but they were of poor quality, and the fighters were blurry and unrecognizable. A rumor had begun circulating that this Alex and Alex Ambrose were the same person, but most of the community didn't believe it, including Spencer. Louisa and Heidi were among the few who accepted the truth. A few others recognized Alex, but they considered the videos to be fake. As time had passed, people had stopped watching the videos, and the rumors had dissipated. Alex seldom used the moves showcased in the videos, so there wasn't much evidence to connect the two men. Alex shook his head. "I'm young, and after a battle I enjoy keeping a low profile because I never know what new enemies I might have made." "Yes," Spencer nodded. "You've achieved the level of master at a very young age, No one before you has reached that level so young." "That's not true," Alex protested, thinking about Georgina. After all this time, he still didn't consider himself her equal. Spencer didn't bother arguing. "The ghost will come after you," he said. "And once news spreads, others will come too. No one will want to see you grow even stronger and become a threat to them." He looked directly at Alex. "Your enemies may unite against you, so you need to be ready. Although you're skilled, you don't have enough inner power yet, and you can't afford to make any mistakes." He sighed. "You need to continue your training and grow stronger. Once your inner power is stable, you'll probably be stronger than I am." He chuckled. "Maybe then I'll be learning from you." He grew serious again. "For now, you don't have to worry about the ghosts. They won't have the courage to come after you, not after you killed Jacob. Besides, I set the challenge for 6 months from now, so they'll be busy preparing for that. Their top fighters are young, so they are the ghosts' future. They won't want to risk losing any of them, so they'll take time to prepare. You should do the same." "I understand," Alex said. "You fought so hard and were so desperate to win this battle," Spencer said. "Are you annoyed at being denied your moment of fame?" "I don't need fame or glory," Alex said, shrugging. "I want to be a doctor and live happily with my wife, not spend all my time fighting." After the battle, Alex had been ready to resign as president, but somehow he was now in an even more prestigious position, a position he was not even interested in. "You and Alex together will be unstoppable," Spencer sighed, sighing. "Two master-level warriors. The problem is no one can find this other Alex, whose battle with Tyson has become the stuff of legend." Alex smiled to himself. Why was Spencer unable to recognize him as the other Alex? Perhaps his appearance had changed a lot since the battle with Tyson? After all, Debbie was always saying he was more handsome now. Perhaps his hard-fought battles had all been covered up by those in authority. Alex didn't care. If anything, he preferred it that way, because he was tired of fame and didn't want to be a celebrity. Episode 544, Rejecting Fame. As Lord of the Moon Palace, Alex was on an equal footing with Spencer. But he liked the other man, so he didn't refuse the position of envoy Spencer had thrust upon him. After all, Spencer had been very generous with him, and Alex appreciated him promoting Will. "Alex, you prefer to live a life of ease, am I right?" Spencer asked, walking around. Alex shrugged. He decided this was as good a time as any to ask the question that had been on his mind since the battle at the arena. "Why did you attack all those men at Canfield Arena?" Spencer turned around and smiled at him. "Alex, I understand if you think what I did was cruel, but my actions were calculated. Fear is what protects you from revenge. People will always underestimate your skills because those skills are beyond their comprehension. But seeing brutality with their own eyes will put their fear of God in them." He shook his head. "Sometimes you have to display your strength to prevent future attacks. Do you understand?" Alex sighed. "Yes." "I'll be leaving Baltimore later," Spencer told him, sitting down. "It'll be 6 months until we meet again." "Are you going far?" Alex asked. "Yes, I'm going home." Spencer's voice grew wistful. "I need to visit an old friend whom I haven't heard from in many years." Spencer left, and Alex spent the rest of the day listening to music and getting drunk. He eventually made it back to the Fairfax compound. Debbie had returned from the Appalachian Alliance, and she made chicken noodle soup and placed it on the table for him. Alex washed his hands, and then he turned to Debbie and asked, "Should we build a house? I'd like to have a fixed place to come home to." Then he picked up his spoon and began slurping the warm soup. "Well, I don't have any money, so it's up to you," she replied, winking at him. The next day, after Debbie had returned to the Appalachian Alliance, Alex went for a walk along the streets. His phone rang, and he fumbled to retrieve it from his pocket, noticing Will was the one calling him. "Hi, Alex," Will said. "Where are you?" Alex told him what cross-section he could find him on. "Okay, I'll pick you up," Will said. "I want to talk to you about something." After hanging up the phone, Alex glanced at a man walking in his direction, wearing cheap sunglasses and an ill-fitted gray suit. And he was surprised when the man handed him a flyer. "Hello, sir," the man said. "Have you heard of Woodville Complex? It's an upscale community with unique homes. Are you in the market for a house?" "Cole, you idiot," his sales director said, walking up behind him. "This guy looks like he can't afford a haircut, let alone a house. Don't waste your time." The salesman behind him looked clean-cut and young, and he was sweating very little despite the hot and humid weather. The sales director pointed at Alex and said, "How many times do I have to tell you? Only hand flyers to people who can pay the bills. Look at his clothes and his age. Does he look like a man who can afford to buy a house?" Cole couldn't argue with his boss, but he didn't want to offend Alex any further. This was his first day at work, and he couldn't afford to be fired. Before getting this job, he had been looking for work for months, and he had already run through all his savings. "You thought he could afford a house?" the sales director asked Cole, shaking his head. "The key to knowing whether a man has money is to look at his shoes. Did you look at his shoes? Do they look expensive? Go and find somebody else to sell houses to." Cole smiled at Alex politely and then slowly backed away. "Give that back to me," the sales director said, snatching the flyer out of Alex's hand. "That is not for someone like you. We both know you can't afford one of our houses." Alex wasn't angry, even though he was in the market to buy a house. He simply ignored the sales director and walked into a cafe. He wasn't hungry, but he bought a croissant anyway, killing time before Will came to pick him up. So he sat in the cafe, picked at his food, and waited. "I'm sorry for what my boss said. I hope he didn't offend you." Alex turned around to see Cole standing behind him with a sympathetic look. "He shouldn't have talked to you like that," Cole said, sounding sincere. Alex smiled. "I'm curious, why did you give me a flyer if you knew I wasn't a good target?" "Well, a man's clothing doesn't always show the whole picture," Cole replied. "After all, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover." Episode 545, Questioning Kenneth. "My boss overlooked a few important details about you," Cole said to Alex. "I noticed you have a very cool temperament, which is rare for a young person. You also have confidence. And although you wear casual clothing, it's clean. Even the soles of your shoes are clean. I don't know if you have any money, but you're clearly not a nobody." He tilted his head. "There's just something different about you." Alex laughed. This stranger had described him better than he could have described himself. He didn't pay much attention to his appearance, but Cole was correct. His inner power surrounded his body, protecting him, and it seemed Cole had picked up on that. "But the real reason I came in here is to ask you for a favor," Cole said, smiling at him again. "Oh?" Alex was interested to hear what the young man had to ask. "I think word of mouth is critical in my line of business," Cole said. "If you aren't interested in buying a house, then maybe you could introduce me to any of your friends who are?" Alex opened his mouth to respond, but he was interrupted. "You're on company time right now," the sales director said, walking up to Cole. "Do you think we pay you to chat?"
Sorry, sir, Cole said, flushed with embarrassment. I only meant to be gone for a second. How often have I told you not to talk to that riffraff? The sales director said, flapping a hand at Alex. When are you going to get it through your head that your job is to sell houses, not make new friends? We're selling $1 million houses. You should look for people wearing designer clothing and driving expensive cars. A car honked outside the cafe, and the three men turned to look out the window. A red luxury car pulled up to the curb out front. Will exited the car, opened the door to the cafe, and walked toward Alex. See, the sales director said to Cole, that's the kind of person we need to sell houses to. He smiled as he approached Will. Hello, sir. Are you interested in buying a house? No, thank you, Will responded. The sales director frowned but turned to watch Will walk in Alex's direction. Alex, how are you? Will asked, embracing his friend in a firm bear hug. Wait, the sales director thought, confused. Does this rich man know this guy? I'm fine, Alex said. The sales director gaped at them, stunned. Alex smiled at Cole. Keep this guy around, he said to the sales director, laughing. Then he patted Cole on the shoulder and left with Will. The sales director blushed as he looked at Cole. He couldn't believe he had dismissed the young man as unable to buy a house. If he had important friends who drove expensive cars, then there must be more to him than he had thought. Thoroughly embarrassed, he left the cafe without a word. Alex and Will arrived at the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, and Edward and Jeffrey met them outside. Alex greeted everyone warmly, happy to see them all doing well. The atmosphere had certainly improved since Will had taken over, and it seemed like everyone had accepted the changes. Everything's going well, Envoy, Will said, grinning at him. Alex rolled his eyes. Don't call me that, he said. Just be casual. By the way, Jeffrey said, Kenneth is refusing to talk. He's still being stubborn? Alex asked as they walked inside, nodding hello to Dennis. Alex had asked Jeffrey to work on reorganizing the arbitrator's office, and it seemed Kenneth was refusing to be helpful. He knows we really can't do anything to him, Jeffrey complained. He has many friends in the arbitrator's office, so there are too many people protecting his interests. I ask him questions and don't even get a response. He's not making my job easy. I know Kenneth is dangerous, but he's still an asset to us, Alex responded. He has access to a lot of information. Edward echoed Jeffrey's complaints. We've got no leverage to make him talk. He's not frightened of us, and we have nothing to offer him. Unless, Dennis said, speaking for the first time, Alex goes in there and scares him into talking. That might work. Alex thought it over. Kenneth has been in the arbitrator's office for a long time, he said, and I'm sure he's broken the rules for his own gain. Perhaps if I can discover some of his transgressions, we can use that to put pressure on him. It might even encourage those who helped him to stay on the straight and narrow from now on. We need to eliminate the bad seeds and restructure the department. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions. They walked down to the basement and went over to Kenneth, who looked pale now that he was being held as prisoner. Alex stepped forward. Kenneth, how are you? He asked. Kenneth scowled at him. Alex, cut the small talk and ask your questions. Episode 546, Acupuncture Answers. Alex raised an eyebrow, staring at Kenneth, who seemed determined to be stubborn. Remember, Kenneth said, if I die, I won't be able to tell you anything useful. However, to win this battle, you'll have to kill me. It's a lose-lose situation for you. He glared at Alex and continued,
I just want to remind you that when I'm dead, countless people in the American Martial Arts Association will hate you. They'll seek revenge. There are already a lot of people in the American Martial Arts Association who hate me and want to kill me, Alex responded, smiling. Many are threatened by me. After all, I've reached this position at a young age, and some people are convinced I don't deserve it. I'm sure that in the future I'll receive even more threats. You don't understand what's going on, Kenneth said, sneering. But I do. I wanted to see how you handle yourself, but now I know. So I think it's time we let things settle down for a while. Mr. Petrie, you still don't get it, Alex said, smiling again. You did all this to force me to make a move. Well, you win. I'll make a move. Kenneth stared at him. Alex turned around and said, Will, give me those acupuncture needles. There was a flurry of activity as Will ordered a few people to find the needles. When they returned, he handed them to Alex while giving him a questioning look. Alex took the needles, turned back to Kenneth, and with a few quick moves, stabbed them into Kenneth in a few choice locations. Kenneth froze. He had thought he was going to be punished, but now he stared at Alex in astonishment. But his expression soon changed. He grimaced and his body twitched, and then his stomach began to make peculiar noises. He grew uncomfortable and fidgeted in his seat. Will was the first one to understand what was going on, and he burst out laughing. Mr. Petrie, is there something wrong? Perhaps you need to go to the bathroom? Kenneth stared around wildly, his profound embarrassment apparent. Alex, what have you done to me? He asked desperately. Hurry up and undo this. He had been a martial artist for many years, and he had never heard of such a punishment. His stomach was beginning to hurt now, and the gurgling sounds were growing even louder. He felt humiliated, and he was worried he might lose control. If he were to have an accident and word got out about it, he would never live it down. His desperation got the best of him and he gave in. I'll tell you everything I know. I took a bribe from the president of the Baltimore Military Academy and stopped investigating what happened to his new students' tuition fees. He took a deep breath and continued. The vice president of the American Martial Arts Academy wanted supplements. I was going to help him, but after receiving the bribe, I didn't. Kenneth shook his head, angry that he had started to talk, but unable to stop himself. My son seduced more than a dozen female students. I tried to stop him, but I wanted to protect him, so I covered it up. Kenneth, you aren't telling me everything, Alex said. He could tell Kenneth was only giving him partial facts, and that he was holding back a lot of information. He stared at the other man, a wicked glint in his eyes, and he said, It seems the punishment has to continue. Perhaps I'll leave you alone for a bit. He clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Wait, I know more, Kenneth said with a grimace, and then he continued to speak. The wife of the head of the Rumble Club was brutally attacked and knocked unconscious by the vice president of the club, Marvin Smith. By that evening, Alex had gotten all the information he could from Kenneth. Alex asked Jeffrey to continue cleaning up the arbitrator's office, but also to keep things quiet. With everything under control, he confidently moved forward with his plan to get rid of all the troublemakers in the association. But he was particularly interested in learning more about the attack on the wife of the Rumble Club's president. In Kenneth's confession, Marvin Smith had gone from being the vice president to president a few years ago, and to celebrate, he had invited Kenneth over for a drink. While they had been drinking, Marvin had confessed that he had been hired 20 years before to attack the president's wife. She had been gravely wounded, and Marvin had bragged about the achievement. He had taken on the job because he had owed a huge amount in gambling debts, and even though he had known the consequences were serious, he had still taken on the task. Later, Marvin had taken the money he had acquired for performing the deed to pay off his gambling debts. Then he had joined the American Martial Arts Association and had gradually climbed to the position of president of the Rumble Club. The Rumble Club was one of the oldest and most respected martial arts organizations, and his strength was well known to all. But because he had attacked the president's wife, Marvin was worried he would be found out. It had been a high-profile case, and the investigation had been ongoing. So Marvin had been worried that all would have been lost if it had come out that he had been the attacker. Kenneth had been shocked to hear the story, but he hadn't said anything. Even after Marvin had sobered up, Kenneth had pretended he hadn't heard anything. Marvin, not knowing exactly what he might have said in his drunken state, had chosen not to bring it up either. But just in case, he had started to pay Kenneth more money to keep him happy and quiet. I wonder if I should say anything to Clark about all this, Alex wondered as he sat in the car. Since he had become so close to Clark, he had started to care a lot about the older man's business matters. I really don't have any evidence yet. I only have what Kenneth told me, and that was given under extreme pressure, so I need to wait until I have more. There's no need to worry Clark unnecessarily. Alex decided to contact Marvin in person before saying anything to Clark. His phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He took the call on his Bluetooth headset, and he soon heard a sharp female voice. "Alex, how have you been?" Alex was surprised, and then he chuckled as he answered, Well, Grandma Spice, it's been a long time. How are you?" You'd never expected her to call him. She was a blind old woman who had worked for Georgina at the Moon Palace. He called her Grandma Spice because she was feisty, and no one seemed to know her real name. She had been looking for a cure for her blindness for a long time, but her condition was not an ordinary one, and she had not yet found a cure. Alex thought about his skill with acupuncture needles. He had been studying and practicing, but he had surprised himself with how he had handled the needles earlier. Not every acupuncture specialist could have done what he had done to Kenneth. He turned his attention back to Grandma Spice, still marveling that she had called him. He didn't think she knew how to use a mobile phone, and yet here she was on the other end of the line. Episode 547, Playing Hero. Alex had always been very grateful to Grandma Spice. Without her guidance, he could not have found his inner strength. When Georgina had died, Grandma Spice had taken him under her wing and had taken on the responsibility of teaching him. As for the rest of the Moon Palace affairs, she had never shown any interest in any of it. "Oh, I'm doing well, Alex," she said. "A little blindness won't kill me. I'm still strong, but I haven't found a cure yet. Georgina tried so very hard to help me, but she died before she could find a solution." She sighed, paused, and the line went quiet for a moment before she spoke again. "Can I rest my hope on you, Alex?" she asked. "It's said that you've made substantial progress in martial arts, but I hope your medicinal skills have also improved. Those shouldn't be neglected." "Yes, Grandma Spice," Alex said, feeling a burst of affection for the old woman. "I will cure your eyes and help you see again." "Well, you are a good boy," she said softly. "I hope you're right. For now, I want to talk about something else. I'm glad to hear you're progressing so well. In fact, Spencer Holliday of the American Martial Arts Association has been asking about you. He's an old friend of yours, correct? He's heard about all you've accomplished. In fact, I'm thinking of inviting him to the Moon Palace. If you have time, could you come and visit?" "Yes, I would like that," Alex said respectfully. "That would be good," she said with a sigh. "I'm worried about you, Alex. You're dear to my heart. If you come here, you'll be taken care of.
And I know those 4 moon maidens would be happy to see you.
You don't have to worry about me, Grandma Spice, Alex said reassuringly, afraid the older woman would sicken herself with concern for him.
Well, I can't seem to stop myself, she said. There's one other thing I want to talk to you about. I'm originally from Philadelphia, and I was admitted to the palace by Georgina when I was just a child. I still have some old ties in Philadelphia. Would you please do me a favor and go there for me?
Yes, of course, I'm at your command, Alex said, immediately agreeing.
Don't you even want to know why I'm sending you there? She said, chuckling. Then she continued, a relative of mine is seriously ill, and I don't know where else to turn. I try to call and ask for information, but I'm old and people tend to ignore me. I'm worried about her, so would you be willing to go and see if you can learn anything? Maybe you can offer some advice. If you can't, I completely understand.
Of course I'll go, Alex said. I'll see what I can find out. He thought it was a fortuitous request, as he had already planned on going to Philadelphia to investigate the matter with Marvin. He figured that if the disease that Grandma Spice's relative had was common, then the doctors would have already diagnosed it.
Thank you, Alex, Grandma Spice said. When you get to Philadelphia, seek out the Lambert family and talk to a woman named Kira Lambert. She's ill and staying at home. Her mother, a martial arts master, is the head of the family.
Okay, Alex said. I'll fly there tonight.
You don't have to worry, Grandma Spice assured him. She's not in any immediate danger, so you can take some time to deal with any of your own affairs first and then go whenever you're ready.
Alex looked at the time and realized it was already quite late, so he decided to go to Philadelphia the next day. Well, I'll head out there tomorrow then. After hanging up the phone, he thought about what kinds of diseases Kira might be suffering from. Grandma Spice hadn't given him a lot to go on. He figured it was time to drive home, and he decided to take a shortcut. As he drove by a diner, he realized he was starving, so he stopped to grab a meal before heading home. He pulled into the parking lot across the street, and then he stepped into the diner. The diner wasn't busy, so he sat in a booth and ordered some dinner. It arrived quickly and he gobbled it down, anxious to get home. It had been a long day and he was tired, but the meal made him feel better. When he had finished, he paid his bill and stepped out into the darkness again. As he started to head back to his car, he heard the voice of a woman calling from an alley behind the diner.
"Let me go," she cried. "Don't touch me."
Alex ran over to the alley and found an old van blocking the entrance, forcing him to go around it. 5 young men were holding a dazed young woman, trying to drag her into the back of the van. The woman struggled. Although she looked delicate, she was fighting back aggressively. She looked like she had been fighting for a while. Her hair was in disarray, her clothes were torn, and her exposed skin shivered in the cold wind. Even in the state she was in, Alex could see she was very beautiful, and he knew he had to help her, so he stepped forward. One of the men saw him and shouted, "Go away!" His 4 companions also turned and scowled at Alex. One of them pulled a knife out and waved it threateningly. "This doesn't concern you, boy." When the young woman saw Alex, her eyes lit up with hope and she called out, "Help me, please help me." One of the men grabbed at her arm and said, "Be quiet, we're not done with you." She struggled, but the man held her tighter. Then he turned back to Alex and pointed at him. "Go away, I'm not going to say it again." "It's you who should go," Alex said firmly, stepping closer. "Get him!" shouted the man holding the woman. The other young men pulled out their weapons and quickly surrounded Alex, who lashed out in a blur of motion. Before any of them could react, they were down on the ground, moaning in pain. They stared up at Alex with fear and anger. They hadn't expected him to be able to beat them so quickly and easily. The man who was still holding the woman roared, "Boy, how dare you attack us! This is none of your business!" Alex stepped forward menacingly, and the man cowered back. But he didn't let go of the woman, instead using her as a shield. "How did you do that?" the man asked, indicating his comrades rolling on the ground. "There are 5 of us and only one of you." "You're only bullies," Alex replied calmly. "Bullies are easy to defeat." Before the man could react, Alex reached out and grabbed him, sending him falling to the ground next to his comrades, joining them in their groans of pain. The man spit out a mouthful of blood as he said, "You won't get away with this." Alex struck again. Episode 548, Do Me a Favor. The final strike had been enough. The men helped each other to their feet and ran away from Alex and the woman. Alex rushed over to the young woman and asked, "Are you okay? Can you walk?" She didn't speak for a moment, but simply sobbed. Then she grabbed hold of Alex's hand and stammered, Thank you for helping me." She began to tremble violently, and Alex pulled her close. His heart beat a bit faster at the scent of her perfume. Momentarily distracted by her scent, Alex shook his head and refocused. "Okay, don't cry. They're gone now." He picked up her bag and phone, which she had dropped when she had been attacked, and handed them to her. "You should call the police and your family," he told her. The woman stared at Alex and then nodded. She picked up her phone and dialed. Once she had made her calls, she looked at Alex and said, "My name is Kayla Morris. Thank you very much for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I don't even want to know what would have happened. I could have died." She waited for a moment, trying to calm her nerves, all the while wondering if the man would introduce himself. He didn't. "It's okay if you don't want to tell me your name," she continued. "Maybe you can tell me another time." "My name is Alex," he said, smiling kindly. Then his face grew serious. "What were you doing out here alone? It's not safe to be out alone so late." Kayla nodded. "I know. I came to Baltimore with my friend for a short vacation, and I wanted to go out and grab a drink, but my friend didn't," she sighed. "I should have stayed home, but I was in a bad mood and wanted to get out for a while. It was a stupid thing to do, and I've learned my lesson." "Oh, I don't know," Alex shrugged. "There's nothing wrong with having a good time. You just need to be more careful. You should learn to protect yourself." She appreciated his concern and smiled at him awkwardly, looking a little lost. Alex narrowed his eyes. It seemed like the girl was still upset, but trying to hide it. "Look," Alex began, but he didn't finish, as the sound of an approaching car reached the mouth of the alley. At the same time, Kayla's phone beeped, and she glanced at the screen. "My friend has come to pick me up, so I need to go." She stared at Alex for a long moment. "Thank you again. I'd like the chance to see you again. Can I get your number?" They exchanged numbers, and then Alex walked her out of the alley. Up ahead, a purple luxury car flashed its lights. A tall woman got out of the car and looked toward them as she shouted, "Kayla, I'm here." Kayla waved to her friend and then looked at Alex. "Do you need a ride? I'm sure we could drop you off somewhere." Alex smiled and then shook his head. "I'm good. My car is just over there." "Kayla, who is this?" her friend asked, walking over to stand protectively by Kayla. She was dressed fashionably and looked down her nose at Alex, obviously distrustful of him. "It's okay," Kayla reassured her friend. "This is Alex. Alex, this is my friend Alyssa Hart." The two stared at each other coolly, so Kayla continued, "If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid something would have happened to me tonight. He saved me from a group of thugs who were trying to kidnap me." Alyssa looked at her friend with concern. "She didn't say anything on the phone about almost getting kidnapped," she thought, concerned. What was she thinking going out on her own? She turned her gaze on Alex again, looking him up and down appraisingly. This little guy saved you from a group of thugs? Alyssa asked, obviously unconvinced, as she studied Alex's slight form. She had to concede he was rather good-looking. Alyssa, don't say that, Kayla scolded. Play nice. He saved me tonight. Kayla, you don't understand, Alyssa said. The world is a dangerous place. That's what I've been trying to tell her, Alex interjected. Alyssa rounded on him, pointed a finger at him and said, I'm warning you, stay away from her. She didn't like the look of the guy. He may have helped Kayla, but he didn't seem like someone they should know. He was obviously someone from a rougher background than either of them, so Alyssa didn't want her friend getting too involved. It was best to say a polite thank you, and then hope to never see the man again. He wouldn't fit in with their social circle anyway. Alyssa, Alex is a good man, Kayla said, scolding her friend. She gave Alex an embarrassed look. He simply smiled and said, Goodbye. Kayla didn't want him to go, so she called out, Alex, there's no bus stop here, and the subway's far away. Let Alyssa give you a ride home. Kayla, no, Alyssa argued. The car's too clean. It's a rental, and I don't want him to get it dirty. What she didn't say, but they all knew she implied, was that Alex wasn't good enough to sit in her fancy car. He can find his own ride, Alyssa finished. Goodbye, Alex said again. He waved at Kayla and then walked out of the alley toward the parking lot. The two women watched him go. Kayla was about to reprimand her friend for her terrible manners when they saw Alex approach and get into one of the finest sports cars they had ever seen. When Alyssa saw his car, her jaw dropped. That car was worth 10 times the fancy car she was driving. Who is this guy? Both women thought in wonder. The next day, on the high-speed train to Philadelphia, Alex was listening to some music and flipping through his mobile phone. Eventually, he closed his eyes and was about to catch some sleep when he heard a familiar voice coming from the rear of the train car. I will never forgive you, the voice said, obviously talking to someone on the phone. There was a pause, and then the voice spoke again, somewhat louder. I can also tell you that you've missed out on the best thing in your life. Sooner or later, you'll regret what you've done. Another pause, and then she shouted, You scum! You'll regret this! Everyone in the car looked at her. She put the phone away, looked up and saw she had drawn the attention of the entire car. Her face reddened in embarrassment. Kayla? Alex called. Her gaze turned to his. For a moment they stared at each other, and then came over and sat next to him. Alex, do me a favor, Kayla said, smiling brightly. Suddenly she kissed him. At the same time she pressed her body close to his, held up her phone, and took a photo of the two of them in each other's arms. Hey, Alex protested, frowning. What was that? Episode 549, Photo Time. Kayla cuddled closer to Alex and posed for the camera, taking one shot after another. She posed suggestively and held onto Alex so intimately that his breath quickened. Eventually, she stopped taking photos, fiddled with her phone for a while, and then posted several pictures to her social media page. Then she showed the screen to Alex and grinned. Alex raised an eyebrow. What was that all about? He wondered. Why would she take a bunch of photos with me as if we were a couple and then post them online? He looked at the pictures and shook his head at her captions. One of them said, I met someone special in Baltimore. She had invited him to be friends on social media, and he had accepted, but now he wondered what he had gotten himself into. What do you want from me? He asked bluntly. She seemed like she was up to something, but he couldn't figure out what. He definitely felt like he was being used, though. "It's okay, Alex. I just posted the photos to get back at someone," Kayla said. When she saw his look of suspicion, she continued, "Don't worry, I'll delete the photos soon. Everything will be fine. I just need someone to see them." "I think you're asking for trouble," Alex said, unconvinced. Kayla bit her lip and cuddled closer to him, and he noticed she smelled amazing. She's an absolutely beautiful woman, he thought. Several passengers on the train car had turned around to look at her admiringly. Then Kayla dug around in her bag and took out an unopened watch box. She took the watch out and put it on Alex's wrist. "This is a thank you gift for helping me out last night." "Last night was a piece of cake," Alex said, lifting his wrist and studying the watch. After a moment, he took it off, handed it back, and said, "This watch is too expensive. I can't accept it, so you'd better take it back." He didn't know a lot about watches, but he knew a good one when he saw it. He didn't need any kind of reward for helping her the previous night, so accepting the watch felt wrong. "Alex," Kayla protested, pushing the watch back toward him. "Please take it. You saved me last night, and I consider us friends now. I'm simply showing my appreciation." "Or maybe you simply feel like I need your generosity," he said. She bristled with indignation. "Fine, give it back. I guess we're not friends after all." Alex was impressed with her determination, and he was surprised to realize he had felt a little hurt when she said she didn't want to be friends. He sighed and said, "Okay, I'll take it." What he had done for her last night didn't need a reward, but he didn't want to hurt her feelings. Besides, he knew he could find a way to pay back her gift at some other point. "Thanks," he said simply, putting the watch back on his wrist. Seeing Alex accept the gift, Kayla smiled and sat back. "So, you're going to Philadelphia?" she asked. Alex nodded. "Yes, I'm checking in on a sick relative." "So you'll be staying for a few days," she said. "Philadelphia's my hometown, so I can show you around if you'd like." Alex chuckled. "I'm going to be pretty busy, but if I have time, I'd be happy for you to be my tour guide." He liked her. She seemed like an interesting young woman, and he had to admit he wanted to get to know her a little better. Before Kayla could respond, a cold voice came from behind them. "Oh, not you again! Can't you leave her alone?" Alyssa had returned from the bathroom, and she was not at all happy to see Alex sitting next to Kayla. She stopped in front of them, scowling at Alex. "Do you think you're any match for Kayla? Do you have any idea how rich she is?" Just like the previous night, she stared down her nose at him. "She's out of your league." Both Alyssa and Kayla had seen the sports car Alex had driven the previous night, but Alyssa assumed it wasn't his and probably belonged to his employer. If he really owned such a car, why would he have stooped so low as to eat at a lowly diner? She suspected Alex wasn't who Kayla hoped he was. "Alyssa," Kayla warned her, "what are you talking about? I came to speak to Alex, not the other way around. He wasn't harassing me." Kayla glanced at Alex and then patted his hand. "Besides, he's my savior and my friend. When you talk about him like that, it makes me sad." She shrugged as she continued. "And what difference does it make how much money my family has? It doesn't have anything to do with who I can be friends with. Alex is my friend, so deal with it." Alex was impressed by Kayla's speech, but Alyssa still looked unhappy. "Kayla, I'm not going to humiliate him," Alyssa said. "I just hope he's not going to be unreasonable. Although I'm very angry about what Heath Lambert did, he is better than Alex. Heath is the Lambert family's heir after all." She paused and glanced at Alex before turning back to Kayla. "This guy here doesn't seem to have much standing, and yet he wants to squeeze into our little circle? We don't know anything about him." She looked at Alex contemptuously, and then she saw the watch on his wrist. Do you even know what that's worth? She asked. Would you be able to afford it on your own? Alyssa, stop it! Kayla broke in. I'm really angry with you. Alex treats me far better than Heath ever did. Seeing Kayla so angry, Alyssa stopped talking and sat in the seat across the aisle. But she continued to stare at Alex, silently warning him. Kayla turned back to Alex, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, I'm sorry, Alex. Alyssa shouldn't have talked to you that way. She's a really good person, and she was just trying to look out for me. Alex smiled. Don't worry about it. She's sick, and it must be affecting her judgment. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Sick? Alyssa asked incredulously. What are you talking about? Kayla was confused as she continued to stare at Alex. I don't understand what you mean. Why do you think there's something wrong with Alyssa? Alex's face was calm as he studied Alyssa closely. I think you might have some kind of blood disorder. What are you on about? Alyssa repeated, convinced he was talking nonsense. She felt just fine. She turned back to Kayla and waved her arms dramatically. See what I mean? This guy can't be trusted. He's making up some ridiculous story about some mysterious disease to pull us apart. He's trying to start a rumor about me. Do you really think he's your friend? Alyssa turned back to Alex and said, You're ridiculous. You think you can get close to Kayla by telling lies about me? Well, I won't have it. Apologize now. Episode 550, Health Warning. Kayla was just as confused as Alyssa, so she turned to Alex and asked, Why are you trying to scare her? How could you possibly think something's wrong with her? Are you a doctor or something? Maybe you should apologize to her. I'm not looking for her thanks, but I don't think I have any reason to apologize, Alex said simply. If you still don't believe me, then just go to your doctor and have an exam. Then everything will be clear. Bastard, Alyssa shouted, and then she lunged at Alex, intent on pummeling him. Kayla jumped up and stopped her, holding her back and pushing her back down in her seat. Alyssa, stop it. Don't be so impulsive. I don't understand what Alex is going on about either, but for now let's just try to get along. Kayla glanced around the train car, noticing that people were quickly turning their eyes away from the three of them. Of course, Kayla didn't believe Alex could simply diagnose Alyssa with some sort of disease simply by looking at her. Even if he was a doctor, he couldn't do that. It'd be impossible. Alex was beginning to look irritated, but Alyssa wouldn't drop it. Kayla, let me have a go at this jerk. I want to teach him a lesson. Let's get back to our seats and give each other a little space, okay? Kayla suggested. It's over. Don't mention it anymore. Kayla pulled her best friend back to her seat and signaled Alex not to argue with Alyssa. Remember, get yourself checked out as soon as you can, he called after them. And then he turned around and faced the front of the car again. Alex closed his eyes and thought, she really is sick. If she wasn't Kayla's friend, then maybe I wouldn't have said anything. I don't blame her for being suspicious of me, and I know she's just trying to protect her friend. At the back of the train car, Alyssa was still fuming. Who is this guy accusing me of being sick? She thought. What is he after? He's obviously trying to get between Kayla and me, but I don't know why. And I really do feel fine. Why would he try to scare me into thinking I'm sick? Was he just wanting to start an ugly rumor about me? That would be a jerk move, but I wouldn't put it past him. Kayla's thoughts whirled in confusion. She felt helpless, stuck between her old friend and her new one. I really don't know Alex very well, she thought. Maybe he's up to something. If he is, I should let him go. But what if he's right about Alyssa? 3 hours later, the train arrived in Philadelphia, and Alex stretched, stood up, and exited the car. He wanted to get out into the open and breathe in some fresh air. When he turned around, he saw Alyssa pushing through the crowd toward him. "Alex, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me," she said, her tone frosty. Alex could see Kayla struggling through the crowd with her luggage, and she was panting slightly when she caught up with him. Still, she looked beautiful, all flushed and bright-eyed. "Alex, I agree with Alyssa," she said. "You owe her an apology." She had worked hard for several hours, trying to calm her friend down, and now she needed Alex to apologize, if only to appease her friend. Otherwise, with Alyssa's temperament and means, Alex would be in trouble. Alex looked at Alyssa and asked, "You want me to say I'm sorry?" "What? Yes, that's what I want," Alyssa said. "If you apologize to me now, then maybe I'll reconsider Kayla's wish for you to be her friend." Alex sighed and shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't apologize." He knew he would regret apologizing. The woman was sick and needed to get checked out, and he wasn't going to apologize for letting her know about her illness. "What?" Alyssa asked, almost laughing. "You really are a stubborn fool, aren't you?" She really despised Alex and felt he had overstepped his bounds. If Kayla hadn't liked him so much, Alyssa would have slapped him already. "I know you don't believe me," Alex said, "but I don't want you to regret not listening to me." Alyssa turned to look at Kayla. "Do you see what I mean? He's a stubborn liar who needs to be taught a lesson. He wants to spread a vicious lie about me, and I won't let him do that." With that, she walked to the escalator, took out her phone, and began to dial. She wanted to find someone to teach Alex a lesson. Kayla watched her friend walk away, and then she turned around and stared at Alex in confusion. "Why did you have to provoke her? Alyssa's not an ordinary girl. Her family's rich, and her boyfriend is also well-connected. She knows a lot of influential people." She shook her head sadly and continued, "You just missed your chance to fix this. If you had simply apologized, it would have saved you a lot of trouble." "I don't think I'm in any trouble," Alex said. He looked at Kayla seriously as he added, "Look, she really does need to get checked out. I think what she has is serious." Kayla shook her head again, frustrated with him. "Alex, stop it. Just because she was rude to you, that doesn't mean you can make up some wild story about her. I don't understand what you're trying to do. Alyssa is fine." She had had such a good impression of Alex at first, but now he was saying hurtful things about Alyssa to try to scare her, and it was too much. She didn't even think he had any kind of medical background. "Is that it then?" she asked. "You really won't apologize?" Alex smiled and then walked toward the escalator. He had tried his best, and now it was up to Alyssa if she wanted to believe him or not. He hoped she would eventually decide to believe him, but it was out of his hands. Kayla watched him walk away. She was confused as she thought, maybe I should try to convince Alyssa to go get checked out. It couldn't hurt, and Alex did save my life, so maybe I should trust him. Alex's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, looked at it, and then answered. "Hello?" "Hi, is this Mr. Ambrose?" Came a respectful voice on the other end of the line. "Yes?" "I'm Jesse Lambert. I've been asked to pick you up and bring you back to the house. Have you arrived at the station yet? Where should I meet you?" Alex was surprised. He hadn't told anyone he would be arriving by train, or even when he had been scheduled to arrive. He was impressed by the reach of the powerful Lambert family. "I'll meet you on the north side of the station," he responded. "I'm wearing jeans and a blue coat, and I have a green suitcase." "Thank you," Jesse said amiably. "I'll look for you there soon, Mr. Ambrose." Alex hung up the phone, thinking of Jesse's respectful tone, and then thinking of Alyssa's snobbish one. He much preferred speaking to Jesse. 3 minutes later, Alex was standing at the north entrance of the station, and he saw Alyssa and Kayla standing nearby, waiting for their ride. He decided to ignore them, knowing there was nothing else he could say. He really hoped Alyssa would go to the doctor. He didn't care much for her, but he cared for Kayla and he didn't want his new friend to suffer if anything happened to Alyssa. Seeing that Alex was going to remain silent, Kayla realized there was no point in trying to convince him to apologize. He had made Alyssa angry, and he had no idea what kind of enemy he had made. After all, Alyssa had powerful friends. Kayla just hoped that Alex would eventually come to his senses and stop whatever little game he was playing. Episode 551, Welcome to Philly. Kayla had hoped Alyssa and Alex would get along, but neither seemed willing to back down. He saved my life, she thought as they all made their way out of the station, and I really like him. I know you think you're a tough guy, Alyssa said, flashing him an insincere smile, but I wonder just how tough you really are. An expensive car screeched to a stop in front of them, and a young man wearing designer clothes stepped out from the driver's side. Kurt! Alyssa shouted with a squeal as she ran to throw herself into his arms. Kayla greeted him politely, while Alyssa wrapped herself around him and whispered in his ear. As he listened to her, his eyes hardened, and then he looked at Alex and scowled. He didn't seem inclined to make trouble, though. After he, Kayla, and Alyssa got into his car, he tapped at his phone and watched Alex in the rear-view mirror. I don't know what Alyssa told you, but please just let it go, Kayla said. Alex saved me last night, so please don't make a scene and embarrass me. Kurt had a nasty temper, and she was worried he was going to hurt Alex. Don't worry, I won't, he said. I'm not going to lay a finger on him. But it sounds like he needs to be taught a lesson. He upset Alyssa and claimed she was ill. So now he has to suffer a little as a reminder to not be so cocky. Alyssa rolled her eyes. I get that you're into him, Kayla, but the guy's just weird, she said. Besides, he refused to apologize to me. You don't have to protect him, you know. He's not a little kid. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Alex standing alone at the curb. Her pretty features twisted into a sneer. You'll regret the way you behaved with me, she thought. What are you going to do to him? Kayla asked, looking worried. Not a thing, Kurt said. I just texted a couple of friends. No cab driver will agree to pick him up, and none of the rideshare companies will come for him either. If he wants to leave this station, he'll have to walk. Kayla felt helpless. She wanted to say something, but she knew there was nothing she could say that would make a difference. Alex seemed like a good guy, but he was stubborn, and Kurt was determined to take him down a peg or two. She really wished Alex had just swallowed his pride and apologized. Just ignore him, Kurt said. Can we get out of here and find a place to eat? I'm starving. He smiled to himself, his eyes flicking back to look at Alex in the mirror. Despite what he had told Kayla, he had arranged for some people to deal with Alex, and they should be arriving soon. A van pulled up in front of Alex. Then the side door slid open, and 4 or 5 men climbed out and walked toward him, cigarettes hanging from their mouths and baseball bats in their hands. Alex sensed their hostility. What do you want? He asked, narrowing his eyes at them. You've offended the wrong person, said one of the men. So, now we're here to teach you some manners. He blew a cloud of smoke into Alex's face, and we're really going to enjoy it. They started walking toward him with grim smiles. Alex sighed and took a defensive stance. But before the fight could begin, a sleek limousine pulled up, and an energetic older man with silver hair stepped out of the car and called to him. Alex? He asked politely. I'm Jesse Lambert. I'm so sorry I'm late. When they heard the Lambert name, the men approaching him froze. They hastily dropped or hid their weapons, and then they started fidgeting, knowing they were in trouble. The Lambert family owned most of Philadelphia, and they were incredibly powerful, so threatening them was a very bad idea. Jesse shot them a cold glance, but otherwise ignored them and ushered Alex into the limousine, while his driver spoke quietly into a radio. As they drove away, a black SUV pulled up behind them. Alex watched 3 large men exit the car and confront his would-be attackers, who merely climbed into the van. One of the men from the SUV then climbed into the driver's seat of their van, and both vehicles drove away. Alex was curious, but he didn't really care about the fate of the men. "Tell me what I'm doing here, Mr. Lambert," he said. "What's the situation?" "We've brought you in to take a look at Kira Lambert," Jesse said. "During a site tour of one of the family's construction projects, someone threw a bottle at us. It broke and released a gas that no one's been able to identify. It all happened so fast that we never even saw who had thrown it. Kira lost consciousness almost immediately and hasn't woken up since. We've had her transferred to the Lambert estate to keep her comfortable and avoid the press. There's practically a whole mobile hospital set up at the house. She's also safer there. Until we know who did this or why, we're taking security very seriously, as your new friends from the train station are finding out." He sighed, shaking his head. "Her mother has rounded up every expert she can find, but they haven't made any progress. Kira's still in a coma, and her doctors have found signs of brain damage. You could be our last chance to save her." As he looked at Alex, he frowned. "He's just a kid," he thought skeptically. "He certainly doesn't look like a medical genius, but it's not like we have other options, so we may as well let him try." As they drove, he pointed out some of the city's sights and talked a little about how the Lamberts had been there since before the Revolution. A city with this much history made for a visual treat. "That's the local museum," Jesse pointed out. "And over there is a gallery that specializes in modern art." Alex nodded politely. They passed dozens of beautiful old buildings sitting in the shadows of modern skyscrapers, some of them still under construction, and several of them owned by the Lambert family. There was an entire city block near a small park that was surprisingly bare. The land was overgrown with weeds, and there was no sign of construction, which struck Alex as odd. "That seems to be prime real estate," he said. "Why isn't there anything on it?" Jesse smiled. "We actually own that lot," he said. "It used to be part of the park. The family bought it more than 100 years ago, before the business district swallowed up the area. They never built anything on it. When Kira was a child, she liked the wildflowers and trees here, so her parents gave it to her as a birthday present." He smiled indulgently. "But you're right, if she wanted to sell it, she'd make millions. The family's been fending off developers for years, especially now that the district is growing so fast. There's even been an offer for more than $1 billion from the Murdoch Group. They tried to push the buy through the Lambert's corporate arm, but since the property's in Kira's name, she gets the final say." "The Murdoch Group?" Alex asked, suddenly very interested. "That's right," Jesse confirmed. "The Murdochs are from Baltimore, too. Do you know Stephen Murdoch?" "We've met," Alex said, wondering if Stephen was up to something. Episode 552, A Medical Mystery. 15 minutes later, the limousine pulled up to a huge home that sat behind high stone walls, and they parked in a beautifully landscaped courtyard. "Please follow me," Jesse said, climbing out of the car. Alex smiled and let the polite older man lead him into the house. They came to a large room on the first floor that had been turned into a conference room and pathology lab. There were several long tables laden with high-end medical equipment and computers. 2 enormous monitors mounted to the walls showed scans and x-rays. A cluster of people in white coats sat at a table in the center of the room, looking over data and sharing information in hushed voices. Their faces were solemn, and anyone could see how worried they were about their patient's condition. At the corners of the room stood several men and women who looked like orderlies and bodyguards. They stood in silence, ready to provide the doctors with anything they needed at a moment's notice. So, along with the intracranial hematoma, we're looking at a central nervous system that's going haywire, said one of the doctors, peering at her tablet. So, along with the intracranial hematoma, we're looking at a central nervous system that's going haywire, said one of the doctors, peering at her tablet. And we still don't know what sort of pathogen we're dealing with or how to counteract it. Some of the doctors looked up when Alex and Jesse entered the room, but then they quickly turned their attention back to their charts and slides. Nothing was going to shift their focus from their work. Jesse was about to take Alex upstairs when a woman in her 40s entered the room. Alex was struck by how gracefully she moved through the tense clinical environment. She exuded a sort of serenity that impressed him, and he took an instant liking to her. It's her eyes, he thought. They shine with both wisdom and kindness. Ma'am, said one of the doctors when he noticed her. Everyone stood and greeted the woman, and Alex realized this was Holly Lambert. I need an update, Holly said. The latest treatments haven't worked. What's happening to my daughter? Why won't she wake up? We still don't know, said the female doctor. All we can say for certain is that she's getting weaker. She's rapidly losing weight, which may not be dangerous, but it's not a good sign. Her body can't take too many more invasive tests. None of the treatments we've tried are doing much more than keeping her symptoms under control, and they're not even doing that very well anymore. We're in the dark here, ma'am. We'd need more time. I don't think my daughter has much more time, Holly said, sighing. I know you're all doing everything you can, but I need answers. Of course, we'll get to the bottom of this, said one of the other doctors. But we've exhausted the available options. He didn't seem hopeful. Kira was dying, and they were nowhere near finding out why or how to save her. Excuse me, Jesse said. Alex Ambrose is here. Thank you for coming, Alex, Holly said, turning to greet him with a tired smile. Alex shook her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Lambert. Call me Holly, she said. I feel a little better just knowing you're here. She had a great deal of faith in Grandma Spice, so she was hopeful Alex would be able to help. You're welcome, Alex said. And please don't worry, I'll wake Kira up. She looked into his eyes for a long moment, and then she said, I believe you. Let's go upstairs and I'll take you to my daughter. Ma'am, wait, said the doctor who had provided the update. This is Dr. Sophie Albrook, Holly told Alex. You might have heard of her father, Dr. Isaiah Albrook. He's a world-class doctor and extremely famous in medical circles. Ma'am, I know it seems bleak, and you have every right to pursue other avenues, Sophie said. But your daughter's condition is critical. Starting a new course might set us back. And bringing in a new doctor, someone who doesn't know anything about this case, could be disastrous. I would strongly caution against adding a new variable at this time. She glared at Alex. Dr. Ambrose, was it? I don't know the name. Which hospital do you work at? Where did you go to school? Is there anyone who can vouch for you? This room is full of some of the finest medical practitioners in the world, and you're not old enough to be more than a resident. So why should we let you within a mile of our patient? Sophie and her team were getting nowhere with treating Kira. but she was sure they were close to a breakthrough. And now we have to deal with this guy, she thought. How does Holly even know this kid? Why is she acting like he's her last hope? Who are you? She asked. Are you even a doctor? I've worked with many experts from around the world and I've never heard of you. So what makes you think you can do something we can't? This is ridiculous. While she spoke, her colleagues gathered behind her. Sophie was only saying what they had all been thinking. No one understood why Holly had brought this young man here or why she was treating him like someone special. What they did understand, though, was that saving the life of a Lambert would be a career-making opportunity, and they were not willing to share that glory. So, Sophie said, folding her arms, what do you know about medicine? How many patients have you successfully treated? She paused, raising an eyebrow. Do you even have a medical license? Episode 553, A Question of Credentials. A case like Kira's only came along once in a doctor's career, so everyone wanted to be the one to find the breakthrough that would save her life. Medicine isn't a game, Sophie thought, frowning at Alex, and I don't trust this charlatan with my patient. Her objections to his involvement were shared by her colleagues, and the other doctors in the room were suspicious of the mysterious young man. Alex smiled, and before Holly could speak, he addressed Sophie directly. I don't have a medical degree, he said, shrugging. I've never even been to medical school. Actually, I'm not a doctor. I'm a martial artist, a warrior. There was an immediate uproar. You're not qualified to see our patient. What makes you so certain you can find something we've missed? Sophie was astonished. Is this a joke? She asked Alex, scowling at him. You're wasting our time and putting our patient at risk. Then she turned to Holly. Mrs. Lambert, this man could kill your daughter. You could get a paramedic in here, a veteran even, and that would make more sense than letting this man treat her. At least they would have a background in medicine rather than in beating people up. How could you possibly approve of this? It makes a mockery of the entire medical profession. The other doctors nodded. Kira's treatment was a huge investment in time, money, and equipment. They'd turned the Lambert home into a medical facility for a single patient, and this scruffy boy expected to succeed where they could not. His arrogance and ignorance were an insult to their training and experience. Holly and Jesse frowned, but they didn't interfere. They were waiting to see how Alex would handle the resistance from Sophie and the other doctors. Fine, Sophie said, taking a breath and forcing herself to calm down. Okay, genius. Let's walk you through our treatment plan. With your vast expertise, maybe you'll see something we've missed. But if you can't keep up, just admit you're a fraud and let us treat her with actual science. She grabbed a tablet from the pocket of her lab coat. We're still working on a diagnosis, but we've already begun a drug regimen to treat the symptoms before we determine whether she needs surgery or not. She held up the tablet and shook it at him. Would you like to begin? No, Alex said, beginning to lose his temper with her. That won't be necessary. I'm sure you're probably recommending something like a course of steroids or diuretics to get more oxygen into her blood, and blood thinners because you're worried about her not getting enough blood to her brain. He fixed her with a pointed look. But you have to get the bleeding in her brain under control first, or you'll kill her faster. Sophie's jaw dropped. How could you know that? He had barely glanced at the tablet in her hand, and he wasn't anywhere near the conference table covered in their notes and files. Her MRI scan is right there, he said, pointing at the screens. To make things worse, you're working against the clock to complete 3 steps at the same time. He counted them off on his fingers. You have to stop the bleeding, fight the ischemia before part or all of her brain dies, and deal with whatever other systems the poison has managed to disrupt. And the whole time, you'll be praying she doesn't have a stroke. which she almost definitely will because the blood vessels are probably weakening progressively in more than one place. You're looking at the hematoma as an isolated incident, but with no head trauma or pre-existing conditions, there are certainly more of them hiding in there, and they're all little time bombs waiting to go off. Sophie gaped at him. The problem is that the more time you spend fighting the symptoms, the lower her chances are of ever waking up, he continued. You might save her life, but she'd never open her eyes again. Sophie went pale and clutched her tablet to her chest. Impossible, she muttered. How can you know that? The other doctors stood with their mouths open. No one could seem to find their voice. What you're prescribing is just going to keep the machine working for a while, Alex said, but you're only prolonging the inevitable. Sophie looked away. She wanted to argue, but she didn't know what to say. You have all this training, but you forgot to keep an open mind, Alex pointed out. You reject everything that doesn't fit your established point of view. He paused. You know what I see? He looked around the room and pointed at one of the doctors. You have nightly stomach pain and your lower back always hurts when you sit down. You're treating them as unrelated issues, but they're not. You have a nerve impingement that's causing both. He turned his gaze to the next person. You have Parkinson's. Your dopamine levels are all over the place, he said before moving on to the next person. You get night sweats, but you've convinced yourself that all you need is a new air conditioner. But what you actually have is an infection in your left femur, and you need to seek treatment for it as soon as possible. His gaze settled on Sophie. And then there's you. Despite herself, Sophie held her breath, but he just smiled. You're in perfect health, he said, grinning. You just don't like me very much. He turned to Holly and Jesse. Can I see Kira now, please? Holly nodded and led him upstairs. Cowed into sullen silence, the medical team trailed behind them. They were ashamed and angry, but they were also curious. Kira's room was dominated by her hospital bed and the bank of machines that monitored her vitals. Her skin was pale, her lips were tinged with blue, and her breathing was shallow and irregular. Holly sat on the bed and took her daughter's hand. Alex, she whispered, please help her. She had seen what she had needed to see downstairs. Any doubts she might have had about him had been forgotten. Alex nodded and stepped forward, taking Kira's other hand and closing his eyes. He reached for her essence and watched it move through her body. It was sluggish everywhere, but nowhere more so than her central nervous system. He could tell that Sophie's treatment would not save Kira's life. It might extend it, but not for very long. Kira was dying. Alex, how is she? Holly asked, not looking away from Kira's face. Can you wake her up? She affectionately smoothed a lock of her daughter's hair from her forehead. Alex turned his head and smiled gently. Yes, he said, I can. Episode 554, Alex Comes Through. Holly held her breath. You're certain? She asked. She would never admit it to anyone, not even herself. But she had been losing hope. Until this moment, she had been preparing for the worst. Alex nodded. Positive, he said. I won't let you down, he smiled. I wouldn't dare. Grandma Spice would skin me alive. She closed her eyes and let out a trembling breath. I know you won't, she said. They don't look very happy, though. She nodded at the doctors who stood in the doorway. Sophie scowled and stepped forward.
Kira's been examined by experts from all over the world, she said. My father sent me here because he couldn't come himself, but we couldn't find anything. We couldn't do anything. And now you're telling us you can just wake her up? Well, I don't believe it.
I know you don't, he said, smirking at her. Try not to take it too hard when I succeed. Everybody's wrong sometimes. She glared at him. You haven't told us how you plan to pull off this medical miracle. Stimulants, steroids, positive thinking? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Whatever poison she inhaled rendered her unconscious in 3 minutes, and we can't even identify it. Do you have a laboratory in your pocket for making universal antidotes? No, I don't need anything, he said, except for a cup of warm water. Warm water, she said, her tone flat. You're going to make her a cup of tea? I don't think that's going to help. At Holly's signal, Jesse brought a cup of water over. No, Alex said with a smile, taking the cup. I just might get thirsty. He set the cup down on a nightstand and took out a small bottle of his supplement pills. He had used something similar when preparing for his fight with Jacob to enhance his inner force and help him heal. This was a refined version that could strengthen the flow of a person's essence. It could technically cure just about anything, but its existence was kept secret by the Moon Palace. Using the cup saucer, he crushed one of the pills into a powder on the nightstand and carefully swept it into the cup. Then, he carefully lifted Kira's head and tipped some of the water into her mouth, making sure she didn't choke on it. Just as gently, he lowered her head and stepped back. That's it? Sophie asked incredulously. No one answered her, and the room was thick with tension as everyone waited for a miracle. Aside from Holly, Alex, and Jesse, no one actually believed anything would happen. Holly closed her eyes and began to pray. 4 minutes later, one of the doctors gasped. Kira's breathing deepened, and then her eyes began to dance under her eyelids. She looked like she was dreaming. The oximeter that was monitoring the oxygen in her blood began to creep up slowly. Color started to bloom in her cheeks, and her lips shed their blue tinge. She whimpered suddenly and started to cough, and then her eyes fluttered open. Mom? She said, and then she fell asleep. Even from across the room, the doctors could see that all her vitals were returning to normal, and they were in shock. Holly could barely maintain her composure. She visibly restrained herself from crushing Kira in a hug in case she might hurt her. So instead, she reached across the bed and took Alex's hand, squeezing it tightly. Thank you, Alex, she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thank you so much. I'll never forget this. The whole family will never forget this. You're welcome, ma'am, he said, smiling. She's going to need to rest for a while, but she'll be fine. Make sure she takes it easy when she's ready to get up and start walking. There are some herbs and supplements I can recommend that'll help speed up her recovery. Sophie snatched the bottle of pills off the nightstand and examined it closely. This is not possible, she muttered. It's not scientifically possible. Her entire body was stiff. The woman was practically in a vegetative state, she thought. There's no way she can be regaining function this fast. It would take months for her to recover, and I'm not sure how it's possible at all. That a tiny pill could not only bring someone out of a coma, but also reverse the effects of neurological damage was beyond Sophie's understanding of medicine. The other doctors looked at Alex nervously. They had spent so much time on this case, and then Alex had shown up and had taken over. It was impossible to believe, and they were in awe. I told you, Alex said. You were treating the symptoms rather than the cause. Sophie couldn't let it go, unable to believe this was happening. It's just a pill, she said. One small pill.
How does it work? Who made it? It can't have been tested or approved for treatment, or we would have heard about it before now. Is it something that'll force the heart to beat so strongly that she'd be at risk of stroke or heart failure? She was muttering to herself now, trying to make sense of what she had just witnessed. Some kind of cocktail of digitalis and stimulants, maybe? That might wake someone up, but not from a coma. If that's what he used, she might be fine now, but the strain could kill her. She looked at Holly in alarm. Ma'am, using an untested treatment like this is dangerous. It could be like trying to douse a fire with kerosene. Episode 555, Sophie's Crisis. Holly's expression was cold. She was getting tired of Sophie trying to make her daughter's recovery into a crisis rather than seeing it for the miracle it was. Alex just ignored the doctor. After all, he knew the effects of the supplement from personal experience. The pill was a closely guarded secret. Its origins and effects were beyond ordinary medicine. It was almost more like magic than science. But something tells me Sophie's not ready for that kind of revelation, Alex thought. Realizing she had overstepped, Sophie calmed herself down. Ma'am, at least let us run some tests, she said. Once we know for sure that everything's normal, Kira will be released from our care. Holly nodded, and the doctors rushed to Kira's bedside to begin their tests. It didn't take long for the medical team to notice her vitals weren't just normal, they were better than normal. Kira was a young woman in good health, but the readings they were seeing were what someone would expect from a top athlete. They were stunned into silence. Sophie still couldn't believe her own eyes. How is this possible? She whispered. There have been so many experts looking for answers, she thought. And some kid with a magic pill wanders in and saves the day? How? The quiet was broken by a commotion outside the room. Let me through. I need to see Miss Lambert, a man shouted. The door swung open, and a disheveled man barged in past one of the orderlies Alex had seen downstairs. Get out of my way, please. I'm here to treat Kira Lambert. Sophie and the other doctors were relieved to see Dr. Vincent Cook. An internationally renowned physician had finally arrived. Please come in, Dr. Cook, Sophie said, waving the orderly away. The patient's over here. Just before you arrived, a young man administered some kind of pill, but we don't know what it is or what it does. I'm worried we might be dealing with something that could strain her cardiovascular system. She appears to be responding well, but I've never heard of anyone shrugging off a brain bleed and coming out of a coma less than 10 minutes after a single dose. If anyone can expose this man as a charlatan, it'll be Vincent, she thought. A pill that can reverse brain damage? Vince asked, his face flushing with anger. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Sounds like he's a con man. Sophie looked at Alex. I still haven't decided which one he is. This is nonsense, Vincent said. I need to see a new MRI scan immediately. Run every test, then run them again. You have to be meticulous. Check everything. Right away, she said. And the entire medical team sprang into action. Vincent was known to be as blunt as he was brilliant. The Lamberts had gone to a lot of trouble to get him involved in Kira's treatment, and he had dropped everything to come to Philadelphia because her case intrigued him. He wasn't interested in their money, but he was fascinated by her symptoms. His priority was pushing the boundaries of medicine. When the results from her tests were brought to him, he looked through them carefully. Each result was a surprise, and his mouth was hanging open in shock. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. No indication of brain damage, he muttered. No impairment of heart or lung function. There's no sign of trauma at all, and there's no trace of whatever pathogen she was exposed to. She's in excellent health. His eyes grew wide, and his face lit up with excitement. This is unprecedented.
People are going to be studying this case for years, and it'll revolutionize our entire understanding of medical science. I need to know who was responsible for this. That would be this young man, Dr. Cook, Holly said, placing her hand on Alex's shoulder. Vincent took his hand. Teach me, he said. I need you to teach me everything. I'll get on my knees and beg if I have to, but I must know how you did this. No one could believe what they were witnessing. Vincent was the doctor that other doctors aspired to be, and he was practically worshipping Alex. It was mind-boggling. Even Holly seemed surprised. Vincent, calm down. Don't get too excited. He's not even a doctor, Sophie shouted in disbelief. She's right, Alex said. I haven't been to medical school or studied with any doctor. I have no background in medicine at all. Sophie reached for Vincent's arm and tried to pull him away from Alex. You're risking your legacy, she said. She idolized him and couldn't bear to see him throwing his reputation away. She couldn't stand to watch him become a laughingstock. I know what I'm doing, Vincent said, shaking her off. Do you seriously not understand what this could mean to the world? Are you going to pretend this isn't happening? He turned back to Alex. Please, there's so much I can learn from you. What you've done here could change everything. Once Kira's recovery is made public, you'll have doctors from all over the world ready to do anything to study with you. Sophie's head was spinning. What's happening? She thought. He's practically drooling over a single pill. She understood, of course, how important this kind of discovery could be, but none of this should be possible. She could barely make sense of what she was feeling, and she was baffled by Vincent's sudden reverence toward Alex. She had looked up to Vincent before she had even gone to medical school. She had followed his career for years, and she had read everything he had published, hoping for a chance to work with him. When she had found out he would be consulting on Kira's case, she hadn't been able to contain her excitement. She would have done almost anything to have him as her mentor, and now here he was, groveling at Alex's feet. Have I been wrong about Alex? She wondered. If someone I have so much respect for is willing to take a chance, then maybe I'm being too stubborn. She remembered how angry she had been when she had scoffed at her treatment plan, and she wondered if it had been her ego running wild. She had called him a charlatan and a quack, but she wasn't sure anymore. Her face felt like it was on fire, and she wasn't sure how to react. Episode 556, Please Accept This Gift. Sophie was stunned for a while, and then she found her voice. Dr. Cook, I'm sorry. I was just concerned about the patient, but please forgive me for speaking out of turn. Well, don't let it happen again, Vincent said. You don't have the experience to know master physician when you see one, but I can see Dr. Ambrose is a first-class healer. He knows much more about these things than we do. Vincent's face shone with admiration, and it was clear he practically worshipped Alex. By asking for a second opinion, you've made it clear you don't trust Dr. Ambrose. Vincent continued, shaking his head. Your medical training is not as important as the pursuit of truth. You need to remember that, Sophie, and learn a little humility. You yelled at Dr. Ambrose and embarrassed us all. Sophie's face flushed bright red. It was the first time Vincent had expressed his opinion of her, and unfortunately, he had clearly found her wanting. She hadn't expected him to criticize her so harshly, and his disapproval stung. Sophie, I am extremely disappointed in your conduct, Vincent said, frowning at her, and I simply can't overlook it. From now on, you are no longer a member of this team. You should spend some time thinking about what happened here and how you can improve on your behavior. He paused for a moment. Perhaps it would be best if you have no further contact with this medical team at all. He turned to Alex. Dr. Ambrose, Sophie's words are her own, and I do not share her views, he said. Still, I apologize for her ignorance. Sophie's cheeks burned with shame as she turned to leave. And as she passed Alex, she glanced up at him with an indescribable expression. Holly smothered a laugh, trying not to be rude. It's fine, Dr. Cook, Alex assured him. You don't need to make such a big deal out of it. If you'd be willing to teach me, I'd be very grateful, Vincent said. I'm sure I could learn a lot from you. Alex appreciated Vincent's attitude. Despite his skill, he was humble and willing to listen to alternative ideas, and he seemed like a good man. But Alex's special supplement was a secret, so he didn't want to reveal it to anyone. I'm sorry, Dr. Cook, he said, but I don't think that would work. You're already a well-trained doctor, and that should be enough. Please reconsider, Vincent said, almost pleading. I genuinely want to learn, and I'll do whatever it takes. Please give me a chance. Holly was stunned to see such a world-class doctor begging to become Alex's student. He'd even asked in front of everyone, not too proud to admit Alex knew more than he did. No doubt such an attitude had helped him with his studies, allowing him to make significant contributions to medicine. Alex, Holly said, moved by Vincent's sincerity. Maybe you... No, Alex said firmly. It won't work. My medical skills are not easily passed on to others. He changed the subject, turning back to Vincent. Now, to help the patient recover, she'll require someone to look after her and monitor her progress. Are you up for the task? Vincent jumped at the chance to be useful, and he was delighted Alex was demonstrating such trust in him. He considered it a great honor to be asked to observe Kiera, and he hoped it would lead to Alex changing his mind about teaching him. Of course, Dr. Ambrose, Vincent said, smiling at him. I'd be happy for my team to stay with Kiera. We'll watch her round the clock. Remember, you can't leave Kiera alone until her condition is stable, Alex said, meeting his gaze. Yes, I understand, Vincent assured him. You can depend on me. He knew his expertise was limited, and he was keen to discover more, but he hadn't known where to start. Now he had met Dr. Ambrose, and it seemed like fate was smiling on him. Glad to hear it, Alex said, patting his shoulder. I'm sure you'll do fine. Alex's phone rang and he glanced at the display. Then he grinned and answered, having a brief conversation before hanging up. Alex told Vincent to take care of Kiera, and then he went downstairs and wrote out the recipe for his supplement. Follow these instructions to make the medicine and then give it to Dr. Cook, he said. Also, once Kiera wakes up, make sure she rests. If she overdoes it, she could relapse. Thank you, she said. Well, now that Kiera is going to be okay, I should be going, Alex said, smiling at her. But you haven't eaten yet, Holly protested, taking his arm. Why not stay for dinner? She had been so busy worrying about Kiera that she hadn't been paying much attention to Alex. But now she realized he hadn't even had a drink of water since he had arrived. Jessie nodded. Yes, stay and eat with us. Alex waved the suggestion away. No, thank you, he said. I have things to do, so I need to go. Where are you going? Holly asked, still feeling guilty for neglecting his needs. Why don't you let Jessie drive you there? It's not easy to get a taxi around here. I'm going to the Grand Theater, Alex said. Really? Holly asked, surprised. Are you attending the Cassidy Pike concert? Yes, Alex said, nodding. The earlier phone call had been from his mother. When she had heard Alex was in Philadelphia, she had immediately jumped on a flight to join him. and she had asked if they could go to the concert together. He smiled to himself. His mother adored music, and she loved to go to concerts. She also liked to sing, and she often spent her spare time listening to music. Since Alex's family had disowned him, they had enforced strict rules that forbade other family members from having any contact with him. This made it difficult for Flora to see her son, and she missed him. "Wait a minute," Holly said, dashing into the study. Within moments, she returned carrying a bag. "I want to repay you for saving Kira," she said. "I know you're the Lord of the Moon Palace, so you're not short of status, money, or power. But I heard that you don't have a proper house in Baltimore, and that just isn't right. So I'd like to give you this to thank you for your hard work." She pressed the bag into his hands. "This means a lot to me, so please accept." Alex was stunned, as he hadn't expected anything for helping Kira. "Mrs. Lambert, I'm here as a favor to your relative, who's respected by everyone in the Moon Palace, and her advice is more valuable than any gift," Alex told her. "There's no need to give me anything." "I must insist you allow me to show our gratitude," Holly said. "I'm afraid I'll be quite offended if you refuse." Episode 557, Sad Songs and Paper Airplanes. Alex nodded, taking the bag Holly thrust toward him. "Okay," he said. "I accept." Alex walked into the Grand Theater and made his way to his seat. "Ladies and gentlemen," an announcement echoed through the hall, "the concert will begin shortly, so please take your seats as soon as possible." "Alex!" Someone took his arm, and he turned to see his mother, who was beaming at him. "Isn't this great?" Flora said, almost vibrating with excitement. "I'm so happy to see you." Due to the ridiculous Ambrose family rules, they were forced to meet in secret. If they were caught, the family would make life difficult for Flora, so they had to be very careful. They took their seats and looked around. The concert hall was packed with people, and the stage lights shone brightly on the empty stage. Their seats were excellent, 4F and 4G, which put them front and center so they would have a fantastic view. Cassidy Pike had yet to make an appearance. She was an extremely popular singer, and she could always pull in sizable crowds. The fans in the audience were bubbling with anticipation as they waved their glow sticks in the air. "How are you, Mom?" Alex asked, putting an arm around her shoulder. "Oh, I'm great," she said, smiling up at him. "I'm fully recovered from that helicopter crash, and I'm being careful to eat well. I'm healthier now than I've ever been." Alex was relieved to hear that. His mother had been lucky to survive the crash, so he was pleased she was doing so well now. "The only thing making me sad is that I can't see my son whenever I wish," Flora said, sighing. "It just isn't fair." "Don't worry, Mom," Alex said, comforting her. "I'll get you and Dad out of there, and then we can live next to each other." "Oh, I'd like that," Flora said softly. "Now I have something to look forward to." Alex looked around at all the enthusiastic fans and soaked up the atmosphere. Cassidy was a huge star, so her concerts were always really special. The crowd grew even more excited, and several of them called out, "Look, something's happening! Cassidy is coming out!" Everyone began to cheer, clapping and whistling their approval. Cassidy stepped onto the stage, looking elegant in a dark red dress and sparkling jewelry. She was stunning, and every eye in the audience was on her. Alex applauded as he watched. She was 20 years old, but she looked a little younger, and she was exceptionally beautiful. "Hello, Philadelphia!" Cassidy said, waving at everyone. "How are you?" The audience screamed, and everyone had their hands in the air. Cassidy had a powerful stage presence, and she had always been gifted at controlling an audience. She skillfully whipped the crowd into a frenzy, occasionally stepping back to look out at them. She seemed genuinely friendly as she smiled and waved, clearly happy to be there. Every word Cassidy spoke was met with loud cheers, causing her to grin helplessly. The atmosphere was electric, and she commanded the attention of everyone present. "Cassidy, I love you," someone called, making her laugh again. Alex cast a glance at his mother, noticing she was on the edge of her seat, a rapt expression on her face. But despite her elation, she didn't shout out like the others. Alex was surprised to discover his mother was still a fan of Cassidy Pike. The person sitting on his other side was frantically waving his glow stick, and it shot out of his hand, smacking the side of Alex's head. Alex rolled his eyes and handed the stick back. The audience settled down as Cassidy started singing, hitting all the right notes with her pleasant voice. Sometime later, Cassidy's voice unexpectedly gave out, worrying many of her fans. "Oh no," someone cried. "She's losing her voice." "Stop! You need to protect your voice," called someone else. "She's been overdoing it," shouted a third. "She's already been singing for too long." The fans were growing distressed at the thought of anything being wrong with their idol. Cassidy smiled. "I'm fine," she assured them, stepping to the side of the stage and drinking some water. "My throat was just a little dry. But how about y'all help me out with this next song? Maybe we can sing this one together. It's called The Oath, and I'm sure you all know it." The crowd screamed their approval. The opening bars of the song had the audience stamping their feet. Then Cassidy began to sing, her clear voice resonating in the hall. From time to time, she would pause, holding out her microphone for the crowd to take over and grinning when they did so. This was one of her most popular songs, and everyone knew the lyrics. Her song was beautiful, and it rang with nostalgia, reminding people of days gone by and bringing tears to many eyes. Even Alex's mother surreptitiously dabbed at her eyes. Alex fought back a smile at his mother's reaction, realizing just how much of a fan she was. If I'd known she was a super fan, I'd have arranged a private concert for her, he thought. Cassidy was extremely talented, and she had the audience eating out of the palm of her hand. Giving in to the music, Alex closed his eyes and allowed the song to take his mind back to the past. A moment later, he felt the bag on his lap and remembered he hadn't looked inside it yet. Curious, he decided to see what Holly had given him. When he opened it, his jaw dropped. Holly had been far too generous. The paper stated Alex was now the owner of a piece of prime real estate in Baltimore. Flicking through the papers, he found several photographs of attractive scenery. Located on the land was a large villa called Birchwood House. The villa had been recently constructed, and Alex found a title deed made out in his name. Between the land and the house, the market value was a truly staggering amount of money. Alex blinked at it, trying to recover from the shock. He could live in the villa, but he wondered if it might be better to sell it and take the money. Except I wouldn't even know how to go about selling a house, he thought, frowning. Then he remembered the young man who had previously tried to sell him a house. His name had been Cole Havers, and Alex already had his phone number. He grinned, realizing he had options. Cassidy's song came to an end, and once the applause had died down, she looked around, smiling at everyone. "Thank you so much for being here tonight," she said. "You've been a wonderful audience, and I've really enjoyed myself.
I will never forget my time here. Thank you for all your support. It means so much to me.
She waited for the cheers to die down a little before she continued.
Okay, she said, holding up a hand to silence the crowd. Now, I decided to do something a little special tonight, and I really hope you'll like it. Under your seats, you'll find some paper and a pen.
Several people began to crouch down, searching beneath their seats.
I'd like each of you to write a wish on the paper, she continued. Then fold it into a paper airplane and throw it over here. If I can catch one, I'll do my best to fulfill the wish written on it.
The audience gasped.
It's just my way of saying thanks, she said. So, get writing.
By now, everyone had found the paper and pen under their seats, and they were buzzing with excitement. They all knew the probability of Cassidy picking their paper airplane was low, but they were still eager to try. Episode 558, A Wish Come True. Alex looked around, watching everyone scribble furiously on their pieces of paper. Then he turned to his mother and saw she was writing too, her expression serious.
Write something, she urged him.
Okay, Alex said, deciding it was best to humor her. He scratched his head, trying to decide what to write, before finally expressing a wish that his parents would live a long and happy life. After several minutes, Cassidy raised her microphone.
Has everyone written down their wish? Okay, I'm going to count down from 3. And then I want you all to fly your paper airplanes at the stage. Your piece of paper has your seat number on it. So when I pick up an airplane, I'll read out the number, and then you'll be on camera.
The crowd cheered enthusiastically.
Cassidy smiled. I'm about to start counting, and when I reach 1, you let your paper planes fly, okay?
Everyone shouted again, eager to try, and then Cassidy began the countdown.
3, 2...
She paused, deliberately building the suspense, and then she shouted,
1, fly those planes.
Countless paper planes flew at the stage. Many fell short, while others collided, sending them both falling to the floor. The planes went in all directions, making it impossible to follow the flight path of any of them. One paper plane flew directly at the stage, arcing up, and then landing right at Cassidy's feet. She glanced down at the plane, and then she stooped down to pick it up, holding it carefully. The crowd watched in amazement, whispering to each other about who the lucky fan could be, and curious to hear their wish. Cassidy slowly unfolded the paper plane.
I'll read out the wish first, she said, and then I'll reveal the seat number.
She looked down at the paper and began to read.
Hello, Cassidy. I came to your concert with my son, who's a big fan. My wish is that you give him a hug.
The audience looked around, wondering whose wish that had been. Cassidy raised her head.
Okay. Please pay attention to the big screen where the lucky winner will be revealed. The seat number in question is...
She hesitated, building the tension.
It's 4F.
The camera aimed at the seat, displaying Flora's face on the big screen. Alex gaped at her, feeling confused.
My mother won?
He thought, shaking his head. All eyes were on the screen, eager to see Flora's son, who might be the recipient of a hug from Cassidy.
So where's your son? Cassidy asked.
Flora gestured to the chair beside her, and the camera swung around to display Alex on the screen.
What on earth was my mother thinking?
Alex wondered, unhappy with the attention.
All right, everyone, Cassidy said. Let's invite this mother and son to the stage. And I have to say, what a young-looking mother. She could almost be a sister.
Alex scowled.
Flora's trip was supposed to be a secret. After all, the family had forbidden her to have contact with Alex, so drawing too much attention was a foolish thing to do.
Flora grinned and nudged him. Come on, she said. We've been invited to the stage. We can't keep her waiting. Don't be shy, Cassidy said, waving at them. Get up here. With so many people watching, Alex couldn't afford to make a fuss. So he gritted his teeth and followed his mother to the stage. Everyone stared at Alex as he and his mother walked over to join Cassidy. Oh, your son is very handsome, Cassidy said, smiling at Flora. Then she turned to look at Alex with a glint in her eye, clearly interested in him. If you leave your contact information, I'll make sure you receive a surprise, she said, looking him up and down. The backstage staff giggled, knowing Cassidy had just made that up. There had been no plans for an extra surprise. Sorry, I'd prefer not to, Alex said firmly, wishing he could get back off the stage. Alex, don't be silly, Flora said. She took the paper airplane and scribbled on it. Here, this is my son's phone number. She handed it over. I'm such a huge fan. You are so talented, and I just love your voice. Thank you, Cassidy said, blushing. Everyone was surprised because they hadn't expected such a big star to be shy. I'll be in touch later. Flora beamed at her, and Cassidy stepped forward, giving her an enormous hug. Flora's face lit up with joy, thrilled to be so close to her idol, and the audience roared their approval. Then Cassidy turned to look at Alex. Your mother clearly loves you, she said, smiling. Her wish was all about you, so why don't you give her a hug too? Flora was in heaven. She was standing on stage with Cassidy Pike and her beloved son, and she had never been so happy. Alex stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Flora, and she snuggled into him. Why should I be forced to hide my love for my son, she thought. If we get caught, I'll take whatever punishment the family decides on. I don't care. It's worth it. When Alex stepped back, Cassidy gave him a brief hug. Alex freed himself as soon as possible and stood next to his mother. Well, son, my wish has come true, Flora said, grinning at him. Let's get off the stage. Alex nodded at Cassidy and turned to leave. Cassidy watched him go, her expression thoughtful. As they walked back to their seats, Flora was practically walking on air, and Alex shook his head, amused by her behavior. Cassidy treated the audience to one last song, and then the concert was finally over. The crowd milled around for a while, reluctant to leave, but gradually they began to file out of the theater. Alex, Cassidy slipped me her contact information, Flora said, pressing a piece of paper into his hand. Keep this safe and don't lose it. Alex fought back the urge to roll his eyes. Okay, Mom, he said. I know you're just trying to look out for me. Good boy, she said, patting his arm. You know, I think Cassidy really liked us. Alex laughed, knowing his mother wasn't likely to stop talking about Cassidy anytime soon. He actually found her enthusiasm quite endearing. Alex's phone rang, and when he answered it, Rufus spoke, sounding frantic. Alex, you need to come back. Debbie's missing, and I think she's been abducted. Episode 559, The High-Speed Car Chase. An icy chill shot down Alex's back, and his expression grew hard. He was furious someone had targeted Debbie again, and he was determined to make them pay. He said goodbye to his mother, giving her one last hug and making sure she got safely to her car. Then he pulled the scrap of paper with Cassidy's phone number from his pocket, scrunched it up, and tossed it into a garbage can. Rufus had sounded anxious on the phone. The Clifton family had already searched for Debbie, but they had been unsuccessful. Alex made his way to the airport and boarded the first plane to Baltimore. The trip was torturous, and he fidgeted with the need to do something. But eventually the plane landed, and he rushed to the shopping mall where Debbie had disappeared. According to Rufus, Debbie had been accompanied by 2 bodyguards, but she had still been snatched from right under their noses. She had used the bathroom, and the guards had been forced to wait outside. When she hadn't come back out, the guards had grown worried, and when they had investigated, they had found the bathroom empty. Rufus had already checked the mall's surveillance footage, and he spotted someone pushing a cleaning trolley out of the bathroom. The only plausible explanation was that Debbie had been hidden inside the trolley when it had been wheeled outside. Alex clenched his fists. He was angry, but he was also surprised by the abductor's ingenuity. Rufus and Alex searched the mall for a while, finding nothing. Giving up, they got into a car with Will Palmer and drove away from the mall. "We have a tail," Rufus said once they'd been driving on the freeway for a while. "Check out that black car." Alex glanced in the rearview mirror, and then he gave Rufus a grim smile. They drove for another 10 minutes until the traffic had grown sparse, and then Alex suddenly slowed. The driver of the car following them had to brake sharply, almost causing a collision. Several other cars blasted their horns as they swerved to avoid him, and the driver swore as he fought to stay in control. Furious, he stepped on the gas pedal and caught up to Alex's car, driving alongside it. He was so angry. He had forgotten he was supposed to follow Alex to his destination. Now, he just wanted to run him off the road and deal with him right now. A blue car pulled up behind Alex, providing backup and making it easier to herd Alex where they wanted him. The black car whined as the driver sped by, ready to overtake Alex and force him to stop. But he hadn't expected Alex to increase his own speed, swerving slightly and clipping the blue car, which scraped along the barrier that separated them from the traffic traveling in the other direction. Just as the blue car moved to force Alex's car off the freeway, Alex swerved, moving into another lane before dropping his speed slightly to get behind the blue car. Then he accelerated once more, catching the blue car from behind and propelling it forward. The driver of the blue car had no time to react, and he hit the back of a truck, and the impact sent the car over the safety barrier and into the oncoming traffic. Somehow the car landed upright, and the driver screamed as he desperately tried to avoid the other vehicles. One car was unable to evade him, and it smashed into the blue car, forcing it into the grass at the side of the road, where it eventually stopped moving. Several men staggered from the car, and one of them bent over to vomit. They collapsed next to their car, badly injured but lucky to be alive. Alex kept driving, keeping an eye on the black car. He pulled up alongside it, rolled down his window, and then he reached over and punched at the other's car window, wrapping his fist with inner power. The window shattered, sending bits of glass flying everywhere. The black car swerved, nearly colliding with a small van, but correcting course just in time. One of the passengers hit his head and passed out, slumping in his seat. Rufus nodded with satisfaction, glad Alex was driving, because he knew Alex would show no mercy. Once again, the black car increased its speed, pulling into the lead for a moment, and then Alex moved slightly ahead. Will leaned out of his window, reaching over to the other car and grabbing the bag that was lying on the passenger's lap, yanking it into Alex's car. He opened the bag, finding a walkie-talkie, a crossbow, and 3 bolts. As he examined the bolts, he frowned, noticing that they were thicker than usual and had been painted red. "Are those special red bolts?" Rufus asked, twisting around in his seat to see what Will had discovered. "How's that possible? Where could they have gotten those?" Alex frowned, about to ask what a special red bolt was, when he was stopped by a voice coming through the walkie-talkie. "Team 1 report, what's going on?" Alex held out his hand, and Will gave him the walkie-talkie. "Who the hell are you?" Alex demanded. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. And then, the voice merely said, "You'll find out soon enough." Alex scowled, dropping the walkie-talkie in his lap. "We need to get out of here," Rufus yelled, looking behind them. Alex glanced in the mirror, spotting another 3 cars coming up on them at high speed. "Who are they?" he asked. "Deal with them first and ask questions later," Rufus suggested. "This might have something to do with Debbie, so try to keep them alive long enough to get answers." Alex looked back at the black car and noticed a man pushing open the sunroof and fitting his upper body through it. The man held a crossbow, which he aimed at Alex's car and quickly pulled the trigger. "Watch out!" Rufus yelled. A red crossbow bolt flew at them, and Alex had to work quickly to steer the car out of its path. The bolt flew past them and hit a road sign, immediately exploding with a loud boom, sending flames and shrapnel everywhere. The next bolt hit a tree next to the freeway, causing it to burst into flames. Thick smoke arose as the tree fell over, weakened by the blow. The smell of burning followed them, and Alex could still see the fire in his mirrors. Will gaped at everything in horror. He had simply come with Rufus to meet Alex, and he hadn't expected to be drawn into such a lethal car chase. He knew if one of those crossbow bolts hit their car, they would all be killed instantly. Alex stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. He had planned to force the black car off the road and then demand answers from them, but now he thought it wiser to escape. The men were too powerful, and Alex had to consider Rufus and Will. If he wasn't careful, he could get them all killed. Besides, he had to ensure he survived so he could track down Debbie. "Were you right?" he asked, shooting a glance at Rufus. "Are they special red bolts?" Rufus nodded. "Yes, they are." The black car drew even once more, and the man at the sunroof aimed at Alex, firing off another bolt. It sped toward them, only narrowly missing the car's tire, and then it exploded as it hit the road, leaving a small crater. Alex narrowed his eyes and accelerated again, trying to put more distance between them and their pursuers. The man with the crossbow swore as his own driver stepped on the gas and shot forward. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked commands at the men in the other cars. Moments later, the others opened their own sunroofs, lifted their crossbows, and took aim. Alex cursed under his breath as he drove, handling the car's controls with skill. The situation in Baltimore was clearly even more serious than he had thought. He had only just arrived, and already he was under attack. Episode 560, We're Going to Hell. Alex continued to speed along the freeway, attempting to avoid the crossbow bolts being fired at them. He adjusted his speed and veered away, managing to escape each time. By now, the others had fired 10 bolts at them, and several fires burned on the road, but the men hadn't managed to hit Alex. The man with the crossbow fitted another bolt, his lips pressed thin with determination. Alex saw what he was doing and shifted gears, urging the car to move even faster. The car had almost reached its limit, and there wasn't much else he could do. "Hold on," he warned his passengers, spotting another car approaching. Alex suddenly slammed on the brakes, taking the car into a spin until it faced the other way. The other car also braked hard, but the driver was too slow to react, and he shot past Alex before managing to turn the car around. Alex wrenched the steering wheel, turning the car to face the correct way again, and then he revved his engine and sped forward to attack. "Crossbow," he ordered, holding out his hand and taking it from Will. Steering with one hand, he used the other to slip a bolt into place. Then he grabbed the wheel with his right hand and raised the crossbow with his left, angling it out his window to aim at the other car. He wasted no time in firing, and the bolt hit the other car, exploding and sending the car veering off the road. The bolts they had stolen from their attackers were not quite as powerful, but they were still strong enough to do some damage, and the men in the car rushed out, diving for cover as a fire broke out. The flames grew higher, and moments later, the car exploded, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. The blackened remains of the car continued to burn as the men stood and watched helplessly. "Ha! Gotcha!" Will shouted, laughing hard. Alex kept driving, taking a sharp turn around a corner. "Watch out!" Rufus roared, pointing at the road ahead. Alex spotted a car which had broken down in the middle of the road. A smartly dressed woman stood safely at the side of the road, speaking into a phone, probably calling for help. There was little time to react. He slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel, almost managing to avoid the collision. But he still clipped the other vehicle, sending his own car spinning. This time, he couldn't regain control, and his car skidded for a few minutes before leaving the road, overturning and coming to a complete stop. "We need to get out," Alex yelled, pulling at his seatbelt to free himself. Miraculously, he wasn't badly hurt, but he knew they didn't have long before their pursuers caught up. They all kicked at the doors to open them, and then they crawled out, scrambling to their feet. Blood ran down Will's face from a cut on his head, but otherwise he seemed fine. But there was no time to take stock of injuries, because the other men were closing in on them. One man held a crossbow, aiming right at Alex's car, clearly about to shoot. "Move!" Alex shouted, dragging both Rufus and Will further away from the car and pushing them both down to the grass. The car erupted in flames as the bolt struck it, sending flames shooting into the air. Alex's ears rang from the blast, and he could feel the heat from the fire that engulfed the car. "What will it take to kill you?" yelled the man with the crossbow. Out of bolts, he tossed it aside and pulled out a gun, determined to put an end to Alex. Suddenly, another explosion erupted as the flames reached the car's gas tank, turning the vehicle into an inferno. Their attacker narrowed his eyes and moved back to a safer distance. Alex took advantage of the distraction to move forward, hiding behind the thick smoke. Then he stepped out of the shadows, rushing to attack. He moved quickly, catching his opponent by surprise. Before the man could raise his gun and pull the trigger, Alex barged into him, slapping the gun away. Then he raised his fist, tapping into his inner power, and punched the man hard, sending him stumbling backward. The man hit his car and slid down it, completely out for the count. One of the other men dashed forward, and Alex dealt with him quickly. Then he took on another two men, catching them by surprise and knocking them out. He turned to walk away when he spotted something that had fallen out of the pocket of one of the men. Frowning, he picked it up and discovered it was an access card for an amusement park. He stared at the card and then looked back at the men. It was an odd thing for them to be carrying, and he wondered why they had it. He sighed. They still didn't know where Debbie was, and the only people who could tell them were currently unconscious. "What now?" Rufus asked. Alex looked him over, glad to see his injuries seemed superficial. Will's head wound was bleeding profusely, but it didn't appear too deep. Both men would be fine, but it had been a close thing. "This isn't about Debbie," Alex said, looking at Rufus. "She was just the bait to lure me back to Baltimore.
They wanted me here so they could kill us both at the same time.
His lips twisted into a sneer. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated us. Don't get overconfident, Rufus warned him. You need to be careful because I doubt this is over. If anyone else comes after us, I'll deal with them, Alex said, scowling. Do you think Debbie's okay? Rufus asked, worried. How much danger is she in? Even the resources of the Clifton family hadn't been able to find any clues about Debbie's location. He was running out of hope. Don't worry, Alex said. I'm sure she's fine. Rufus frowned. It's okay, Alex assured him. If I had died today, they would have had no further use for Debbie, and then they would have killed her. But since I survived, they still need her alive. Without her, they have nothing to hold over me, he smiled. She's still alive. We have to rescue her as soon as possible, Rufus insisted. Alex looked over at the leader of the men who was still unconscious. He was their best chance to get answers, but he was badly injured and wouldn't recover for a long time. He thought of his special supplement, which had healed even more serious injuries than these, and decided it was worth a try. The sooner the man regained consciousness, the sooner they could get answers out of him. Once the supplement had been administered, Alex stepped back, giving it time to work. While he waited, he examined the access card he had found. Hell World? He thought, reading the text on the card. He recognized the name of an amusement park which had a hell name. The card greeted access to the 10th floor of one of the buildings, and Alex wondered if that was where Debbie was being kept. The more he thought about it, the more confident he got that he was right. If Debbie had been hidden in a hotel or residence, Alex would have found her easily, especially with the Clifton family's resources. Her abductors would have known that, so it made sense that they would have chosen somewhere with fewer people. No one would ever have thought of checking the amusement park, which would have many dark corners to hide in. We need to go to Hell World, he said, glancing at Rufus. Then he turned and ran for one of their attackers' cars, getting in and slamming the door closed. Within moments, he was speeding along the road, headed toward the amusement park. Will watched him go, stunned at how quickly Alex had moved. Very little surprised Rufus about Alex, so he merely shrugged and headed for one of the other cars, gesturing for Will to follow. They drove quickly, trying to catch up with Alex in case he needed their help. Episode 561, The 9 Circles of Hell. Hell World was located within an extensive park, which contained many tourist attractions and several businesses. The amusement park was the largest and most popular part of the complex, and it comprised several areas, each with its own theme. Alex arrived at the gates of Hell World during the afternoon, when there were still plenty of people wandering around in the bright sunshine. He wasn't particularly interested in seeing the attraction, but he bought a ticket and a map, and then headed straight for the building which housed Dante's 9 Circles of Hell. The building was located at the back of the park, quite some distance from the gate, and the structure was large and imposing. He walked slowly, passing several rides and food stalls, and eventually he reached his destination. Careful not to draw attention to himself, he examined the building before slipping inside and checking the floor plan. Every floor corresponded to one of the circles of hell, and it had an assortment of rides and dioramas. Alex made his way through the building, checking each floor and frowning when he saw so many people at each level. He knew Debbie wouldn't be kept anywhere so crowded. The tourists were enjoying themselves, although some appeared a little frightened. The lights were dim, and the music and sound effects were loud, enhancing everyone's experience. Several people were looking around, their eyes wide as they took it all in. Perhaps the lower levels were more popular than the others, because the higher in the building Alex went, the fewer tourists there seemed to be. When he reached the 8th level, he noticed the door to the stairway was closed and tape was strung across it. A notice stated the 9th floor was not currently available to tourists. As he stared at it, he became aware of a commotion coming from the corner of the room. "Miss, are you okay? Is something wrong?" "She needs a doctor. Someone call for help." "I think she's going to faint." Alex turned and saw a group of people gathered around a bench, all looking very anxious. He frowned. Whatever was going on was not his problem, and he didn't have time to get involved. He had to focus on finding Debbie as quickly as possible. Turning away, he stared at the closed door, planning his next move. If Debbie was in there, he couldn't afford to just barge in. If he did, he might startle her abductors, and that could get her hurt. After giving it some thought, Alex decided it was better to wait. He refused to risk Debbie's safety by rushing inside. Besides, the abductors were not aware of his arrival yet, so he had time to form a plan. So as much as he wanted to act now, he forced himself to remain calm and wait for a better opportunity. He looked back at the crowd and spotted a young woman sitting on a bench. Her clothes looked expensive, but her face was pale, and her hands were clutched to her chest as she struggled to breathe. She was clearly scared and beginning to panic. An older man stood beside her, looking worried as he called out, hoping someone knew first aid. 2 bodyguards flanked them, making it obvious the woman must be from an important family. Many people lingered, watching the woman and wondering if she had been too scared by her surroundings and was now having some kind of panic attack. Several members of the staff ran over to help. "Call an ambulance," one of them ordered. Alex took a closer look at the woman's symptoms and recognized the signs of acute myocardial ischemia. He was about to open his mouth and offer his help when he heard a wheezing sound as the woman fought to breathe. Within moments, paramedics rushed in, accompanied by a man in a suit, and they swarmed around the young woman. "Pain and tightness in the chest?" the man asked. "Shortness of breath?" The woman nodded. "I believe this is acute myocardial ischemia," the man said. "We can give you something to help you with that." "Who are you?" one of the woman's bodyguards asked. "This is Dr. Troy Wilkinson," one of the paramedics said. "He's one of the top doctors in the country. Fortunately, he just happened to be at the hospital next to the park, giving a lecture, so he was kind enough to come and help." Another paramedic nodded. "Now that Dr. Wilkinson is here, this young lady will be fine." The older man next to the woman heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness," he said. "I'm Melvin Strang, and I work for the young lady's family. Please help her. I'm sure the Robinson family will be extremely grateful for your assistance." The crowd began to mutter among themselves, shocked to hear the woman was part of the Robinson family, and they realized she must be Mary Ann Robinson. Troy was overjoyed to learn the identity of his patient. This was a wonderful opportunity to help Mary Ann and improve his reputation, and hopefully, he would even receive a reward. Alex was also stunned by the revelation. He had met members of the Robinson family at meetings of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, and even shared a drink with some of them. "Don't worry, Mr. Strang," Troy said, projecting an air of confidence. "Miss Robinson will be okay." He opened his medicine bag and took out a bottle of pills. Alex realized they were aspirin, and he rushed forward. "Stop!" he yelled. After becoming a master martial artist, he had developed a strong understanding of medicine, and he was aware of the properties of aspirin. "Listen to her breathing," he said to the doctor. "She's wheezing. That means she has asthma in addition to acute myocardial ischemia. Taking aspirin may alleviate her current symptoms, but if she's sensitive to it, then it could set off an even more severe asthma attack. The aspirin could kill her." He hadn't wanted to get involved, but he couldn't just stand by and watch the doctor make a mistake that might kill the young woman. Everyone was quiet, and all eyes were on Alex as they realized how serious the matter was. "And you can tell that just by looking at her?" Troy asked, sneering at Alex. "You can diagnose her asthma without even examining her? Stop wasting my time." He looked Alex over, noticing his youth and shabby appearance, and he didn't believe for 1 minute that Alex could be a doctor. He was also furious about being corrected in public. "If you don't believe me, then examine her yourself," Alex said, his tone flat. "There's no need," Troy said dismissively. "Miss Robinson is clearly suffering from acute myocardial ischemia. The aspirin will help her, so stop delaying her treatment. I don't have time to deal with a pretend doctor like you." He scowled at Alex. "I know what you're up to. Now that you know who this woman is, you just want to impress her to make a name for yourself. Well, I won't let you use Miss Robinson like that." Alex opened his mouth, but Troy wasn't finished. "If you don't get out of my way right now, I'll have you arrested." Episode 562, Are You a Doctor? "Mr. Strang, please get rid of this imposter," Troy said, turning to Melvin. "He's interfering with my ability to help Miss Robinson, which is risking her life." Melvin looked back and forth between them, clearly confused. "If you let him proceed, it could kill her," Alex said, frowning. "Are you a doctor too?" Melvin asked him. Alex shook his head. "No, I'm not a doctor." "See," Troy said triumphantly. "He's not a doctor, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is ridiculous." Melvin sighed. "Well, thank you for your kind offer to help," he said to Alex. "But I think we should let Dr. Wilkinson treat Miss Robinson." Everyone in the crowd nodded. Melvin knew the situation was too serious to allow an amateur to make decisions, so he resolved to stick with the experienced doctor. Marianne looked on, still fighting for breath and scared she was going to die. Alex tried to argue. "But please leave," Melvin said, growing impatient. "Just let Dr. Wilkinson work." Alex sighed, realizing there was no point in arguing. No one would believe he knew anything about medicine, and they were determined to ignore him, so he walked away, hoping Marianne wasn't sensitive to aspirin. The paramedics were unimpressed by Alex's attempt to intervene. "Imagine being so childish as to pretend to be a doctor," one of them said, tutting. "And he even had the nerve to contradict a proper doctor," another agreed. "It's shameful." Troy took an aspirin and dissolved it in a glass of water, and then he held it up to Marianne's mouth, helping her to swallow it. Within a few minutes, Marianne visibly relaxed, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Dr. Wilkinson," Melvin said, vigorously shaking Troy's hand. "I will make sure to tell Miss Robinson's family about what you did for her." "Thank you, Mr. Strang," Troy said, thrilled at the idea of the powerful Robinson family being grateful to him. "It was all in a day's work." "Oh," Marianne exclaimed, her eyes growing wide. Then her hands shot to her throat, clawing at it as she tried in vain to draw in a breath. "What's wrong?" Melvin asked, rushing to her side. He glanced up at Troy. "Help her!" Troy ran back over to Marianne and used a stethoscope to listen to her breathing. "She's having an asthma attack," Troy said as the color drained from his face. "That young man was right after all. Miss Robinson has asthma and she must have a sensitivity to aspirin." Everyone gasped, unable to believe the pretend doctor had correctly diagnosed the woman. Troy called over the paramedics, and they all frantically tried to help Marianne, but nothing they did seemed to make any difference. If anything, the asthma attacks seemed to be getting worse. The wheezing was more pronounced now, and she was clearly starting to panic. Her lips were tinged with blue, and tears ran down her face as she desperately tried to get enough air. Troy started to look worried, realizing Marianne's heartbeat was elevated, and he knew he only had minutes to act if he was going to save her life. Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do. The paramedics were out of ideas too, and they didn't have time to get her to a hospital. "Do something!" Melvin demanded, grabbing Troy. "She can't breathe." "I don't know how to fix this," Troy admitted, staring at Marianne. "She needs to get to the hospital now." Troy stood there, gaping at Marianne in horror. If she died, her family might blame him, especially if they heard about him disregarding someone's warning about using aspirin. And the Robinson family was powerful enough to destroy his career. "Don't just stand there," Melvin yelled, shaking him. "You're the doctor, so treat her." Realizing he was getting nowhere, he turned to the paramedics. "Get her to the ambulance." "I'm afraid it's too late for that," one of the paramedics said. "She won't last that long." "Well, what about that young man from before?" another paramedic asked. "Do you think he's still nearby?" "Well, we don't have time for this," Troy said. "She needs to go to the hospital." "Shut up," Melvin snapped. He could see Marianne was in a critical condition, and he knew the paramedics were right. Taking her to the hospital was not an option. He pushed past Troy and ran into the crowd, trying to find Alex. Before long, he spotted Alex walking away and ran even faster. "Sir," he called, reaching out a hand to stop him. "You were right. Miss Robinson does have asthma, and the aspirin has provoked a severe attack. Please help her. No one else knows what to do." He had accepted the responsibility of protecting Marianne in this outing, and if she died, he would be in a lot of trouble. So he was even more anxious to save her. Alex was surprised the aspirin had reacted so quickly with Marianne's asthma, but he understood this was an emergency, so he didn't waste any time asking questions. "Let's go," he said, pulling away from Melvin and dashing back to Marianne. Saving a life was more important than holding a grudge at the way everyone had treated him, and he really wanted to help. "Get out of the way," Melvin called, clearing a path through the crowd. "Let him through." Everyone looked at Marianne, noticing the blue tinge on her lips and the way she labored for every breath. She stared at him with fear, silently begging him to help her. Alex considered using a special supplement, but he didn't feel it was necessary. It was too valuable to waste when he had other options to save Marianne. He pulled on his inner power, sending it into his hands, and then he gently placed his palms on Marianne's upper chest. "Get your hands off her," one of the bodyguards demanded, stepping forward with a menacing expression. Melvin grabbed the bodyguard and pushed him back, choosing to trust in Alex. Everyone watched as Alex focused on Marianne, trying to help her. Then suddenly, Marianne sucked in a breath, and then another. Gradually, her breathing eased, and a little color came back to her cheeks as she returned to normal. Alex took her wrist and checked her pulse. "That's much better," he assured her. "You're going to be fine, but you should rest for a while." He knew she was extremely lucky to be alive. Time was critical in such cases, and if Melvin hadn't found him when he had, Marianne could have died. "She's past the worst of it," he said, glancing at Melvin. "But maybe she shouldn't come here again. It seems the excitement was too much for her, setting off the attack, so it isn't worth the risk." The crowd burst into a round of applause, finally acknowledging Alex's quick thinking. The paramedics hung their heads in shame as they remembered what they had said about him earlier. Although Alex was not a doctor, his treatment had been much more effective than anything they had tried. He hadn't even given Marianne any medication, and yet he had saved her life. Troy stood to the side, his face flushed with anger. He had tried to curry favor with the Robinsons, but instead, he had almost gotten the patient killed, and he may have provoked the family's fury. Episode 563, All Hell Breaks Loose. "Thank you," Melvin said, shaking Alex's hand and beaming at him. He knew that without Alex's help, Marianne would have died, and then he would have been fired for failing to save her. Alex merely smiled and turned to leave. "Sir, will you tell me your name?" Marianne called after him. "I'd like to repay you for your help." She had seen the way Troy had spoken to him, and yet he had come back when he had been needed, so she was extremely grateful to him. Alex looked at her, noticing how delicate and beautiful she was, and he smiled. "Yes," Melvin agreed. "It was good of you to come back, and we're all very grateful. Clearly, you're very skilled at medical matters, and I apologize for doubting you. If you give us your contact details, then the Robinson family will compensate you for your time." Troy glared at Alex with resentment, and then he stormed off with the paramedics. "There's no need," Alex said, waving his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. Now I have something I need to do, so I have to go." He strode off, not bothering to look back. Debbie was still in danger, so he didn't have time to stand around chatting. "Sir?" Marianne called, struggling to get up and chase after him. After a few steps, she stopped and held her hand over her heart, coughing. "Miss," Melvin protested, "you've only just recovered. Please don't exert yourself." He led her back to the bench to sit down. "Don't worry, I'll find out about that young man for you." "You must find him," she insisted, her eyes still on Alex's retreating form. "I can't believe he didn't want a reward." Alex had already put Marianne out of his mind. He scanned the map, determined to get to the 9th floor as soon as possible. He had to go now. It would soon be dark, making everything more difficult. He slipped past the closed sign, went through the door, and climbed the stairs, arriving at another door. This door was locked, and he looked around, spotting the slot for a key card. He frowned, knowing he needed to go in and investigate. Everything else was operating as usual, so it was suspicious that the 9th floor would be closed. After a quick look around to check no one was coming, he pulled out the employee access card that had been dropped by one of the men who had been pursuing him earlier. He slid the card through the slot, and the light turned green. The door emitted a soft beep, granting Alex access. But just as he was about to pull the door open, he caught the smell of explosives. His instincts were screaming a warning at him, and he reacted immediately, running away and throwing himself down the stairs, making sure to wrap his arms around his head. For a moment it was quiet, and then a loud boom echoed off the walls as the 9th floor exploded, sending smoke and debris everywhere. Several bits of shrapnel hit Alex, making him grunt in pain. But his quick thinking had saved his life. Carefully, he raised his head, looking at the destruction. Rubble was strewn everywhere, and the walls were charred black. Exposed wires hung from the ceiling, and one of the walls had partially collapsed. He shook his head, trying to clear the ringing in his ears. If he hadn't tumbled down the stairs, he probably wouldn't have survived. He blew out a relieved breath and took a mental inventory, checking for injuries and not finding anything serious. As he went to push himself up, his instincts warned him once again, and he stayed low, dashing behind a large piece of rock. Seconds later, a hail of bullets slammed into the place where he had been lying, sending up little puffs of dust. Alex looked over at the stairs, realizing the explosion had damaged them, leaving vast spaces where some of the steps were now missing. He stayed behind the rock, careful not to allow any part of his body to be exposed as he thought things over. It was obvious what had happened. His enemy had known he was coming and had arranged an ambush. They had hoped the explosion would take him out, but in case of failure, they had arranged for a follow-up attack. One way or another, they had planned to kill him. Obviously, the enemy understood how Alex thought, and they had been certain he would find the access card and decide to investigate Hellworld, trying to find Debbie. So, they had waited for him to arrive and had then detonated the explosives, attempting to kill him quickly. Alex had to admit they had guessed correctly, and they had been a step ahead of him the whole time. He scowled, not liking the idea they had predicted his actions so accurately. They must have believed that, even if he had managed to avoid being blown up, he would still have been badly injured, making it easier for them to pick him off. But the explosion hadn't gone off quickly enough, giving him time to get down the stairs and protect himself from the worst of the blast. The injuries he had sustained were superficial, and they wouldn't hold him back. Still, he wasn't out of danger yet. Clearly, his opponents had no intention of letting him get out of here alive, so it looked like he would have to fight his way out. His thoughts were interrupted by more gunshots, which slammed into rock, sending small fragments flying at him and stinging when they hit his skin. He couldn't hear anything over the sound of the bullets, but he remained where he was, refusing to provide the sniper with an easy target. He knew the blast would have attracted attention, and soon the police would arrive on the scene. So there was no need for him to risk his life trying to escape. His best option was to stay where he was and wait for help to arrive. Another round of bullets bounced off the rock, making him jump. Something felt different, and he could feel he was in danger, but there was nowhere to go. Another loud blast had the rock shaking, and then it cracked right down the middle, little fissures spreading out from it. I don't know what they used, Alex thought, but it looks like the explosions from the special red bolts. Not wasting any time, he lunged for the stairs, dropping through one of the holes to the floor below, and then he hid, waiting to see what would happen. Minutes later, police officers rushed in, and the sniper stopped shooting. But Alex didn't leave his hiding place. He merely crouched low and watched as the police stormed the building. In the distance, Melanie Murdoch stood and watched the scene. All snipers were patient, but she was even more so than most. After the police officers had appeared, she still hadn't left, choosing to wait for Alex to emerge. But Alex didn't move. He seemed to know the danger wasn't over, and he remained just out of sight as he directed the police toward her position. Melanie checked her watch and then looked back at the police, who were starting to move in her direction. She knew she was out of time and would have to leave. She packed away her sniper rifle, and then she said, "Mission failed." Although her tone remained indifferent, her expression betrayed her annoyance. "Melanie, you'll be taking full responsibility for this mess." A male voice came through her headset. "You had the chance to kill him, and you hesitated, allowing him to escape. Why didn't you act faster?" "I didn't hesitate," she denied. "He just moved too quickly. I couldn't respond in time." "I was watching the whole time," the man said, clearly furious. "Do you think I'm a fool? You didn't detonate the explosives as soon as he opened the door. In fact, you didn't detonate them at all, and I had to take care of it from here. And even when he was down after the blast, you didn't shoot him before he recovered." He paused, reining in his temper before he continued. "You are exceptionally well trained, so why did you hesitate twice? That delay gave him time to get away. If you hadn't screwed up, Alex would be dead by now. Episode 564, The Intruders. Fine, I got it wrong, Melanie said grudgingly. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Yes, you did, the man said through the headset, clearly not appeased. So now I need you to hand over Debbie. I'll take care of Alex myself. I'll send you the address where we've hidden her, Melanie agreed quietly. At dusk, Alex finished looking around and walked out of the amusement park, meeting Rufus as soon as he got outside. Although no one had been killed and Alex was not a suspect, the police had still searched him for weapons, and they had insisted he remain available to answer any questions they might have. Are you sure you're okay? Rufus asked him. Maybe you should get checked out. Alex smiled. I'm fine. You need to be more careful, Rufus said, frowning. You tend to charge in impulsively, but if you get yourself killed, then who'll save Debbie? When Alex had gone to rescue Debbie from the Black Orchid cult, he had nearly been killed, but he had considered it worth the risk. He knew Rufus was worried about him, but he was confident in his abilities, and he had come a long way since his battle with members of the Black Orchid cult. They left the park, and Alex got into the passenger side of the car and checked his phone. He had a dozen messages and missed calls, and when he checked them, he realized they were all from people who had heard about the attack and wanted to check he was okay. Where are you going now? Rufus asked after they had been driving for a while. To the Clifton house? No, Alex said, yawning. Drop me off at the Riverside Hotel. He was exhausted and just wanted to crash, and he knew the hotel was closer. Rufus made a phone call, arranging a room for him. Get some rest, he said to Alex. As soon as you're recovered, we'll go after Debbie. The Riverside Hotel was one of the most luxurious in Baltimore. As soon as a guest walked inside, they were greeted by huge, sparkling chandeliers, priceless artwork, and extremely courteous staff. Everything about the place was elegant, and it clearly catered to the rich and powerful. As Alex got out of the car, he looked around at the parking lot, noting all the luxury cars. Not one of the vehicles was cheap or old. Clearly, ordinary people didn't stay here, only the very wealthy. But the Clifton family was one of those rich families, and they were well known at the Riverside Hotel. So Alex didn't even need to register at the front desk. Instead, he got into the private elevator and used the keycard Rufus had given him, making his way to the presidential suite. Once inside, Alex went to the window and opened it, looking out at the city. He watched all the lights in various windows, wondering about the people in those other buildings. Sighing, he went back downstairs to buy himself a snack. When he returned, he knew something was wrong. The door to his suite would have automatically locked behind him when he had left, and he still had the keycard in his pocket. And yet he could clearly hear voices coming from inside his suite, and a woman was crying. Mr. Turner, please don't do this, the woman said. Alex frowned. Why is someone in my room? He wondered. He opened the door and saw a bald, middle-aged man and a beautiful woman. After a moment, he realized he recognized the woman as Cassidy Pike, the singer whose concert he had just attended. Cassidy was clearly flustered and on the verge of panic. Her cheeks were flushed, and tears sparkled in her eyes as she backed away from the man. But Grayson Turner was not so easily deterred. He narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, his eyes locked on his prey. Don't be
be so naive, he said. You've been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so you know how this works. If you want the lead part in my TV series, then you need to keep me happy. So stop playing around. He lunged at her, grabbing her arm and yanking her close. He leaned down, intending to kiss her, and she arched back, trying to keep her distance. Mr. Turner, please let me leave, she begged, tears running down her face. You can keep your TV series. I'm not interested. She turned her head, trying to stay out of range of his lips. But Grayson was determined, and he gripped her harder, refusing to allow her to escape him. Cassidy winced as his fingers dug into her arm. But no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Her panic was making her dizzy, and she didn't know what to do. I've been in this business for decades, and this is how things are done, Grayson said. Just accept it, and then we can get on with things. He started dragging her towards the sofa, ignoring her attempts to stop him. I'm telling you now, he continued. If you don't go along with this, I will end your career. Is that what you want? Cassidy cowered from him, her eyes wide with shock, but determined to resist. Let me go, she said. I would rather give up my career, and I'm not going to change my mind. Do you know how many women would be thrilled to be in your position? He demanded. Then he froze and turned his head, finally realizing someone was entering the suite. Grayson was a well-respected director, and this wasn't the first time he had used his power to get what he wanted. In fact, his behavior was an open secret in the industry. But he hadn't expected Cassidy to resist him. He had dropped several hints, but Cassidy had refused him, and Grayson wasn't used to being rejected. Finally, he had asked Cassidy out for dinner on the pretext of discussing the script, and then he had used an excuse to lure her upstairs. But he knew he would be in trouble if he got caught, so he was worried about someone disturbing them, and he hoped no one had called the police. But when he turned around, he was faced by a young man in his 20s, so he felt relieved, dismissing the man as no threat. Episode 565, The Bigger They Are, the Harder They Fall. Who the hell are you? Grayson demanded, staring at Alex. And how dare you just barge in here? I didn't order any room service, so get out. Alex hadn't expected to witness such a scene, and he was irritated by the way the other man was speaking to him. After all, it had been an eventful day, and he still hadn't managed to find Debbie, so his temper was a little frayed. Now he had walked into his own suite to find this man bullying Cassidy Pike, so he had no intention of simply walking away. He sat down, staring at Grayson and saying nothing, making it clear he was going nowhere. You're certainly very brave, Grayson said, but enough is enough. Get out of here right now and I'll pretend this never happened. If you choose to be stubborn about this, I'll make sure you regret it. As a well-known director, he had a lot of powerful contacts, yet he wasn't afraid to use them to get revenge on anyone who annoyed him. Besides, he had a strong reputation around Baltimore, and not many people had the courage to stand up to him, so he was sure Alex would give up quickly. Unfortunately for him, Alex had a strong sense of justice, and he was not easily intimidated. He had also met Cassidy, and he couldn't just leave her there and do nothing. Did you hear me? Grayson demanded. I won't tell you again. You need to leave, now. You should go, Cassidy said, trembling with fear. Although she wanted someone to help her, she didn't want Alex to get hurt. He looked so young, and she doubted he could take on Grayson anyway. She decided it would be better if he didn't get involved. Although she still had her phone, she was too scared to call the police because she was aware of Grayson's reputation.
She knew he was involved in many things, and he had the resources to hurt, or even kill anyone who interfered. So she had to persuade Alex to leave, because she didn't want to be responsible for something happening to him. Grayson was the leader of a group of gangsters. A while ago, one of his men had disobeyed him, and then the man's body had been found the next day. When the police had arrived, they had barely investigated, and they hadn't even questioned Grayson. Even though Cassidy believed Alex was special, she didn't think he was Grayson's equal, and she knew Grayson would probably kill him. But Alex ignored her attempt to get him to leave. He remained seated, seemingly calm, as he watched Grayson. "You're not really very bright, are you?" Grayson asked, taunting him. "You really shouldn't get yourself involved in things that don't concern you. Do you know who I am?" He stalked away from Cassidy to pick up a bottle of wine, and then he walked over to Alex, looming over him. Then he raised the wine bottle and smirked at Alex. "I'll teach you to stick your nose where it isn't wanted." He brought his hand down quickly, intending to smash the bottle over Alex's head. But Alex launched into action, evading the strike and wrapping his arm around Grayson's throat in a chokehold. Cassidy gaped at Alex as he dragged Grayson across the room, wondering what on earth was happening. "Get off me!" Grayson gasped, frantically trying to pry Alex's arm from his neck. "I'm Grayson Turner! You can't treat me like this! You're a dead man walking! There's nowhere you can hide that I won't find you!" He was furious, but he didn't think Alex would actually dare hurt him. After all, Grayson could make his life extremely difficult, and he didn't forgive easily. More powerful men than Alex were terrified of Grayson, so he was used to being obeyed. But Alex didn't answer. Instead, he pulled Grayson over to the open window and held him there, forcing him to look down at the street below. Grayson gave a choked laugh, clearly unafraid. "Is this supposed to frighten me?" he asked, sneering. "Kill me then if you have the guts, but something tells me you don't." He didn't believe for a moment that Alex would be foolish enough to kill him, not with Grayson's notoriety. He was convinced Alex was bluffing, and he wasn't going to fall for it. But he had underestimated Alex, who had always hated bullies. Alex didn't bother to speak. He just relaxed his grip on Grayson's neck, shoved him forward, and dangled him out the window. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Grayson asked, still not believing Alex was brave enough to go through with it. After all, although Alex was a little strange, he was still a young man, so Grayson doubted he had any experience of hurting people. Besides, Grayson simply couldn't understand why someone would risk death for the sake of some celebrity. So instead of begging for his life, he continued to treat Alex with contempt and ridicule. Even Cassidy thought Alex just intended to scare Grayson and wouldn't really hurt him. But then Grayson noticed Alex was completely calm, and he grew a little flustered. He had assumed Alex was acting rashly because he had lost his temper, but now it seemed that he was simply indifferent to the situation, and that made Grayson nervous. He turned his head to look at the implacable expression on Alex's face, and a chill shot down his spine. "Let go of me!" he yelled. "No, wait, don't let go. Pull me up." His eyes grew wide as he began to realize Alex meant business. He trembled, now scared Alex might kill him, and he wasn't certain he could talk himself out of this. Despite his many resources, none of them were available right at that moment, and there was nothing he could do. "If you kill me, the police will find my body, and then you'll be arrested," Grayson warned him. "Is that what you want? Are you prepared to go to prison for this?" Alex smiled. "I'll take my chances." Then he released Grayson, letting him fall. Cassidy stared at him, shocked at what she had witnessed. She couldn't believe the quiet young man from her concert had just killed a man. Episode 566, No Sleep for Alex. Cassidy knew that anyone thrown out of a window at this height would surely die. She had hoped Alex had only been bluffing, and she hadn't expected him to go through with it. Alex wasn't sorry for what he had done. She had always hated bullies like Grayson, and he was in a terrible mood because Debbie was still missing. Cassidy opened her mouth to scream, but before she could make a sound, Alex said, "Quiet." Her face paled as she obediently fell silent, and she could feel her stomach rolling anxiously. Cassidy watched him for a moment, hesitating to speak, and then she finally asked, "What are you going to do to me?" "Nothing," Alex said, shrugging. "As long as you don't report me." He seemed completely calm, not at all like someone who had just killed a man. "What were you doing here anyway?" Cassidy asked, deciding to change the subject. "This is my room," he answered, walking toward her. As he drew close, he stretched out his hands and gently steered her to a chair. She couldn't stop trembling no matter how hard she tried. First, Grayson had almost assaulted her, and then she had witnessed his murder. Now she was sitting in a room with Grayson's murderer, and she had no idea what he might do to her. "Please don't hurt me," she pleaded. She had watched enough movies to know that witnessing a murder was a surefire way to get herself killed. Again, she wanted to scream, but she didn't want to make Alex angry, so she restrained herself. Alex went to the kitchen to fetch her a glass of cold water. When he returned, Cassidy asked again, "What are you going to do with me?" Alex didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Sit here for 15 minutes and don't move. You've had a shock, so take some time to recover." His gentle demeanor made her blush, but Alex didn't seem to notice. She tried to take a sip from her glass, but her hands were trembling so much that she couldn't hold the glass steady, and she spilled water all over herself. A large wet patch covered the top part of her dress, and the white material was turning somewhat transparent. Gasping, she held her hand over her chest, sneaking a glance to see if Alex had seen her. Thankfully, he was facing away from her. "Do you have a towel I can use?" she asked. Alex went to the bathroom, grabbed a bath towel, and tossed it to Cassidy, who patted herself dry and then wrapped the towel around herself. But even with the towel, she still shivered, so Alex made her a cup of tea. "Try not to spill this one," he said. "It's hot." "Thank you," she replied, taking the cup, a little surprised by him. She had never expected to see him again after the concert, and certainly not like this. She had always dreamed of meeting an ordinary man and then retiring from singing to settle down. After the stunt with the paper planes, she met Alex, and his mother had given Cassidy his contact details. Truthfully, as a star, Cassidy had been given a lot of phone numbers, and although she had been interested in Alex, she hadn't been too invested in him. But now, despite everything that had happened, she felt drawn to him. "You can sleep on the sofa," Alex said, completely oblivious to what she was thinking. "I'll turn on the heater so you don't freeze." He couldn't think of anything else to say, so he headed for the bedroom. He felt strange about her staying the night, but he didn't feel he could kick her out. Puzzled, he wondered how Cassidy and Grayson had come to be in his room in the first place. In truth, the presidential suite was often empty, so Cassidy had simply used her key card instead of checking in at the front desk, unaware anyone was already staying there. Grayson had used an excuse to get her upstairs, and then he had followed her inside. Cassidy just wanted to go home, but it was late and she couldn't risk being seen in public. After all, she couldn't be caught coming out of someone's room at this time of night, particularly not looking so disheveled. If the paparazzi happened to get a picture, her career would be over. so she knew she had to stay the night to catch a taxi in the morning. She sat on the sofa, puzzling over what had happened. Alex was so polite and respectful, and she couldn't decide whether he was a cold-hearted murderer or a knight in shining armor. But his demeanor eased her anxiety, and she chose to believe he was trustworthy. "Wait," she called. "I'm scared." After everything that had happened, she didn't want to be alone. "Can I stay with you?" she asked, getting up and walking over to him. She lowered her head and blinked up at him through her lashes. "I promise not to disturb you." Alex hesitated, and then he sighed and nodded. They went into the bedroom, and Cassidy claimed half of the bed. The longer she lay there, the more secure she felt around Alex, and she convinced herself he wasn't a threat. The scent of her perfume penetrated Alex's nostrils, and he immediately regretted his decision to let her stay. His heart started racing at the temptation of her lying so close, but he refused to react. Cassidy blushed, realizing how inappropriate this situation was. If anyone found out, it would cause a scandal and damage her career. Still, she was really afraid to be alone, so she stayed where she was. She lay there silently for the rest of the night, and neither of them slept well. In the morning, Cassidy handed Alex a card with her contact information, and then she walked out the door. Alex was still in the hotel room when Rufus dropped by. The Baltimore Martial Arts Association conducted a large-scale investigation into what happened at Hellworld, Rufus told him. It seems the Murdoch family was involved, but not the whole family. Specifically, it was planned by a woman named Melanie. Alex nodded, remembering the woman. Apparently, Melanie violated the Murdoch family's rules, so they sent her abroad, Rufus continued. Unfortunately, we've not been able to locate her whereabouts. Episode 567, Saving Melanie. "I still have questions," Alex said, frowning. "Where is Debbie? Why is she still missing?" "We've asked someone from the Murdoch family," Rufus said as they made their way out of the hotel. "They denied any allegations and threatened to sue us for slander. I think Melanie might have been acting alone, and they genuinely don't know where Debbie is. They seem to be worried you'll seek revenge, so they've sent Melanie far away, so we can't find her." They looked across the street, spotting several police cars further ahead, their lights flashing. That's probably where Grayson landed, Alex thought. They got into their car and started to drive. But as they turned a corner, a woman suddenly tumbled from the wall next to the street and landed on the windshield of their car, cracking the glass. Alex was on high alert, with his eyes darting in all directions looking for a threat. The woman on the glass moved slightly and then gasped, struggling to breathe. Alex looked sharply at her, recognizing her straight away. "Melanie?" he asked. After the initial shock had worn off, he got out of the car and rushed over to her, finding her seriously injured and covered in shards of glass. He scanned his surroundings, hoping to avoid anyone sneaking up on him. Then, after confirming there was no danger, Alex moved closer to Melanie, spotting a poisoned arrow sticking out of her back. He leaned over her, checking for signs of consciousness and realizing she was in critical condition. But almost as soon as Alex touched her, Melanie roared in anger. She swiftly rolled off the car, and as she landed, her left hand was gripping a dagger, which she jabbed at Alex's neck. Her movements were fierce and swift, and despite her injuries, she was fighting for her life like a trapped animal. Alex kicked her legs out from under her, and she screamed as she hit the ground. But she was tenacious, lunging to her feet and rushing at Alex, attempting to tackle him to the ground. But she was too weak, so she face-planted on the ground and fainted. Alex confirmed she was unconscious, and then he picked her up and threw her into the back of the car. He dropped Rufus back at the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, and then he took Melody to the Fairfax compound. He carried her inside and placed her on an empty bed, surprised she was still alive because the puncture wound from the arrow was close to the heart. Alex could feel she still had strength left in her body, but he was unsure if she would survive. He cleaned her wound with a healing salve and tucked a pillow underneath her head. 2 hours later, he returned to find Melanie awake. She blinked her eyes a few times before she could fully open them. When she saw Alex, she was immediately on high alert, and she knew she was powerless to make a move. Her body was sore, her muscles ached, and she had a sharp pain in her back. An equally sharp pain shot through her chest. Alex looked at her and said, "Don't get up. It'll just waste your energy, and I'm not saving you again." "You saved me?" she asked, her brow furrowed with confusion. "Well, not exactly," he said. "You haven't recovered yet. The arrow you were hit with was poisoned, and it's damaged your heart." Melanie stared at Alex and asked, "We're enemies, so why are you taking care of me? Don't forget I kidnapped your girlfriend. I tried to kill you, and I'll probably try again." "I've got 3 reasons for saving you," Alex said, shrugging. "First, I still don't know where Debbie is, and I need you to tell me. Second, you hesitated at the amusement park, and it gave me a chance to escape. Although I don't know why you let me go, I feel it does redeem you somewhat. And third, you're injured, and I assume you were hurt by the person who sent you after me. Probably because you failed. After all, you're a member of the Murdoch family, so who else would dare attack you?" He smirked. "And since you can't protect yourself, you're not really a threat to me, are you?" He turned and walked to the door. "Have a good rest," he said. "I'll talk to you later." Before he could leave, Melanie called out to him, "Alex, wait!" On the outskirts of Baltimore was an empty, rundown farm. None of the neighbors knew who owned the land or if anyone even lived in the house. Several cars pulled up to the front of the house, and more than a dozen men in black exited the vehicles. When their leader, Ezra Murdoch, made a gesture with his hand, the men dispersed into the buildings and fields around the farm. They were trained for these kinds of missions. In the backyard, the men found a small shed with an iron door. Ezra walked over and inspected it, and then he whistled for one of his men, who broke open the door with one swift thrust of an axe. Inside, they saw a woman who was gagged and bound to a metal chair. She had some superficial injuries, but nothing life-threatening. Ezra stepped closer and removed the gag from her mouth. Debbie took a deep breath, relieved to breathe unhindered again. "I don't care how much you want," she said, staying calm as she studied the men in front of her. "My grandfather has a lot of money." "Are you Debbie?" Ezra asked. "Yes," she said, meeting his gaze. "My boyfriend and my grandfather will pay generously for my safe return." "Unfortunately, it's not up to me whether you live or die," Ezra said, taking out his phone and striding from the room. Episode 568, Finding Debbie. Ezra stepped outside and made a call. "What do you want me to do with her?" he asked. "The plans have changed." A deep voice answered from the other end of the phone. "The boss says to kill her." "Kill her?" Ezra asked. "But she still has value to us." "Ezra, you're overstepping your bounds," the man said. "Your job is to carry out the orders, not question them." "Fine, I'll take care of it." Ezra hung up and returned to the shed. "Give her the pill," he said to one of his subordinates. The man came forward holding a small pill in his hand. A drip of sweat dripped from Debbie's forehead, but she looked straight at the man. Her face was devoid of expression as he forced her mouth open. Shrill screams were heard from outside the shed, sounds of alarm and terror. Ezra panicked as he turned to look. The door flew open, and Alex strode inside, brandishing a sword. Ezra's men moved to a fighting stance, slowly closing in on the lone fighter. Alex went blow for blow with every warrior until only Ezra and the other man were left. Ezra gritted his teeth. "Kill him," he said, looking at the other man. The man screamed like a warrior entering battle as he ran toward Alex with his sword held high. But before he could take a swing, Alex slashed out with his sword, disarming his opponent. Without a weapon, the man backed away slowly, knowing that further fighting would only be futile. Alex stepped forward, punching him in the face and knocking him unconscious. Ezra was terrified, knowing he had no chance in single combat against Alex. All his men were out of action, either unconscious or nursing their injuries, and now he stood alone. He looked around, hoping to find a way out, but Alex stood between him and the only exit. Terrified, he started to wonder if Alex was even human. How could one man have taken on so many others and still emerge victorious? "Alex," he said, eyeing the other man, "you've caused a lot of trouble for my family." Alex didn't answer. "Move an inch, and your girlfriend will die," Ezra warned him, edging closer to Debbie. Alex still didn't react. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Ezra and inched closer. "Lay down your sword or I'll kill her," Ezra said with a shaking voice. "I'll do it. If you take one more step, she'll die." He knew his only chance to escape would be to use Debbie as a hostage. Alex took another step forward. "I came here for Debbie, and I won't leave without her." "You're testing my patience," Ezra responded, smart enough to keep Debbie between him and Alex. For Alex to reach him, he would be forced to maneuver around her. "Give up now and we'll let your woman live." 3 of his men had finally regained their feet, and now they stood with crossbows aimed at Alex. "No," Alex said firmly. "Debbie and I are both leaving." "No, Alex," Debbie called. "Go, just leave me." She was worried about him and would happily sacrifice herself to ensure his safety. Alex smiled, knowing what she was up to. But he was confident he could protect her and deal with these men. As long as he was around, he would never allow anyone to hurt her. Ezra was growing nervous, and he wanted Alex to take his threat seriously, so he grabbed Debbie's shoulder, digging his fingers in hard and making her cry out in pain. Alex was infuriated, and he dashed forward and struck Ezra, knocking him to the ground. The other 3 men fired their crossbow bolts right at Alex, but they missed, and the bolts lodged in the walls. A moment later, there were 3 small explosions as the walls burst into flames. Using the smoke as cover, Alex attacked these men, quickly neutralizing the threats. Alex moved closer to Debbie, intending to free her. From his position on the ground, Ezra took a blowpipe from his pocket and blew a poison dart at Alex, hoping it would kill him. Alex saw Ezra move, and worried it was another crossbow bolt, he dodged to the side, evading the dart. Ezra clambered to his feet, deciding to make a run for it. It was his only chance at surviving, but he was determined to retaliate before he left. Since Alex was too strong, he went after Debbie. Pulling a small knife out of his pocket, he threw it at her back. Alex's expression was horrified. He charged forward so fast that Ezra had no time to get away. Alex held his sword straight in front of him, piercing Ezra through the chest. Ezra looked down at the blade, confused, as he fell backward onto the ground with his eyes closed. "Alex!" He looked over at the door and saw Will and Rufus rushing toward him. Then he looked back at Ezra, realizing he had lost his chance to get answers from the man. Debbie looked around, feeling shaky. Then, without warning, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Will and Rufus had brought paramedics with them, and they decided Debbie should go to the hospital to get checked out. She was barely conscious when the paramedics loaded her into their ambulance. Although Alex wanted to go with her, he couldn't leave yet, because he needed to stay and help his people clean up the scene. He glanced at Ezra's body, wishing he hadn't killed the man. He still needed answers, but it didn't look like he would be getting any. Sighing, he walked to the road in front of the farm, trying to calm himself. As he stood there, a red sports car speeded toward him. Then the car slowed in front of Alex, and the driver's side window rolled down. Episode 569, The Car Accident. "Alex, it's really you," Marianne called, waving to him from the driver's seat of the car. Unfortunately, she lost control of the vehicle for a moment, hitting Alex and hurling him farther down the road. He hit the ground and was knocked unconscious. Alex opened his eyes and found himself in a strange room, unaware of how long he had been out. The room was clean and elegant, and several small potted plants sat at the windowsill. A breeze blew from the open window, cooling the space. Alex rubbed his aching head, trying to remember what had happened. Finally, he recalled rescuing Debbie, and members of the Baltimore Martial Arts Association turning up, and then Marianne hitting him with her car. "What's going on?" Alex murmured to himself. "Alex, are you awake?" Marianne called as she pushed the door open. Alex struggled to sit up as Marianne walked into the room carrying a bowl of soup. "I'm really sorry about last night," she said. "I was so excited to see you that I forgot to brake. I had you examined by a doctor, of course, and he said it was okay for me to care for you here. You're going to be fine." She placed the bowl on the bedside table and sat down beside Alex, placing her hands on his shoulders and pushing him back. "Lay back down. You have a head trauma. The doctor said you're not well and you need rest." Alex sighed and leaned back in a semi-reclining position. "I cooked you a bowl of chicken noodle soup," Marianne said brightly. "It'll make you feel better." She scooped a spoonful of soup from the bowl and held it to Alex's mouth. "Come on, have some." "No, that's okay," he said. "I can do it myself." Her insistence on spoon-feeding him had caught him off guard. It was a level of intimacy he wasn't comfortable with. "You're weak," she said, frowning at him. "You need to eat, so why are you arguing?" Alex reluctantly nodded his consent and opened his mouth, swallowing the soup. "Where am I?" he asked. "A small vacation villa," she said, smiling at him. "After I hit you last night, I drove us here." "Thank you," Alex replied. "Don't thank me," she said, shrugging. "It's the least I could do." Alex finished the soup, and Marianne set aside the empty bowl. "Now you must rest," she said. "I'll call the doctor and tell him you're awake." "There's no need," Alex said, getting out of bed. "I know my body, and I'm fine. I'm ready to go back." "So soon? Are you sure that's a good idea?" Marianne asked. But she realized Alex was determined to go and that nothing she said would convince him to stay. "Alex, you must give me your contact info so I can pass it along to the doctor." Alex wasn't interested in hearing from the doctor, but he also didn't want to seem ungrateful, so he left his number with her. Marianne offered to drive Alex back to the farm in her car, and he accepted. On the way there, Marianne's cell phone rang. The panic-stricken voice of her office manager came through the phone. "Miss Robinson, there's a problem with the wine again. Dozens of customers reacted badly after drinking it. It's the same issue as before. Now people are outside the office building shouting for the CEO. They're starting to pound on the windows. Should we call the cops? Do you think if we pay them, it'll shut them up?" "How could this happen again?" Marianne exclaimed, shaking her head. "Those wines have all been tested and there were no side effects. So why is this happening now?" "We'll figure out the issue with the wine, but we first need to deal with the angry customers," said the office manager. Marianne replied, "Keep the customers calm until I can get there. I'm on my way now. If this isn't fixed immediately, the company will be shut down." "Yes," the manager said. "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Marianne looked at Alex and said, "I'm sorry, I don't think I can give you a ride all the way to the farm. This is really important and I need to take care of it." "No problem," Alex replied. "I'll take a taxi back." "But wait, you know about medicine," Marianne said excitedly. "You can come with me and look at my customers. Maybe you can determine why they're acting badly to the wine." She sighed. "This is the second time we've had an issue with customers getting sick after drinking the wine, and I don't know what the problem is." She described the problem to him, hoping he could help. Last month, her wine company launched a new collection of organic wine. It was of excellent quality, made from the highest-end ingredients, but sold at an affordable price, and did it quickly become a fan favorite among the public. About a week ago, a few customers had begun complaining of redness and itching after drinking the wine. The company had assumed a handful of people were having an allergic reaction to one of the ingredients, but then they had received dozens of calls reporting issues with skin irritation, turning a minor problem into a full-on dilemma. The company had tweaked the recipe in response to the complaints and had considered the dilemma dealt with, but now the nightmare was repeating itself. Alex wasn't interested in dealing with Marianne's problems. Debbie was still in the hospital, and he really wanted to be with her. "I have to go," he said. "I have a lot of things to do." "Won't you give me a hand?" She pleaded with tears in her eyes. "I really need your help, and I wouldn't ask if it wasn't urgent. We'll only stay for 10 minutes. It won't cause you any delay." Alex frowned, thinking of Debbie in the hospital and impatient to find out how she was doing and if he could do anything to help. He was reluctant to spend more time away from her, but he knew she was going to be okay, and she had Rufus with her, so he simply nodded his consent. The sports car arrived at a 7-story building built in the 80s with a Robinson Winery sign above the door. No other members of the Robinson family were present, except for Marianne. 50 people were gathered around the front of the office building on what would typically have been a quiet street. Protesters were blocking the entrance to the building, holding banners and carrying signs, yelling at anyone who would listen. Episode 570, Bad Wine. The protesters were angry and determined to cause a scene. People who walked by the building stopped to check out the commotion, and security guards were trying to drive the protesters away, but to no avail. Marianne and Alex got out of the car and stood nearby, assessing the scene. The protesters were screaming at the doors of the building. "Your company is corrupt! You're willing to sacrifice the lives of ordinary people to make a few dollars!" One of the protesters yelled. "Stop hiding! Get out here and face us! We demand an explanation!" screamed another. "Call the police! Call the media! They'll report what you've done!" yelled the third. His face was red with anger. Marianne frowned. "How could this happen?" she muttered. Her customers had all shown similar symptoms: skin redness, swelling of the body, and irritations on the face. The FDA had approved the wine, so it didn't make sense that it was having such harmful effects on the body. A woman abruptly pointed to Marianne and shouted, "She's the CEO! I've seen her before!" The protesters rushed toward Marianne, and she was scared one of them might hurt her. Alex roared, "Stop, all of you!" Shocked, the protesters froze in their tracks. Alex stepped in front of Marianne to protect her from the protesters. "Do you really think you can solve your problems with violence?" he asked. "This behavior is against the law." "Yes, that's right. Violence won't solve anything," Marianne chimed in. "The wine has been sent for testing, and the results will be released in a day or two. Then we'll all have answers. If my company is found to be responsible, we will compensate everyone who has experienced health issues." "In the meantime, please remain calm," Alex said. "The test results will give you the answers you're looking for, but we must wait for them." The crowd grunted and mumbled insults, but they were significantly calmer than before. Alex took advantage of the lull to go inside the building with Marianne. He wanted to taste the wine himself. "Bring me a bottle of wine that hasn't been opened yet," he said. "If you think something's wrong, I'll drink a bottle at random. I'm willing to take the risk." Until the test results came back, the company couldn't guarantee the safety of the wine. But regardless of the risk, Alex was willing to drink a glass. Marianne brought him a wine bottle, and he opened it and sniffed its contents. Then he poured a glass and tasted it, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. "I'll have some too," Marianne said, taking a sip of the wine. It tasted crisp and clean. She picked up the bottle and examined it. Outside, the crowd started yelling again. "You're just a bunch of rich people who don't care about your customers. You've probably paid off the FDA too," a man screamed. "We'd better get answers soon," a woman yelled. "We don't need test results. Look at us. We're the proof," cried someone from the crowd. "Pay us or we'll smash the windows. We need justice," came the angry cries. "I won't wait. I need answers now. This is all your fault," a woman yelled. "Do you think these people will cry if they see us in a coffin? They don't care about us. Let's smash the windows and teach them a lesson once and for all," a protester instigated. The protesters started chanting, "Break the windows! Break the windows!" Marianne rushed outside, trying to stop the mob from destroying the building. Alex stretched out his hand, blocking her from the crowd and pushing a middle-aged man out of the way. "Now you're assaulting us?" a protester yelled. The crowd moved closer, boxing Alex and Marianne into a corner. Alex pushed back the people in front, leaving a small gap for them to escape. A woman in the back of the crowd screamed, "Get her!" Alex pulled Marianne out of the crowd as security guards blocked the angry mob. A window opened on the second story of the building, and a Robinson Winery employee leaned over the windowsill with a bucket of cold water, pouring it all over the protesters. Alex stepped back as he saw the water douse the crowd, who screamed in shock and anger as they stood there soaked to the bone. Marianne yelled, "Alex, let's go inside!" Alex realized Marianne's problems weren't going to be solved in 10 minutes, and he was still anxious to meet up with Debbie. All the employees of the Robinson Winery stood staring at each other, unable to decide what to do. Episode 571, Winery Rose. Something was obviously wrong. The crowd was reacting as though the water was acid, screaming in terror and flailing wildly. "Alex, what's wrong with them?" Marianne wondered. Alex had no time to answer her questions, and instead focused on the troublemakers on the ground. I don't know what kind of enmity you have with the Robinson Winery, and I don't know who hired you, Alex said as he looked around at the group. As you can see, you're all diseased. The question is, are you contagious? He studied the group. You seem to be afraid to touch the water. Your skin also seems to be infected, so it's definitely not something you drank. The disease will spread if you don't do something in time. Don't gamble your life for a little money. Alex waved his hand at Marianne, indicating she should call the police and an ambulance. The sick people groaned and shivered. Alex turned to Marianne and said, Miss Robinson, their situation has nothing to do with your wine. It's likely your competitors hired them to infect everyone at the winery. They're infected with a virus similar to rabies. Once the incubation period is over, they'll either go mad or die. He paused and then shook his head. I'm sorry, but it looks like the Robinson Winery is on the brink of doom. He looked at the sick people. Of course, whoever is pulling their strings probably lied to them too. They probably told them it was a minor skin disease. Otherwise, no one in their right mind would take such a risk. He looked at Marianne closely. Do you have any idea who could have done this? Take the time to think about who might hate you enough to do something so terrible. There was something else that bothered Alex in the back of his mind. The virus these people had couldn't be created by just anyone. Someone would need to have great resources to concoct it. Why would someone target a winery anyway, he wondered. He suspected some powerful individuals were behind the act, but without hard evidence, he couldn't even begin to guess who. I'll look into it, Marianne said, her eyes brimming with tears. Half an hour later, under the direction of Marianne, the police and EMTs were hard at work. The EMTs treated the infected people, while the police began to question everyone who was there. In the end, everyone was indeed diagnosed with a form of rhabdovirus, which was similar to rabies but slightly different. With proper treatment, the infection could be brought under control, but they would be on heavy antivirals for the rest of their lives. No, it can't be. It's not true, one woman cried, looking frightened. If you don't believe it, you can go to the hospital for another examination, Alex said, shrugging. But the results will be the same. He stepped forward and looked at her. You've doomed yourself, all for a little extra money. Was it worth it? Miracle doctor, oh please, you diagnosed us with a mere glance. Surely you can cure us, she begged. I'm still young. I have a lot of life left. Please help me. Please help me, one of the other women echoed, stepping toward Alex. I just got lured with money for a little while, and I was taken in by the head of the other wine company. Others also came forward, begging Alex for help. The Blue Bottle Winery? Marianne's teeth clenched in anger. Louisa Murdoch? Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Murdoch family had done this, he thought to himself. In a short time, everything started to calm down. The infected people were taken away to receive treatment, and everything they had touched was sanitized. Marianne turned to Alex with a tired smile. Thank you for everything you did today. If you hadn't figured out what was going on, the company would have been destroyed. We would have been bankrupt within days. Alex waved his hand dismissively and said, I'm glad I could help you out. This was a weird way for the other winery to attack yours. Indeed. In any case, I owe you a favor. Marianne smiled. I'm impressed by your medical skills. Would you be interested in coming and working for me? It's a kind offer, Marianne, but no, Alex said. I'm a martial arts man, and I'm sure you can find someone who fits the bill better. The Robinson family should be able to pull some strings. You could attract anyone to come work for you. I'm afraid it's not as easy as that, she said sadly. The rest of the family and I don't quite get along. Alex was confused. but surely they would want to help you keep the wine business running.
Marianne shrugged. 2 years ago, when I came back from abroad, the rest of the family wanted me to marry some oil baron. I had no interest in an arranged marriage, and I fought back and went against their wishes. I told them I wanted to have my own life, and that my value was far higher than any arranged marriage could provide to the family. So, the family made an agreement with me. They said I could take over the winery. If after 2 years the business was successful, then they would give me my freedom. However, if I failed, then I would have to marry the oil baron. Of course, in the process of proving myself, my family said they would not hinder me, but they would also not help me. I agreed to the arrangement and took over the company. As soon as I took control, the rest of the family announced they didn't want their name on the product anymore, and I was forbidden to use the Robinson family logo.
She shook her head and her voice grew bitter.
They wanted me to fail. They've withdrawn any form of support, trying to push me out so that I would ultimately have to marry the oil baron under pressure. I don't know what to do.
Alex interrupted her with a gesture. He didn't need to hear her entire family story. "What do you expect me to do?" he asked, glancing impatiently at his watch.
Alex, please help me. I can't do this by myself. Marianne's eyes filled with tears.
Alex frowned, surprised she was begging for help. He glanced at his watch again.
Now, the winery's assets are nearly $10 million, and I'm under a debt of nearly $5 million. My family wants me to have a net worth of $100 million in 2 years. Basically, with my debts paid, the winery's assets are only around $5 million. I just don't know how I'm going to be able to make another $95 million.
Alex asked, "How much time is left?" Marianne pointed to the electronic clock on the wall. Alex turned his head and saw the countdown on it. It said 108 days. He exclaimed, "You only have 3 months left?"
"Yes, that's all,"
Marianne said, a bitter smile creeping across her face.
"Now do you see why I can't ask the Robinsons for help? They'd gleefully say no."
Episode 572, Debbie's Surprise.
"The strength of the Robinson family is meaningless to me now," Marianne said. "I can't lose what remaining respect I have with them."
She looked around the room and sighed.
"I can't help but think they might actually want the winery to close down. Obviously, after today's incident, Blue Bottle Winery is also trying to shut us down. I can't stand the internal and external troubles. If it hadn't been for your help today, I was about to call it quits. But now you've given me a new hope. I've read about you in the news, and you seem like someone who likes to fight for the underdog. Well, I hope you'll fight for me."
She looked up at Alex once more, a pleading look in her eyes.
"Please, will you help me?"
Alex stared at her for a while and then he sighed. 3 months isn't nearly enough time to get this company back on its feet. It'll be hard to hit the goal of $100 million. Marianne's lips formed a pretty little pout, but there was determination in her eyes.
"But I still have some time, right? Maybe there'll be a miracle. If I don't succeed, I'll at least die trying."
Alex nodded slowly. Marianne's indomitable spirit had moved him, and her situation was not unlike his own family story. The Ambrose family had driven him out, and he had been forced to start from scratch. It had been hard, but he had succeeded. Looking at Marianne's determined face, he thought she just might make it through everything too. He cleared his throat and asked, "So, what's the story with Blue Bottle Winery? Are they having trouble too?"
The Blue Bottle Winery is owned by the Murdoch family. Louisa Murdoch and I are friends."
She frowned as a dark cloud crossed her expression.
"At least, I thought we were friends."
She shook her head and began to tell Alex what she knew.
The Blue Bottle Winery used to struggle like this place is now. They had to fight to make ends meet, and much of their vineyard was half dead. They made it through by relying on only a few varieties of red wine to survive. But a few months ago, Stephen Murdoch, Louise's uncle, carried out a reform. He's a cunning businessman, I'll give him that. He lured in new investors with the promise of rolling out a new line of wine within a year. Stephen has always been a smooth talker, and thus he usually gets what he wants. He got his investors, and the winery bounced back. The Blue Bottle Winery no longer focuses only on fine red wines. It has started a low-cost box wine series. Of course, benign competition doesn't matter, but they don't care about the bottom line or who they run over in the process. They've even tried to plant spies in my staff, trying to imitate some of the success of our brand. Our market share has fallen as a result."
Her eyes burned with a grim light.
Today's act by the Blue Bottle Winery was just one more nail in the coffin.
It was obvious the war between the two wineries had escalated. Alex was concerned because he knew what kind of man Stephen Murdoch was, and he knew Stephen wasn't above stooping to illegal deeds to knock out his competition. Alex frowned and asked, "Have you told the authorities about any of this?"
Marianne sighed. "I don't have any hard evidence, so what can I tell them? I've tried to talk to Louisa about all this and tried to get her to see my side of things, but the Blue Bottle Winery is starting to make a lot of money again, so she doesn't care."
She sighed and then went on.
"After today, though, I've had enough. It's time to fight back. I won't let this go. I've made a mistake by letting those virus-infected people in here, and they could have ruined me. I'm not going to let that happen again."
Just then, the office door burst open with a bang. Her assistant ran in and cried,
Miss Robinson, something terrible has happened."
Marianne, who had been feeling determined and hopeful only a few moments before, now felt a sense of helplessness.
"Now what's happened?" she thought. "Why can't I catch a break?" "What is it?" she asked tensely.
"It's terrible," her assistant said, wringing her hands. "Michael's been hit by an arrow." Marianne's heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face instantly turned white. She turned to Alex pleadingly.
This time, Alex resolutely decided to not make any promises. He knew he had to leave, or Marianne would begin to rely on him too much, and he still wanted to get back to Debbie.
Alex put his hands in his pockets and said, "Excuse me, Miss Robinson, I have to go." He turned around and went outside. He avoided looking at her face, knowing if he made eye contact, he would end up staying. Instead, he stepped outside and literally ran toward his car and got in. He was so flustered that he simply sat there for quite a while. Eventually, he sighed and started the car, driving to the hospital to visit Debbie. When Alex arrived at the hospital, he was relieved to see Debbie's skin color had improved and that her overall appearance looked great. Debbie looked up and saw Alex, and then she gave him a big hug. Whenever Debbie was in Alex's arms, she felt safe, warm, and content. Even though there were many sentries outside her room from the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, guarding her in secret, she always felt better when Alex was there. Will and Rufus were also nearby, and Debbie's safety was their top priority. No one dared to be careless. Seeing Alex and Debbie hugging, the others shrank back out of sight. For the rest of the day, Alex stayed with her. They ate a meal together and chatted. Debbie was the only one who ever got to see this gentle side of Alex. After a lot of talking, Alex realized Debbie needed something to do. She was an excellent student, and it was time for her to realize her potential. There were many people who wanted to kill Alex, and Debbie had often been a target to get back at him. He must be careful, and so should she, but what he had in mind wasn't risky at all. "How are your studies going?" Alex asked. Before waiting for an answer, he went on, "I want you to do something for me." "Why, Alex, do you want to give me a job?" Debbie asked, smiling teasingly. Then she hesitated and said, "I don't actually have any real experience, so what do you want me to do?" "Don't worry, you'll be helping me out in my new business," Alex said, as he took out some papers. She studied it, and sure enough, she saw that Alex now owned a lot of land with a mansion and a lot of villas. She smiled as she thought, "Alex is really successful now. He'll be rich." "If I'm the boss and you help me run things, we'll have a grand time," Alex said, reaching out and playfully touching her nose. Earlier that day, he had arranged some matters at Birchwood House. Now that he had talked with Debbie, his plans could move forward more quickly. Debbie was discharged from the hospital the following day, and she recovered well. In fact, while Debbie's physical fitness had not been particularly good before, after Alex's intervention, her health had improved dramatically, and she was now stronger than any average person. Episode 573, Real Estate Transactions. Alex had become very busy, as the big families in Baltimore showed up to offer him money. It was different from when he had gambled in Atlantic City. Now, Alex was the one with the power and the extensive contacts. While Alex liked to work hard, he also enjoyed having a good time. In her spare time, Debbie also went to work for the new company, Birchwood Real Estate Company, as its general manager. One day, Alex sat down with Edward Stedman at the Imperial Hotel for a meeting. Edward began, "Alex, the Birchwood Real Estate Company has been doing really well, and we've attracted notice from some real estate developers and media companies. In fact, they're going to hold a small gathering downstairs tonight. I hope you can come." Edward frowned before going on. "However, the media companies seem to be a little vexatious. The maximum amount they're willing to spend on marketing is only $100,000 or $200,000. If we invite celebrities, then they'll probably spend a little more." "How much do they want?" Alex asked. Edward's face was difficult to read. Finally, he said, "Why don't we get my dad involved? He has a better understanding of this sort of thing." "No, go ahead and tell me," Alex said, just wanting to know what the final figure was. "They want over $1 million, Edward said. "What?" Alex asked, surprised. That was ridiculous. It was tantamount to robbery. That evening in the conference room of the hotel, they had had their little gathering. Many prominent figures in the business community were present, of course, as were real estate development and media companies. The buzz around the room was all focused on Birchwood. "Did you know Birchwood is looking for investors to cover advertising expenses?" a man said. "Birchwood should work for me. I can help them sell houses," his friend replied. A group of real estate tycoons surrounded a man in his 50s, who was dressed in a black suit and seemed to be of high status. At that moment, Alex and Edward arrived, noticing the party was already in full swing. On the way to the party, Alex had called Cassidy Pike. He had asked her for a favor, and she had happily agreed. When Alex arrived, she waited for him to give the signal. Cassidy loved working for Alex, as he was one of her favorite people. She felt different around him than she did anyone else. Most clients paid her, but she was more than happy to work for Alex for free. Alex hadn't invited Cassidy to sing on a mere whim. In fact, Edward had given him the idea when he had told Alex they needed a celebrity endorsement. So, Alex had naturally thought of Cassidy. When Alex gave this signal, Cassidy took his arm, and they stepped out into the party together. Instantly, the room was abuzz with excitement. The pair had drawn everyone's attention. Everyone knew who Cassidy Pike was. She was a legend. That day, she wanted to remind everyone who she was. She was a natural beauty, and she wore a form-fitting purple dress that accentuated her tall figure. All eyes followed her as she moved around the room. Because she was on Alex's arm, he became an object of interest as well, though more likely one of jealousy. Any men there would have loved to have Cassidy walk beside them. "Miss Pike?" Arnie Hampton greeted her. He was the man in the rich black suit that so many real estate tycoons had surrounded. He was carrying a glass of red wine, and he studied Cassidy appreciatively. "Hello, Mr. Hampton." Cassidy smiled politely at the portly man. Arnie was the head of the Baltimore Media Association, and he also ran his own communications company, Hampton Enterprises. If someone wanted to do any serious advertising in Baltimore, then Hampton was the man to talk to. He held all the media power in the city, and everyone knew it. If he liked someone, he could make their project soar. If he didn't, it was best that person got out of town fast. Even some government projects were supported by Arnie. In fact, it was likely that all government projects that needed advertising went through him. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting your friend here," Arnie said, turning his gaze on Alex. "This is Mr. Ambrose, the head of Birchwood Real Estate Company," Cassidy said by way of introduction. "Oh, so you're the one running the show over there these days." Arnie's tone was both playful and sarcastic. Although Alex was like a king when it came to the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, those in real estate and media probably didn't know who he was. Everyone knew that in the real estate market, trying to move large villas was a daunting and often fruitless task. In fact, it was Arnie who had said they would need over $1 million to do advertising for Birchwood. "Mr. Hampton?" Edward broke in hesitantly. He had been following Cassidy and Alex through the room. "We were wondering if we could schedule a meeting with you tomorrow to negotiate the advertising fee." "There's nothing more to talk about," Arnie said. "That number is my final offer. It's more than fair, especially these days. Feel free to go elsewhere and see if you can get a better offer, but I doubt you will. But perhaps I can make an exception," Arnie said, looking not at Alex, but at Cassidy. "Perhaps if Miss Pike would be interested in accompanying me all evening, we could come to some sort of deal." He smiled suggestively. "What did you say?" Alex's eyes narrowed slightly, his anger brewing. "Don't act like that, young man," Arnie said, sneering at him. "I have all the power here. Besides, I never give anything without taking something for myself." He had raised the price on purpose. In fact, he could have helped Birchwood advertise for a lot less, but he had done his homework. When he found out that the owner of Birchwood was young and inexperienced in real estate transactions, he had seen an opportunity. Arnie was cunning and had the monopoly on media advertising, and everyone knew it. He grinned at both Alex and Cassidy as he said, "So why don't you just let Miss..." Arnie never finished his sentence. Before he knew it, he had hit the floor, and Alex was standing over him, his fist raised. Everyone in the room fell silent, their eyes on the marketing leader lying on the floor and cupping his cheek, while the young man stood threateningly over him. "You hit me?" Arnie asked in shock, rubbing his throbbing cheek. Episode 574, Macho Media Man. "You do know who I am, don't you?" Arnie threatened, struggling to get to his feet. "You're done, young man." Alex stared at him coolly, as if he had just fanned away a mosquito. "Call security!" someone from the crowd yelled. "Stop!" Arnie called the person who was about to make the call. He turned back to Alex and said, "I'd like to see how tough you really are." This boy is a fool, Arnie thought. I'm a leader in the industry, yet he thinks he can embarrass me in such a way. I'll teach him a lesson. At that moment, another man walked up with a domineering expression. "Young man," said Peter Wilson of Winsong Media, "you don't know much about our industry, do you? Apologize to Mr. Hampton." Peter's media company was second only to Hampton Enterprises. It was worth millions, and Peter was regarded as one of the richest people in Baltimore. "Stay out of this," Alex said. Although Alex was only friends with Cassidy, he had taken Arnie's insult to heart. The man had disrespected Cassidy, and he would pay for it dearly. "You're really crazy. Are you the owner of the Birchwood House project?" Peter asked, irritated that Alex had disregarded him. "Perhaps you don't know who I am? If Arnie and I say the word, you'll never sell a property in this town." "Apologize to me and pay me what you owe me," Arnie demanded, glaring at Alex. "If you do, I'll forget about this little matter and allow your real estate company to paddle along." A murmur of voices rolled through the crowd of onlookers, some nodding in agreement, and some voicing their thoughts aloud. "Young man, you've gone too far. Apologize to Mr. Hampton." "You have no business in our industry. Get out while you can." "We've been doing this a lot longer than you, boy. Heed our advice." This last advice came from the influential developer of Star River Residences, some of the finest apartments in the city. Alex gazed around at the crowd, his thoughts in turmoil. He hadn't expected to meet such a backlash. If he couldn't get the real estate developers and media companies on his side, then he would never get the Birchwood project off the ground. He needed their support, especially their money. Arnie stepped forward again, his expression triumphant as he felt the wave of support from those surrounding him. "I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for hitting me, and we can put this all behind us." "Who the hell do you think you are?" Alex snapped as he lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Artie's midsection. The man fell back and slid across the floor. "How dare you hit him?" someone shouted. "Security! Security!" another voice called out. "Get him out of here!" Peter roared. "You're finished in Baltimore," Arnie panted. He hadn't expected the young man to fight back, and he was thoroughly embarrassed. "You'll never succeed. By this time tomorrow, I'll have spread the word about you across all our media platforms. No one will work with you." "So, you think you can stop me?" Alex smiled. "I'd like to see you try." "Be quiet. Before you say anything else, you'll regret," Peter told him. The room was full of astonished voices. No one could believe the young man had struck Arnie Hampton, not once, but twice. They were a peaceful group of real estate and media companies, and no one had ever acted so disrespectfully to them before. Arnie was beyond anger. He stared at Alex and flatly said, "You'll pay for what you did here tonight." Soon, a team of security guards rushed into the room. "Get him," Peter said, pointing at Alex. "He attacked Mr. Hampton." The security team headed toward Alex. But when the team leader saw Alex, he stopped and stared at him in surprise. "Mr. Ambrose?" he asked. He had met Alex before and knew how skilled he was, so he had no interest in trying to stop him. Alex looked at the security guard and smiled, relieved to finally have some form of support in the room. "Send them away," Alex ordered, pointing at the crowd. "It's time for this party to come to an end." Then Alex took Cassidy's arm and swaggered away, while Edward trailed behind. The security team simply watched them go, and the crowd was confused. "I'm sorry, gentlemen," said the security team leader. Then he turned to Peter and Arnie. "It's time to go." "What do you mean?" Peter frowned. "I mean the party's over," the guard said. "Go home. Anyone who doesn't leave now will be blacklisted from visiting the Imperial Hotel again." With grumbles of dismay, the party began to break up. No one quite understood what had happened between the young man and the security guard, but obviously, the young man had some pull. On the drive back home, Edward voiced his concerns. "Alex, you just made a room full of enemies back there. Arnie Hampton and Peter Wilson are powerful, and you don't want to be on their bad side." When Alex didn't respond, Edward continued. "Now that you've offended them, what are you going to do about the real estate company? We still need endorsements and advertising if we're going to sell any properties. I think we should get my father involved. He knows how to soothe ruffled feathers." Alex knew Oscar Stedman was well respected across the city, but for now, Alex wasn't ready to reveal his own identity or connections. "Don't worry, it's okay," Alex said soothingly. "Birchwood will become the most popular real estate company in Baltimore. We may not have the money to back us, but I'm not ready to call it quits." He stared out the car window for a few moments, a small smile on his face. Then he added, "We don't need help from any of them. We can run this business ourselves." "You sound a bit cocky," Cassidy said, smiling. "No, I know it's not going to be easy," Alex admitted, "but the real estate market is struggling, so I may be getting into it at just the right time." Alex had a plan. In fact, he had many plans. Since acquiring Birchwood House, he had also acquired new inner strength and new skills. He could now control the weather, making it warm in winter and cold in summer, and he planned to use that to his advantage. Episode 575, Money Matters. The Stedman family was well known in Baltimore. When the Mitchell family had lost their standing in the community, the Stedmans had filled their place. However, Edward Stedman was not particularly interested in any of that. He had wanted to build his own career and make a name for himself. The more he had gotten to know Alex, the more he had begun to believe Alex could help him reach his goals. But after Alex had arranged for him to help manage the Birchwood business, he had found that things were much more difficult than he had imagined. He had always tried to tackle his work on his own, but his family had always been in the background, acting as a safety net of sorts. The day following the fiasco at the real estate investor party, Edward sat Alex down for a meeting. "We need to talk about some business matters," he said. "There seems to be something wrong with our sales department." "What's the matter?" Alex asked, looking at the other man doubtfully. "The sales director has asked for a raise," Edward replied. "He said if he doesn't get one, he's going to take his staff and leave." "Oh, really?" Alex raised his eyebrows skeptically. The sales director must have heard about what had happened at the party the previous night and thought it was an opportunity. He had likely heard Alex was short of staff, and he had assumed his position was critical, so he wouldn't be let go. "Bring him to me," Alex said. Soon, a large, greasy-haired man arrived at Alex's office. Alex had hired the man to serve as a sales director because he had worked in the industry for over a decade. The man had a lot of connections and was highly experienced, but now he was demanding too much from Alex. "Hello, Mr. Ambrose," the man said. "So, I hear you want me to raise your salary," Alex said, sowing the seeds of his plan. "Mr. Ambrose, in fact, that's not what I meant to imply," replied the sales director. "I simply meant that the people who work under me are asking for a pay raise." "What do you mean by a pay raise?" Alex asked. The sales director squirmed a bit, and then he smiled. He didn't say anything, believing he had the upper hand in the conversation. But Alex didn't rise to the bait. "How about I give you another $200 a month?" Alex offered, knowing the offer was low. In fact, he also knew the sales director's starting salary was below average. The offer of another $200 a month was not very much, but the Birchwood business was new, and they had no money to spare. Until they sold their first properties, money would be tight. "Mr. Ambrose, please try to understand." The sales director spread his arms placatingly. "I took this job with you because you promised you would pay me well as soon as business started to pick up. Now we're up and running. In fact, the real estate market looks like it's going to turn around. Mr. Ambrose, let me be frank. If my annual salary is not increased by 30%, then I'm going to leave. After all, I've worked in the business here in Baltimore for a very long time. The salary I ask for is more than fair." The sales director was certainly bragging, but Alex had expected no less. The man demanded a higher salary than Alex could afford to pay. In truth, he demanded a salary higher than what he was currently worth. The two men stared at each other, and the sales director was confident Alex would meet his demands because Alex needed him. "Very well," Alex said. "Go to accounting and collect your last paycheck. Then you can leave." He turned away and started to look at some documents on his desk, completely dismissing the man. The sales director stared at Alex, shocked by his response. "Mr. Ambrose, it's not that I'm not willing to negotiate," he whined. In fact, the sales director didn't want to leave because he was still getting paid for doing nothing at all. If he left, he wasn't sure he could find a new position that would pay him the salary he desired. "There's nothing to negotiate," Alex said. "You're free to go." The sales director was flabbergasted, and he started to get angry. "What do you mean by this, Mr. Ambrose? Are you firing me?" "You said you wanted a 30% raise," Alex said politely. "I'm sorry, but my business is small and I can't accommodate you. I don't even know if I could promise that salary in the future, so it's better that I don't keep you here and stifle your ambitions. Go elsewhere. Best of luck to you." The sales director realized Alex had seen through his plan, so he changed tactics. "If I leave, you won't be able to find anyone else who can do what I can do." "Alex, if he's gone, we'll be short of people," Edward murmured to him. Alex smiled, picked up his phone, and then dialed a number. He put the phone on speaker, and they all listened to it ring. It was picked up by Cole Havers, who was well-versed in the real estate market. "Hi, Cole," Alex said. "It's Alex. I have a question for you. If your sales director came to you asking for a 30% raise in his salary, would you give it to him?" There was a pause on the other end of the line, and then Cole asked, "A 30% raise? In this market?" He started laughing heartily. "I'll take that as a no?" Alex asked. "Of course. What a silly question." Cole kept laughing as they both hung up their phones. Alex turned back to his sales director and stared at him. The sales director squirmed.
Mr. Ambrose, how do you expect to sell any houses without me here? If I go, I'll wager you won't sell even a single brick.
I'm willing to take my chances, Alex said impatiently. You're done here. Get out.
Alex, wait.
The sales director stepped forward quickly. Edward intercepted him and placed a hand on the sales director's chest to stop him. Mr. Ambrose has told you to leave. Go and collect your final paycheck. The sales director was furious. When he looked down and saw Edward's hand holding him back, his expression turned ugly, and he looked like he was about to attack Edward. But before he could, a couple of bodyguards stepped out of the shadows and stared menacingly at him, and he froze in fear. Finally, he realized that his gamble hadn't paid off, and he had lost. Defeated, he left the office. A few days later, Jessup Clifton called, wanting to meet with Alex. Alex was pleased to hear from the man, who was Debbie's grandfather after all.
I'd be happy to meet with you, Alex replied. Come to Birchwood House. I live and work here now.
Oh, really? Jessup asked in surprise. Are you running the security there? Jessup was a little confused. Alex had bounced around from job to job, and Jessup couldn't keep track of where the young man went. On the way to Birchwood House, Jessup tried to think of a way to bring up his request. He wanted Alex to come back to be the head of the family. He figured that would be a much more comfortable job than working as a security guard somewhere. But Jessup hadn't talked to Alex in quite some time, and it sounded like he was now part of the Birchwood business dealings. The developed property was new, and until recently it had been farmland. He had no idea Alex was now running the place. Episode 576, Paradise in Winter. Celia Turner and Ethan Cox smiled as they drove to Birchwood House with Jessup Clifton. The last time Celia had come looking for Alex had been to persuade him to take an undercover job as a teacher at a high school. Now, once again, her superiors were urging her to speak to him. After a while, they arrived at Birchwood House and got out of the car. Several smaller villas were dotted about the land, visible from the main house. As they looked around, their jaws dropped at the stunning scenery, and Jessup felt a lump in his throat. Celia and Ethan also felt an emotional reaction to what they saw. "Look at that tree," Celia said, pointing to an enormous oak tree. "How old do you think it is?" Jessup took a deep breath, wondering why he hadn't come here in so long. The air was clear and fresh, and he already felt rejuvenated. "This place is wonderful," Celia said, her expression full of awe. "Look at how colorful the flowers are. It's like paradise." "Yes, it is," Jessup agreed, frowning. "But how is this possible? It's winter." Ethan sighed happily, taking slow breaths to savor the air. They walked around the side of the house and found Alex placing some cups on a table on the lawn. When he saw them approach, he poured the tea, and once they had sat down, Alex handed one of the cups to Jessup. After the way Alex had dealt with the Thornton family, Celia and Ethan decided to stay quiet, not wanting to annoy him. "Thank you, Alex," Jessup said, sipping his tea. "I must admit it's lovely here. The air is quite bracing." Despite it being winter, the lawn was lush, as though it were spring, and there were even some daisies springing up among the grass. "That's very strange," Jessup thought, looking at all the greenery. Then he shook his head. "Perhaps someone has just been taking good care of the lawn, and that's why it looks so fresh." "Is something wrong?" Alex asked, noticing his expression. Alex, is there something strange about this place? Jessup asked. It feels like there's something about the atmosphere here. Approaching this property is like stepping into another world. It's winter out there, but here at the mansion, it's spring. I like it, but I don't understand it. He looked around him, frowning slightly. I've been here before, but it's changed so much since then. A couple of birds settled nearby, seemingly unafraid, and a rabbit hopped across the lawn, ignoring their presence. He turned to look at Alex, wondering what was going on and what he was doing at this mansion. Alex didn't appear to be acting as a security guard, so why was he here? Everyone was a little confused about why it seemed to be spring in the land around the house. Flowers were blooming, trees still had their leaves, and wild animals were not in hibernation. It looked like the area was its own little bubble, protected from the rest of the world. Although it couldn't possibly be natural, there was no sign of any device that could produce such a result. How much are the houses here? Celia asked. They don't seem to be on sale yet. She had no intention of buying any of them, but she wondered what Alex was doing here. I haven't decided yet, Alex said, shrugging. But I was thinking about $500,000 each. $500,000? Jessup almost choked on his tea. It was an exceptionally high price. Of course, things were worth whatever someone was willing to pay. Still, $500,000 seemed excessive, even if the grounds did resemble paradise. No one will buy the houses at those prices, Jessup thought, shaking his head. No one is that stupid. The others were having similar thoughts. After all, the area was a little too far from the city, and people wouldn't be willing to pay that kind of money. Would you like to look around? Alex asked. Oh, is there anything special we should see? Celia asked. Jessup was curious too. After all, he knew Alex wasn't stupid, so if he was asking for $500,000, there must be a good reason. Perhaps there was something special about the place. Alex led them to an area further away from the house. At first, it didn't look any different from the rest of the land, but after a while, they reached a particularly fertile place. What is this? Celia asked, her voice breathless. Jessup's eyes were wide and he couldn't speak. Ethan was gaping in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was like a miracle. Is this real? Celia asked, stretching out her hand and touching the trunk of a cherry blossom tree, which was in full bloom. A gentle breeze had some of the blossoms falling from the trees, fluttering past Celia like little pink snowflakes. How is this possible? Jessup asked, unable to tear his gaze away from the tree. It's amazing what science can do these days, Alex said simply, not really answering the question. Everyone knew this had nothing to do with science. This was something mysterious, and it was beyond their understanding. Off the estate, the trees were dormant for the winter, and their leaves were all gone. And yet this place had a cherry blossom tree full of flowers. Science couldn't explain something like that. I never realized such a thing was possible, Celia said, still stroking the tree. It sounds like a fairy tale, but here it is, right in front of me. I want to buy 2 of the villas, Jessup announced excitedly. I'll have the money transferred to you right away. Now that he had seen this miracle, he no longer considered $500,000 too expensive. In fact, it was far too cheap. This land was absolutely priceless. Who wouldn't pay $500,000 to experience spring while everyone else dealt with winter? Hold 1 villa for me, Celia said. I'll try to get a loan. Didn't you think it was too expensive? Alex asked, smiling at them. Expensive? Jessup asked. No, not at all. It's actually quite reasonable. The others nodded their agreement. Ethan wanted to buy several villas, but he knew he couldn't raise that much money. Well, let's not talk business right now, Alex said. There is something else I wanted to ask you about, Celia said hesitantly. I really appreciate how you helped us deal with those foreign agents, and I'm really hoping you'll agree to become an instructor at the Baltimore Military Academy. I told you before, Alex said, shrugging. I'm not interested. Celia sighed. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind? Episode 577, An Influx of Visitors. Celia had dealt with Alex before, so she knew he was a man with firm principles, and she realized there was no point in arguing with him. Okay, I understand, she said. But can you still reserve one of the villas for me? I thought you were joking. Alex was surprised. Do you really want to buy one? Yes, I'm serious, she assured him. But I will have to go and arrange for some finance. She shrugged. I'm not exactly well paid. Okay, Alex agreed. I'll keep one reserved for you. Can I take a picture? She asked. Of course. Alex wasn't worried about people seeing the land. After all, he intended to sell the houses, and that meant people would want to see them first. Can you keep a villa for me too? Ethan asked. I'd really like to buy one. No problem, Alex said. We are friends after all. Celia and Ethan grinned, excited to hear Alex call them his friends. Well, I'm glad that's settled, Jessup said. It looks like we'll all be getting a little corner of paradise. It is lovely, Celia said. Then she sighed. I just wish Alex would agree to teach at the academy. If I had half his strength, the world would be a much more peaceful place. After everyone had left, Will dropped by to see Alex. He had come to report on matters concerning the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, but halfway through he stopped and looked around. They were sitting outside in the middle of winter, but they weren't cold, and Will was confused. The land here seemed almost magical. Eventually, Will left, and Alex walked back toward the house. But before he went inside, his phone rang with a call from Clark. Alex, aren't you at the Fairfax compound? Clark asked. I've been looking everywhere for you. Alex suppressed a sigh, wondering why he was suddenly so popular. A short time later, Clark and his daughter arrived at the mansion. Alex, Sarah has been a bit under the weather lately, Clark said. Would you mind taking a look at her? Alex checked her pulse, which seemed normal. From what he could tell, Sarah had a simple cold. He knew Clark was excessively worried after her previous illness, tending to jump to the worst conclusion with every little sniffle. Clark frowned, waiting for Alex's decision. If Alex said everything was fine, he would be able to relax. This is wonderful, Sarah said, plucking a flower and holding it to her nose, breathing in its fragrance. Startled, Clark turned to look at her, noticing their surroundings for the first time, and his eyes grew wide. It's $500,000 for a villa here, Alex said, shameless enough to try selling property to his friends. He knew they could easily afford it. Besides, it was a bargain for what they would be getting in return. What price could you put on land that defied the seasons? Marianne had attempted to call Alex 12 times, but now she was growing desperate. She felt helpless and alone, and she really needed his help. Unable to give up, she got into the car and headed to Birchwood House. Once she arrived, she spotted Alex straight away and hurried over to him. Please help me, she said, wringing her hands. Sawyer is very ill, and I don't know what to do. A tear slipped down her face. Faced with the decline of someone so important to her, she was barely holding it together. Alex was overcome with sympathy for her. He remembered how ill she had been when he had seen her at Hellworld, and he was concerned she would make herself ill with worry. Wanting to help, he nodded, agreeing to go with her to see this mysterious Sawyer. They got into the car, but Marianne's hands were shaking so badly that she couldn't start the car. Realizing she was in no state to drive, Alex persuaded her to change seats, and then he settled himself in the driver's seat. Marianne gave him the address, and he started the car and drove toward Parkview Hospital. Alex glanced at Marianne, noticing how sad she seemed. She said nothing as she looked out at the passing scenery, lost in thought. This Sawyer is clearly important to her, he thought. Don't worry, he assured her, stepping on the gas pedal. He'll be okay. As long as he's still alive, I can heal him. Marianne smiled at him, blushing. Thank you. Why is he so important to you? He asked. Marianne trusted Alex, so she didn't hesitate to satisfy his curiosity. Sawyer Landon was a core member of the Rumble Club, and he had worked hard for them, making many contributions. Over 20 years ago, he had rescued Marianne when she had been kidnapped as a child. He had stormed in, taking on her abductors and saving the day. Since then, she had always seen him as a powerful protector and had always called him Uncle Sawyer. Shortly after that rescue, Sawyer had been escorting the wife of the master of the Rumble Club to visit relatives when he had been attacked by a powerful enemy. Although he had managed to defend the master's wife, he had taken the poisoned arrow meant for her, and in the confusion, he had lost the master's son. Despite everything, Sawyer had survived, but the attack had caused extensive nerve damage, leaving him unable to walk and confining him to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Worried about him, the Rumble Club had sent him back to Baltimore to recuperate. 20 years had passed, and Sawyer had become increasingly depressed. Unable to cope with his changes in circumstances, he had also begun drinking heavily, trying to numb the pain. Although people visited him, they couldn't do anything to help, and he had almost drunk himself to death several times. For a man who had always been so active, it was difficult to accept he would never get that life back. The only bright spot in his life was Marianne, who visited him often, encouraging him to hold on. Now that he was no longer active in the Rumble Club, his former enemies had gradually become bold enough to launch attacks on him. In the last few years, there had been several attempts on his life. Despite his current condition, killing him would still be a major coup. After all, he was one of the 4 great masters of the club. Uncle Sawyer's been attacked 5 times this year, Marianne said, her voice shaking. I'm really afraid someone might manage to kill him soon. She wiped away a tear. I adore him because he saved me, and now I'm too weak to protect him in return. Another tear escaped, sliding down her face. Alex felt sorry for her, understanding now why she was so attached to Sawyer. He had saved her as a child, and now that she was an adult, she was determined to return the favor. Alex found her attitude refreshing and impressive, and he knew many people who could learn from her. Marianne had stopped speaking, so he gestured for her to continue. Episode 578, The Harmony Technique. Uncle Sawyer used to fix problems for the Rumble Club, Marianne said solemnly. But now that his health is poor, people are out for revenge. There are several waves of attacks each year, and eventually someone will succeed. She stifled a sob, fighting to regain control. Then, today Uncle Sawyer went shopping and someone deliberately hit him with a car. Fortunately, he saw it coming and managed to wheel himself out of the way so that it only clipped his wheelchair. If he hadn't, he would have been killed. She lowered her eyes, mumbling to herself, Uncle Sawyer, you'd better live. I am not giving up on you. Alex sighed. He hadn't known much about the Rumble Club, But after listening to Mary Ann, he realized Sawyer was a lot like Clark. Before long, they arrived at Parkview Hospital, which catered mostly to the wealthy. As well as providing first-class service, the hospital also took security extremely seriously. Mary Ann flashed a hospital pass, vouched for Alex, and then they walked inside. Security guards, as well as several police officers, patrolled the halls, and doctors and orderlies rushed all around the place. Alex followed Mary Ann into a room, and then he saw a group of people, including police officers, security guards, doctors, and nurses. A man sat in a wheelchair right in the middle of them all, and Alex realized this must be Sawyer. He sat in his chair, his face was ashen, and his eyes were dull, not reacting to anything. Several bandages bore witness to his earlier escape, and his shirt was stained with blood. Since no one had noticed Alex yet, he picked up the man's chart and studied it, noting that Sawyer had received treatment and had been deemed to be out of danger. Still, as Alex looked at Sawyer, he could tell the man had given up, and if his spirits didn't improve soon, his health would continue to deteriorate, and eventually he would simply fade away. Already he looked much older than he really was. "Uncle Sawyer?" Mary Ann said, squeezing through the crowd to stand next to Sawyer. "Are you okay?" Sawyer brightened just a little when he saw her, and there was a spark of interest in his eyes, but he remained silent. "Uncle Sawyer, I'm so sorry this happened," Mary Ann said, tears shining in her eyes. "I should have made sure you had more bodyguards." Footsteps came from outside the door, and then Dr. Isaiah Albrecht hurried inside, followed by his daughter, Sophie. Mary Ann moved out of the way as Isaiah approached Sawyer, standing in front of him and sighing. "For Sawyer, this recent accident is nothing," he said. "I'm more worried about the nerve damage in his hands and legs." He shook his head. "Until he can regain the use of his legs, he's just not going to get any better." He lowered his voice. "I doubt he'll survive much longer in this state." Mary Ann stifled a sob. "I think I should try my special acupuncture technique again," he suggested. "After all, I've cured more than a dozen people with similar mobility problems, and some of them were in an even worse state than Sawyer." He looked at Sawyer and said, "I just don't understand why it hasn't worked for you." Isaiah had studied the ancient harmony technique, and he hoped he could use it to cure Sawyer. Unfortunately, it hadn't worked, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. "But don't worry," Isaiah said. "I'll keep trying. And if it doesn't work, I'll find you another doctor, one that specializes in miracles." He smiled. "I've heard of one like that, and he's more skilled than I am, so perhaps I can help." As before, Sawyer didn't react. He continued to sit there, staring into space and not making a sound, ignoring everyone around him. The doctors shook their heads, certain that Isaiah had only said that to comfort Sawyer. They believed nothing else could be done for him, so what was the point of getting another doctor? Isaiah didn't say anything else. He simply picked up his silver acupuncture needles and arranged them on Sawyer's hands and legs. The other doctors watched, fascinated, but Isaiah had already forgotten they were there. But Sophie moved from time to time, determined to block everyone's view of what her father was doing, not wanting to share his technique with anyone. Half an hour later, Isaiah was frowning as he removed the needles again. "Strange," he said, muttering to himself. "There's still no progress. I don't understand this." He scratched his head. "As soon as I started, there should have been some signs of improvement, and yet there's nothing." He scowled. "Why isn't this working?" "Because his paralysis is not of the body, but of the mind," Alex called to him. "His legs aren't recovering because of his poor state of mind. You need to address that problem." "What? That's absurd," cried one of the doctors. All the other doctors scowled at Alex, furious at his interruption. Sophie glanced up, immediately recognizing Alex and glaring at him. My father is a well-respected doctor, she thought. No one should speak to him like that. Over the last 20 years, many doctors had examined Sawyer, and they had all come to the same conclusions as Isaiah. Not one of them had given Alex's explanation. After all, they knew Sawyer's problem was his legs, not his mind. So it was his legs they needed to focus on. Everything else was a waste of time. They turned from Alex, refusing to acknowledge him. Perhaps if they ignored him, he would go away. Isaiah glanced over at Alex, frowning in confusion, but he seemed to be thinking over Alex's suggestion. He was about to speak when he saw his daughter take a step forward. You again? Sophie said, looking at Alex with disgust. You're talking nonsense. I've never heard of paralysis being caused by the mind. She shook her head. What on earth are you doing here? Who asked you to get involved? You got me in trouble last time, but it won't happen again. Alex opened his mouth, but she held up a finger to shush him. Everyone in my family is a doctor, and you won't be able to deceive them so easily. She narrowed her eyes at him. So don't try any more of your tricks. The last time they had met had been in the Lambert family home. Alex had humiliated her, causing Dr. Cook to publicly reprimand her, and in the end, she had fled with her dignity in tatters. Sophie had complained about Alex to her father, but he had been extremely interested in Alex and had asked a lot of questions, trying to learn more about him. Sophie had given up, feeling like Isaiah had been taking Alex's side over his own daughter. Yes, young man, I see what you mean, Isaiah said to Alex. That's a novel way of looking at it, but I think you may be right. It could be his mental state that's causing the paralysis. The other doctors still weren't convinced, and they began to voice their dissent. That's unheard of. Maybe he thinks cancer is caused by having a cold, the doctor said sarcastically. Keep your mouth shut, young man. You have no idea what you're talking about, complained another. Who's he? And who let him in here? The first doctor shouted. Isaiah had been ready to discuss the matter with Alex, but now he waited, watching to see how Alex would react. Alex was tired of Sophie and her attitude. If you're so sure I'm wrong, then let's make a wager, he suggested. A wager? She repeated, staring at him, unsure what he meant. Alex grinned. If I manage to get Sawyer to stand up, then you will act as my maid for 3 years, and you'll have to do whatever I say. Episode 579, The Wager. I don't believe I'll lose, Sophie said, folding her arms. So, I want to know what I get when you lose. She was absolutely convinced Alex would fail, and she looked forward to gloating. If I lose, I'll be your servant for 10 years, Alex said, shrugging. You can order me to do anything, and I'll do it. Sophie smiled, liking that idea. Okay. Sounds good, but I must add one more thing. What? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. Tell me. If you lose, no, when you lose, not only will you work for me at Woodside Clinic for 10 years, but you'll also tell me how to make those supplements of yours. How about that? Sophie began to fantasize about tormenting Alex with pointless and demeaning tasks, such as counting all the pills in the clinic or scrubbing the floors. Perhaps then she would recover from the embarrassment he had caused her. Being able to make his supplements would also help her feel better. Marianne was aware of Sawyer's condition, so she grew alarmed by this wager. Alex, she said, I don't think this is a good idea. It's okay, Alex said to her. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. He chuckled and then looked to Sophie. So, do we agree on the terms of the bet? Wait, Isaiah said. I'd like to join in the fun. Alex, if you win, then you can also marry my daughter. He thought it was a wonderful idea. If Alex succeeded, then it would show he was an extraordinary young man, and Isaiah wanted the best for his daughter. Sophie looked horrified. Dad, no! No, I don't accept that part of the bet, Alex said, annoyed at Isaiah. The original wager stands. Then he stopped talking and squatted down beside Sawyer to examine him. After a few minutes, Alex asked for the silver acupuncture needles, and then he began to sort them into sets of 9. I thought you said the problem was with his mind, Sophie said, sneering at him. So why are you doing acupuncture on him? She snorted. Just what sort of trick are you going to play here? The acupuncture is only going to help him relax and stimulate his nerve endings, Alex said, not bothering to look up. It's not intended to cure the root of the problem. He bent to his task, picking up 9 of the needles and infusing them with his inner power. As he placed the needles, he pushed a little more power into them, a little like an electric current, letting them spark Sawyer's damaged nerve endings back to life. He didn't stop there. Instead, he took another 9 needles and did the same thing, placing them in different places. He's using the harmony technique, one doctor said in awe. Jaws dropped as the others also recognized this special technique, and all eyes were on Alex, watching to see what would happen. Dad, Sophie exclaimed, shocked. Are you seeing this? How did he learn our ancient technique? Quiet, Isaiah hushed her, but his expression was troubled. Alex continued to place more needles, always 9 at a time, and always infused with power, until 81 needles were sticking out of Sawyer. 81, Isaiah muttered, his voice trembling. 9 sets of 9? It can't be. It can't be what? Sophie asked, not understanding why her father was so disturbed. It's the full harmony technique, Isaiah said excitedly. He repeated it 9 times and brought the full technique into play. He's doing something else. He frowned. I'm not sure what, but it's more sophisticated than what I was doing. Compared to this, my technique was like a child playing at being a doctor. It's humbling. He shook his head. This young man truly is skilled. The other doctors gasped, stunned to hear Isaiah say such a thing, and Sophie was in shock. She struggled to speak for a moment, but the words wouldn't come. Eventually, she managed to choke out, Dad, how could he possibly be so powerful? A thought occurred to her. Now that he's learned our family's technique, he could be more powerful than you. Dad, you shouldn't allow people to watch you using your technique. They'll only use it to take your place, and you can't... Quiet! Isaiah yelled, interrupting her. Just stop and think about it. I can't do anything like that. So how could he have learned it from me? He turned back to watch Alex. Until now, I hadn't even realized I didn't know the full harmony technique. Everyone was silent as they struggled to believe what Isaiah had said. Sophie's legs almost gave out on her, and she just couldn't accept the truth. But when she glanced at her father's serious expression, she knew it wasn't a joke, and she blushed as she looked at Alex, feeling guilty for doubting him. Marianne's eyes brightened, and she grew even more enamored of Alex. Now that Alex had finished placing all the needles, he stepped back to look at Sawyer. With all those pins, Sawyer resembled a big silver porcupine. But Sawyer still didn't react. His eyes were dull and his body remained stiff, and it was obvious he no longer cared about anything that happened in the world. Everyone's eyes were on Alex, but he ignored them and stepped closer to Sawyer, whispering, "A true warrior makes up for his mistakes. instead of confining himself to a wheelchair for more than 20 years.
Sawyer's eyelid flickered.
You must be suffering so much to neglect yourself like this, Alex said softly. Why are you torturing yourself? Do you really think this is helping?
Another small twitch from Sawyer.
It's not that you can't walk, Alex murmured. It's that you don't want to take responsibility for your mistakes. You're perfectly capable of standing up or holding a sword, but you choose not to because you're afraid of failure.
This time, Sawyer visibly flinched.
If I were the child you'd failed, I would hate you, Alex said gently,
remembering the story Marianne had told him.
Because your cowardice and incompetence have allowed him to remain lost for 20 years.
Sawyer began to tremble, feeling like each word was slamming into him, and gradually he grew angry. Sophie and the others were confused, but Isaiah was shocked, realizing he now understood what was happening.
Alex had been right.
It hadn't mattered what treatment Isaiah had performed on Sawyer. All the examinations, physical therapy, and medications had been useless, because the cause of Sawyer's problems wasn't completely physical. The key to helping Sawyer was dealing with his grief and guilt, which had been festering for so many years.
"Leave me alone,"
Sawyer said, his voice rusty from lack of use. He licked his lips, trying to wet them.
"I deserve this. My life is already over."
His eyes flashed with pain, and he swallowed hard. But with each word he uttered, the acupuncture needles vibrated a little, sending healing energy into him. Little by little, the color returned to Sawyer's face, and he was clearly improving. Alex's idea had worked, but it wasn't enough. Sawyer still couldn't come to terms with the past, and he could relapse at any moment. Episode 580. Is it really him?
"I lost a child,"
Sawyer groaned, his face contorted with pain.
"I'm worthless. Save your pity for someone else. I don't deserve it."
He lapsed into silence, having used all his energy. Alex frowned, not ready to let this go. This was the first time he had seen the effects of the harmony technique. According to legend, the technique should have completely restored Sawyer's vitality. So now Alex was a little disappointed. Isaiah bent and whispered in Sawyer's ear,
"Alex is the lost child."
Sawyer's eyes grew wide, and then he suddenly yelled,
"What?"
He jerked, as though he had been electrocuted, displacing several of the acupuncture needles, and turned to stare at Alex.
"Uncle Sawyer, are you okay?"
Marianne asked, moving closer to him. Then she looked at Alex.
"What's wrong with Uncle Sawyer?"
Alex stepped forward and removed all the needles. His mental anguish has been resolved, and now all he needs is rest.
"He's cured?"
Sophie asked skeptically.
"Just like that?"
Sawyer said nothing, and his eyes were still locked on Alex, ignoring everyone else in the room. Then he placed his hands on the armrests of his wheelchair, braced himself, and stood up, his legs trembling. He reached out toward Alex.
"You," he said. "Is it really you?"
Alex was stunned. He met Sawyer's gaze and found it full of excitement. Marianne was ecstatic.
"Uncle Sawyer, you're standing up. Can you walk?"
Everyone else started to speak, astonished at what they were seeing. "He's really standing," the junior doctor exclaimed.
"Oh my gosh, that's amazing,"
a lady doctor marveled.
"I guess the paralysis really was caused by his state of mind," the senior doctor commented.
A nurse who couldn't contain her excitement said,
"Who is that young man? Doctors have been working on this case for 20 years, and he solved it in an hour." "He's a miracle worker," said another. Sophie remained silent, unable to believe Alex had really cured Sawyer. But the facts were undeniable. Alex had administered his treatment, and now Sawyer was standing right there in front of her. The doctors rushed into action, doing every test they could think of, and Sawyer seemed to be extremely healthy. Eventually, Sawyer had had enough, and he brushed off the doctors before walking shakily over to Alex, his eyes betraying his emotional state. Alex watched him come, not knowing what was going on. But when Sawyer stumbled, Alex rushed forward to help him, worried he might fall. "Be careful," he said. "You still need to exercise your leg muscles to get back to full strength." "Alex?" Sawyer said, grabbing Alex, hugging him tight and closing his eyes. "Is it really you? I never thought, but it is you, isn't it?" "Alex, you did it," Isaiah said, walking over. "You got him to his feet." He gently pulled Sawyer away. "I'll help him and make sure he rests. Why don't you decide what medication he should take and then have Sophie fetch it?" He grinned at Sawyer. "You're looking so much better already. But it's better if you don't get overexcited. You still need rest to fully recover." He took Sawyer's arm, steadying him, and then led him back to his wheelchair. Sawyer's eyes were still on Alex, but he allowed Isaiah to settle him in the chair and take him to his room to rest. As he sat in his room, Sawyer looked around, taking an interest in things for the first time in years. "Is Alex really the missing kid?" he asked, staring at Isaiah. "He does seem familiar, but why don't you let me have a good look at him, just to be sure?" He was excited by the chance to make up for the mistakes he had made 20 years ago, and he couldn't think of anything else. "Isaiah," he said, worried, "tell me the truth. Is it him? Is Alex the child I lost?" "I think so," Isaiah said, looking away. But he wasn't being honest. He had whispered to Sawyer about Alex's identity because he had suspected it was the key to healing him, and he had been right about it being effective. But it was nonsense. Isaiah had made it up purely to provoke Sawyer into reacting. Isaiah poured a glass of water and handed it to Sawyer. "First, you need to get strong," he said, "and then you can look for answers. Alex isn't going anywhere." "Isaiah, I need to get better as soon as possible," Sawyer said, clutching at Isaiah's arm. "I need to get him back to his family. They've been searching for him for more than 20 years, and I've been suffering all this time. I need to get him back where he belongs." He struggled to get up from the wheelchair. "I want to find Alex and take a good look at him. Maybe get a DNA test just to be sure." Isaiah laughed. "Calm down," he said. "We can't be sure of anything yet, and you're not ready to be running around everywhere." "But he's still in danger," Sawyer insisted. "He needs protection." "It's been 20 years, Isaiah pointed out gently. "Most people have forgotten all about him, Sawyer." He shook his head. "Apart from you and the boy's mother, how many people still care so much about him? They stopped looking for him long ago, and few people even speak of him. Most of the Rumble Club have never heard of him." Sawyer frowned. "But—" "Let it go for now," Isaiah said, sighing. "The top priority is to cure your injury, and we can deal with everything else later. Just try not to think about it so much." Isaiah had always been persuasive, and he was an excellent liar. He had tried everything else to cure Sawyer, and now that he understood the problem, he was willing to do whatever it took to build on Alex's success. If he had to lie, then so be it. "You should keep quiet about Alex," Isaiah advised. "We don't want to draw attention to him after all. Everyone else has moved on." He paused. "Most members of the Rumble Club don't visit anymore, do they? Only Mrs. Jackman and Clark, right? Well, even if Alex is Mrs. Jackman's child, will any of the members accept him after so long? It doesn't seem likely." Sawyer frowned as he thought it over. When he was young, he was a strong warrior. He had been well respected and had always been proud of himself. But since he had been confined to a wheelchair, he had begun to see things differently, and he had a much clearer understanding of how the world worked. Now that he was recovering, he didn't want to waste any more time.